Chapter 51, Stealing Corpse. The job of a professional squad was mainly to follow and supervise. After all, this world lacked surveillance mechanisms, hence the supervision of some important matters required a large number of people to be arranged for it. The deployment of professional squads and guard rows, put bluntly, was for mutual supervision. It also reflected the town hall and association's emphasis on corpses. But this made Wu Heng feel a bit uncomfortable. He felt as if he was being targeted. The corpse was lifted onto the cart and driven in the direction of the crematorium. The city had designated cremation sites. It wasn't like in the movies where people were burnt to death openly in the town square. The direction in which the first and second squads were leaving with the corpse was the same as he had deduced. Heading to a stand-alone cremation site, their corpses, along with those of the third squad, were going to a crematorium that could burn multiple bodies simultaneously. Wu Heng followed the crowd out. He was somewhat worried about his plan. Yuli came over and asked, "My aunt said you killed these people alone." "It was a team kill, but I landed the last hit," Wu Heng replied. Yuli furrowed her brows. "What does that mean?" "Which means, the team had already beaten them up pretty badly and I was the one who killed them in the end." "Oh, that's quite impressive," Yuli praised him and then asked, "Did you bring the food in the lounge?" "Yes." "Do you have more?" "I can pay for it." Wu Heng looked at her and said, "I originally brought it for my friends. There wasn't much to begin with. I can buy it." "Not for sale." The little girl's eyes flickered as she said, "I could be your friend. Didn't we go out together yesterday? Don't tell me you forgot." Hearing this, Truck turned his head back and glanced at them. Wu Heng looked at Yuli, who was hinting at him, and nodded. "To be friends, you have to help each other out." "All right, deal." "Okay, then I'll bring you some of those delicious and rare treats tomorrow." "Great, you are a good friend." Meanwhile, the cart carrying the corpse slowly drove towards the East District. The professional squad and guards escorting the cart were standing on both sides of it. Tulisa, the captain of the second squad, glanced sideways, and said, "The town hall and the council are paying quite an attention to this corpse." The combined efforts of the association and the guards were a bit excessive, even for an elder of the Church of Divine Punishment. Mainly because they worry about the necromancer involved with the mining village, they had to be more careful, said Enel, the captain of the first squad, while resting his hand on the hilt of his longsword. He went on to say, "I heard that the necromancer from the fourth squad also wanted to transform this body." Tulisa and the other members also looked over when they heard this. If this corpse was truly transformed into a skeleton, then the strength of the fourth squad would dramatically increase. Despite having the fewest members, they could become a top-ranking squad. But obviously, this didn't succeed, or else they wouldn't be cremating the corpse. Didn't the town hall agree? Tulisa continued asking. The town hall didn't agree, the council didn't agree either. The profession of necromancer is controversial in itself. How could they possibly hand over the corpse to him? Enel sneered. He just joined the association not long ago, and he dares to make such demands. He probably thinks that since they killed it, the ownership should belong to the fourth squad. Haha, young people, audacious. They dare to raise such demands. The squad members laughed and began discussing. Enel glanced at the people, their expressions froze, and they immediately shut up. "Keep your voices down, don't let the guards hear it, otherwise we will end up being the joke," Enel reminded them. The members laughed again and continued their whispers. The captain of the second squad, Tulisa, didn't say anything else. She went back to her squad and casually chatted with her members. The procession kept moving forward and entered a small courtyard enclosed by a half-human height wall. In the middle of the courtyard was a common stone house. Next to the wall, there was a pile of firewood. Everyone efficiently searched the courtyard. Enel said, "Prepare the woodpile." The body was wheeled into the stone house, 2 people guarded outside, the rest started piling up the firewood. Just when the stacking was almost done, a girl's voice came from outside the courtyard wall. The language couldn't be understood, but it was very clear. Swish swish swish. Pets flew up in the sky one by one, everyone drew their weapons and quickly approached the source of the noise. They looked all around. Enel ordered, "Spread out and search." The members scattered and searched nearby, then quickly returned. "There's no one." "There's no one here either." Everyone looked at each other. Enel's face changed. "Go back, now." They rushed into the stone house, and the corpse, wrapped in linen, was still placed there. Tolisa wanted to inspect, but Anil bluntly said, "No need, something is not right here, just cremate it." 2 team members threw the corpse onto the woodpile, inflaming it with torches. The corpse was engulfed by the tremendous fire. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as everything was completely burnt. The team followed the carriage back to the association to report. The burning operation was completed. Wu Heng, with basin, headed towards the crowded area. Halfway through, he felt the ghost, Xiao Xiao flew back at him, directly entering his body. At the same time, what happened at the other cremation site also appeared in his mind. Xiao Xiao had made noises outside. Jianyi, wrapped in zombie cosplay, took the opportunity to enter the stone house, replaced the corpse with one of a similar type. Things were even easier than expected. Because of the team leader's hurry, even before burning, they did not do a body check and directly set it aflame, leaving no trace of it. It could be said that the operation was very successful, without leaving any evidence or handle behind. After confirming that things went smoothly, Wu Heng immediately turned around and went to that cremation site. In a hidden place outside the courtyard, he found Jianyi, wrapped in corpse cosplay, and that corpse. After ensuring no one was around, Wu Heng entered the stone house in the middle, and using a bronze key on the inside of a closet, he sent Jianyi and the corpse into the zombie world. Then he briskly returned to the crowded area following the same route. Back at his residence, Wu Heng went to the zombie world again through the boundary door. The corpse of the Church of Divine Punishment elder was covered with a piece of flower cloth, lying stiffly on the floor of the living room. He came before the corpse. "Uncle, what is it for, to steal a corpse?" Xiao Xiao fluttered in the air, looked at Wu Heng, then at the corpse. She didn't understand why he went through such a fuss just to steal a corpse. The corpses downstairs had already piled up into a small hill. "This one is different. Your friend. Not your grandpa or your father. How could it be?" "Stop kidding," Wu Heng felt that she was deliberately mocking him. But there was no evidence. "Tell me more. I helped a lot." Xiao Xiao did a circle in the air, landing on his shoulder. The task wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. But Xiao Xiao did play a large part. He was a formidable person when he was alive, and we will turn him into a skeleton to enhance our strength, Wu Heng gave a brief explanation. "Oh." The little girl gave a sound denoting her understanding. Now that Xiao Xiao stopped speaking, Wu Heng, on the other hand, ordered the skeleton, move the corpse to the corridor. After all, the release of the bone manipulation skill would cause the flesh to fall off, which is not very easy to clean up. 2 skeletons bent over to take the corpse outside. They directly moved it into the corridor. "Put it down again." The flower cloth sheet that covered the body fell off. Revealing the corpse, its skin had already turned white. This corpse had been out for at least 3 or 4 days, so some decay had already set in. But Wu Heng's gaze fell on his chest and abdomen position. A long and thin injury stitched with cotton threads connected the whole chest cavity. "What's going on? An autopsy on a dead person?" "Open the stitches," Wu Heng said. Basin, who was squatting next to him, took out a short blade from around his waist, and cut the cotton thread that held the wound together. The stitched-up wound, bit by bit, opened up, revealing the empty thoracic cavity inside. "Where are the internal organs?" Wu Heng's brow furrowed. The corpse's internal organs were gone. Chapter 52, Level 12 Skeleton L. Transforming skeletons, there isn't such a high requirement. Even if the corpse lost its innards, it doesn't hinder the transformation of the body. But a corpse that has been disemboweled after death still makes him feel curious and surprised. That is to say, he is not the only one who has his eyes on this corpse. There are others who have acted earlier. What are they doing with the innards of the corpse? Are there organ transplants in this world as well? They just killed people back then, so the innards of the dead could hardly be transplanted. Of course, there is no use in him finding out, and he can't notify the association either. Wouldn't that be throwing himself into the net? Anyway, they each have their own needs and are not hindering each other. No need to delve into it this deeply. "Okay, no need to dissect any more," Wu Heng said. Basin stopped severing the cotton thread and stood aside. Wu Heng directly unleashed the bone manipulation skill. The summoned creature is beyond the summoner's capability, increasing instability factors. Another unstable prompt appeared, and his spiritual power began to rapidly deplete. The flesh and blood on the corpse began to fall off bit by bit, gradually revealing the skeleton beneath. But the speed of transformation was slower than any previous time, and his spiritual power was rapidly draining at an exponential rate. He continued to release the spell with his magic wand in hand. One hand swiftly opened the backpack and took out a spirit potion to drink, to replenish the depleted spiritual power. After a continuous expenditure, the flesh and blood on the body completely fell off, and a tall, iron-grey skeleton stood up. A pair of hollow eye sockets, from which a faint blue flame ascended. It scanned the surroundings and gave Wu Heng a slight bow. Wu Heng watched it and nodded in response. This skeleton in front of him was somewhat different from the others he had transformed before. Its bones were thick and chunky. Instead of being white, the bones were iron-grey. Even upon close observation, it looked more like a metal skeleton. You will continue to be called Bahudong. Stand aside for now, Wu Heng said to the newly risen skeleton. The skeleton immediately stepped aside, entering standby mode. Xiao Xiao, who was initially a bit scared, quickly adapted, fluttering in the air, curiously observing the newly joined Bahudong. As for Wu Heng, he directly opened his attribute panel to check his attributes. Skeleton Boxer. Level, 12, 0/72,000. Attributes, Constitution 26, Strength 25, Agility 29, Intelligence 14, Perception 19, Charisma 5. Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul, Iron Bone, Chi. Skill Specializations, Unarmored Defense, Unarmored Movement, Danger Sensing. Abilities, Shock Fist, Light Body Fall, Catch Flying Arrow, Specialized Striking, Advanced. Iron Bone, Constitution +5. Chi, Skillful Attempt to tap into Chi. Continuous attacks when Chi is plentiful. Unarmored Defense, when not in any armor or shield, Agility +3, Perception +2. Unarmored Movement, when not in any armor or shield, movement speed increase by 20%, able to momentarily achieve high-speed movement over vertical planes and water surfaces. Shock Fist, strikes target with a shocking effect. Light Body Fall, maximizes the reduction of harm during a high fall. Catch Flying Arrow, deflects incoming airborne objects and returns them to their source. Wow! Wu Heng was somewhat surprised when he saw the attributes. He had to say, the attributes and abilities of this character were quite exaggerated. All the main attributes reached more than 25. Both the skills and abilities were also very good. Moreover, Bahudong going into battle without clothes was not because he was an exhibitionist, but his unarmored defense and unarmored movement greatly increased his attributes. His skills and abilities were not as chaotic as those of Basin, Jianyi, and Jianer. His abilities were much more unified and complete. They complemented each other, more akin to having received a complete legacy, and obtained abilities with a plan. It seems that the Church of Divine Punishment is not an ordinary cult. He could say that among the skeletons beside him, it was the strongest skeleton. Hey? Why is the skill related to the scales missing? He took another look at the attributes and on the skeleton's body. Indeed, there was no relevant information about the scales. Was his memory confused? Or, with the transformation into a skeleton, this ability had disappeared. He spent some time studying but didn't reach any conclusion. He left the skeleton squatting in the room and went back to Blackstone Town to rest. Back in Blackstone Town, he made himself a bucket of ramen. As he waited for the ramen to soak in, he flipped through the swordsmanship he had acquired that day. Unlike the previous mage skill book, this one contained more graphical moves and some simple descriptions. He quickly scanned through it. No hint of unlocking a skill appeared when he finished the last page. Wu Heng had a bad feeling about this. It couldn't be that he really needed to start learning and training. The ramen was almost ready. He continued to read while eating. After finishing eating, he called Jianyi over to study the new swordsmanship together. Until late at night, he went to bed to rest. The next day, zombie world. Roars came from outside the window, and the sound of zombies stepping on broken glass echoed. Another day had passed, and these zombies showed no signs of leaving. Moreover, he couldn't just wait indefinitely. If they never leave, he would be forever unable to get out. Just as he was about to send Xiao Xiao to check if the giant mutated zombie was still there, he saw a massive figure appear in his line of sight. Almost 3 meters in height, dark red skin, muscles bulging grotesquely. Ugly but full of power. The giant zombie, it was slowly walking this way, its gaze occasionally sweeping over the window above the stairs, as if looking for prey. Damn it, damn monster! Wu Heng cursed, and continued to call out to the side, Bahudong, come here. Bahudong, with his broad bones, walked over and looked down from the window with him. When the time comes, I need you to fight it. If it's too difficult, try to stall it as long as possible. Bahudong still looked down, his soul fire flickering with azure light in his eye sockets. At noon, the sun was high overhead. Bang bang bang! The 4 stairway doors opened simultaneously, revealing orderly arranged skeleton warriors with spears and kitchen knives. The heavy sound of the door opening made the wandering zombies pause momentarily. Then came the roars of anger. Whoosh! The zombies rushed towards the lower floors like a flood, jostling and squeezing into the open corridor. However, the more crowded it was, the harder it was for the zombies to get in. Meanwhile, the skeleton warriors who had been prepped in the corridor started to continuously swing their weapons, attacking the incoming zombies. With the number of incoming zombies, sweat formed on Wu Heng's forehead. This number was somewhat excessive. Just as the undead and zombies collided with each other. Boom! A loud rumble echoed from not far away. The huge mutated zombie burst out from the corridor in front of them, its gaze fixed on the combat zone. With an angry roar, it rushed towards them. Its figure was like a runaway truck, running towards this side in leaps, knocking away the zombies in front of it, and slamming into the corridor. Standing on the top floor, Wu Heng watched the mutated zombie charge into the corridor. Bahudong, it's up to you. The iron door leading to the corridor on the rooftop was opened, and Bahudong, with his iron grey skeleton, walked downstairs with his hands on his back. Chapter 53, Fighting the Zombie Horde. Bahudong entered the corridor, while Wu Heng stood on the roof and glanced downwards. He released the grease skill at the first staircase. The congealed grease fell like rain from the air, some scattered, and the rest drenched the zombies gathering below. He lit a rag bundle and threw it directly into the area covered by the grease skill. The rag bundle hit a zombie's shoulder, sparking and igniting with a whoosh, a raging fire started. The fire began spreading towards the zombies on both sides, creating a fire lane about 3 to 4 meters wide. Meanwhile, atop the roof, a line of skeleton warriors stood at the edge. Nyi and his companion continuously shot crossbow arrows downwards. The remaining skeletons, at Wu Heng's command, began to lift the furniture and household items behind them and threw them down. Tables, chairs, computer monitors, computer chassis, everything that could be thrown was collected in advance. These items were hurled directly into the zombie horde. For a moment, various pieces of furniture and equipment fell from the roof, knocking over zombies below. Roars. The zombie horde, noticing the enemies above, roared angrily. They clumped together like ants building a tower, spreading upwards along the outer wall. They spread all the way to the second floor, smashed the glass, and rushed into the room. But the doors of the residences were shut tight, so the zombies who went in quickly ran out, continuing to climb upwards with the rest of the horde. Wu Heng stood on the top of the building, amazed at the sight. Surprisingly, so many zombies could climb walls in this manner. Hurry, drop things on these climbing zombies. Wu Heng said to the skeletons next to him while releasing the witchcraft arrow spell. After the witchcraft arrows hit the target, they expanded rapidly, crumbling the gathered zombies. The skeletons continued to hurl objects unceasingly, preventing the zombies from climbing up. Within a unit in the corridor. Boom, boom, boom. Ear-splitting noise, rubble flying. A giant mutated zombie swung its fists wildly, chasing and striking Basin, who was retreating from the second floor to the third floor, and continuing to retreat towards the fourth floor. Its dark red skin muscle was bursting with terrifying power. The wall was cracked, the stair railing was broken. Basin dodged a straight punch, his right fist cracked through the air, striking the zombie's abdomen. Bang! Shockwaves spread out, its dark red muscle body shook violently. Roar! The zombie stepped back, brought both fists together, and smashed down. Boom! The powerful strike landed just in front of Basin, smashing a giant hole into the steps below. Basin retreated half a step, threw a side kick, the zombie's muscles tensed up, resisted the impact, and its hand continued to pound on the target. Both hands were constantly rising and falling, pounding on the target amidst chaos. The stirred-up dust covered the entire corridor. Basin was using certain combat techniques to dodge attacks while counter-attacking. The battle of the mutated zombie was simpler and more brutal, crushing all the fancy moves with its absolute power, with large movements and heavy momentum. The entire corridor had only the giant zombie and Basin in combat. Wu Heng's fear of interference by the horde of zombies was completely unnecessary. Their battle squeezed out not only the zombies that came in, but also the skeletons previously placed, which had turned into piles of bones. In the entire corridor, only two figures, one tall and one short, continued to fight. Bang! A giant fist smashed into the door next to it, the other fist followed and again hammered down amidst the swirling smoky shadow. Stones flew, scattering like bullets. Basin pivoted on his feet, somersaulted down a level and circled behind the zombie. A sweeping kick struck the bend in the zombie's leg. The weighty sweep caused the zombie to lean to one side. Basin seized the opportunity to kick it solidly, kicking the zombie down directly. The body rolled down the stairs and with a thud, leaned against the wall. Bahudong leapt over, knee smashing into the cranium with a thud. The zombie's head was slammed against the wall by his knee. Before it could react, a rain of fists fell upon it. The blows caused the giant zombie to splatter filthy blood everywhere, its head bleeding profusely. On the rooftop. Keep throwing. Wu Heng continued to urge the skeleton to throw all the piled debris behind him. At the same time, he cast the grease skill, threw down an open flame, and ignited a flash of firelight. It turned out that the number of zombies in front of him was not enough to climb a 6-story residential building simply relying on a human ladder. At most, they could reach the 4th floor before collapsing under the interference, dropping continuously, killing and crippling a large number of zombies. With the constant throwing, the ground floor was also filled with debris, causing the horde of zombies to stumble and hamper their movements. Thud! Bang! Suddenly, a heavy impact sounded. The giant zombie rushed out of the corridor, knocking away the zombies in front of it, and smashing through the obstacles blocking its path. It charged wildly, like an enraged bull. Seeing the giant zombie burst out of the corridor, Wu Heng's eyes widened instantly. Did Bahudong fail? As soon as the words were spoken, another shattering sound was heard. Bahudong, the grey skeleton, jumped down from the window on the 3rd floor and went straight after the fleeing giant zombie. God damn, he's chasing after the giant zombie and attacking it. From the looks of it, Bahudong seemed to be stronger than the giant zombie. He chased directly towards the direction of the giant zombie. Wu Heng lifted his magic wand and used witchcraft arrow on the emerging giant zombie. The blue energy spear condensed in the air and howled towards its target. But the distance had already exceeded the spell's range and it disintegrated in mid-air. Wu Heng immediately cast the newly learnt Decay Ray, a black energy ray that hit the giant zombie's body squarely. The robust and rampaging body instantly showed signs of flabbiness. At this time, Bahudong caught up swiftly and with a flying kick, sent the zombie staggering. The giant zombie stopped in its tracks, swiveled around, and smashed its fists towards Bahudong chasing after it. Punch after punch landed incessantly, raising clouds of dust into the air. Meanwhile, the surge of zombies pushing into the corridor also stopped struggling. Instead, they all turned around and set their sights on Bahudong who had burst out. The next second, they all rushed back, aiming to kill the grey skeleton outside. Seeing the horde change its target, Wu Heng's face turned even more serious. In one-on-one fight, Bahudong was almost on par with the giant zombie. If the horde charged at him, it was hard to tell who would win. Wu Heng quickly went down to the staircase and commanded, "Attack, go out and fight." Then, he switched to another staircase, "Attack, go out and fight." The command was issued. Jianyi, Jian'er, Basin, and the 4 skeleton dogs, leading the skeleton warriors, burst out of the staircase, launching a fierce counterattack. An even fiercer battle took place downstairs. Wu Heng also stood at the window on the 3rd floor, with Yi throwing witchcraft arrows and grease skill alongside him towards the ground. They coordinated with the skeleton horde to increase damage output. Despite his attributes having improved, he did not believe he had the capability to engage in close combat with the horde of zombies. Leaving aside whether he could win in terms of physical strength. If he was scratched or bitten, it would be a bitter end for him. Looking at the two figures wrestling in front of him, Wu Heng continued to shout, "Basin, go support Bahudong." Basin turned around, killed the jumping zombie with the short blade in his hand. He quickly bypassed the enemy in front of him and ran towards where Bahudong and the giant zombie were. Chapter 54, Don't Give Up Hope. Bahudong and the giant zombie were still entangled in the fight. Heavy fists flailed wildly. Light on his feet, Bahudong lashed out with both fists and feet sending ordinary zombies flying, while dodging the heavy strikes from the giant zombie. Whoosh! A giant fist, causing a whistling gust of wind, came rushing towards his face. Bahudong leaned back to dodge the incoming punch, then swiftly spun his body like a top as his right leg launched a sweeping kick. Phew! A dull thud resounded as the giant zombie staggered 2 steps sideways, its body faltering. Bahudong quickly followed up. His palms thrust upwards striking the jaw, his foot advanced, his left fist attacked the ribs, his right hook struck the abdomen, then his left fist lashed out again, followed closely by his right fist. His punches were fierce and relentless. Basin, also on the side, was constantly moving in harmony, his 2 short blades flipping non-stop, leaving behind a series of bloody wounds on the lower half of the giant zombie. Bahudong leapt up and his straight punch landed on the zombie's throat. Phew! The giant zombie fell backwards and seated itself on the ground. Bahudong didn't give it a chance to recuperate, he pursued with quick steps and began hammering its head. Dull thumping sounds, each heavy like a falling sledgehammer, kept reverberating. Basin also took this opportunity to stab his short sword into the target's chest. When Bahudong stood up, the giant zombie was still lying on its back, not moving. Experience gained, plus 143. Summoned creature skeleton boxer gained experience, plus 22. The appearance of experience points indicated that the target had been killed by Bahudong. Finally, it was dead. Wu Heng had been genuinely afraid of this giant zombie escaping. It would be quite a tricky situation if it could come back to take its revenge. With the death of the giant zombie, Bahudong and Basin, the 2 skeletons, returned to the main battlefield, and began attacking the horde of zombies from the other side. The battle was still ongoing, and the number of zombies was gradually decreasing. Only when the last zombie fell did silence descend over the area once again. Covered in blood, the skeleton warrior stood upright in its empty skeletal frame adorned with fragments of flesh and clinging strands of hair, and entered standby mode. A few skeletons with souls walked towards Wu Heng. Wu Heng found a mask to put on and walked out of the hallway. The area downstairs was piled high with zombie corpses and bones, not even a patch of bare ground could be seen. "Get me the corpse of that giant zombie," Wu Heng ordered. Jianyi and Jian'er quickly went over and dragged the colossal body over from afar. The mutant zombie, muscles exaggerated, looked rather miserable. Its eyeballs exploded, and the head twisted oddly to the back. The body was riddled with sword cuts. These skeletons really did a harsh job. After downing an entire bottle of spirit potion, he felt a slight rejuvenation of his spiritual power. He released the bone manipulation skill towards the massive zombie. Necromancy wrapped the corpse before him. The flesh slowly peeled off, and the giant skeleton sat up slowly. Skeleton Warrior, Level 11. Level, 11, 0/65,000. Attributes, Constitution 28, Strength 29, Agility 17, Intelligence 6, Perception 12, Charm 5. Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Specialty, Biological Aberration. Biological Aberration, Constitution +3. It turned out to be a level 11 zombie. Its level rating was 1 below that of Bahudong. But from the standpoint of attributes, it indeed highlighted personal advantages. Constitution 28, Strength 29. Even with all its muscles disappearing, Bahudong's strength was just 25, which still remained the highest among the skeletons. However, the disadvantage was also evident: low agility, low intelligence and low perception. Put plainly, it retained some of the flaws of zombies even after mutation. Moreover, this skeleton still goes by the name Skeleton Warrior. It only has one specialty, which is biological aberration, that increases its constitution by 3 points. The rest doesn't have any other specialties or abilities. This is entirely different from the professional soldiers obtained from Blackstone Town. Upon transformation, professional soldiers retain their original abilities. If 2 similar level skeletons were compared, the one with a profession would be fiercer. But there's no alternative. One can't allow a zombie to advance occupation before killing it, right? Carrying a short spear, some grotesque fallen flesh was searched through. A fleshy corpse core appeared in front of his eyes. Wu Heng was delighted but also somewhat puzzled. A new type of corpse core. He found a plastic bag, took out the corpse core and carefully inspected it. There was no change in the size of the corpse core, it was still the size of a fingernail. But however, the white flesh was filled with red blood veins. They looked like dense blood vessels or nerve tissue. While he didn't understand biology, something looked off. This was considerably different from the corpse cores dropped by those mutated dogs. Seemingly, it should be a new type of corpse core. One thing he didn't know was if the previously mixed antidote would still work. Looking down at the corpse core, the newly joined 3-meter-tall skeleton also squatted down and watched with him. Wu Heng glanced at it, packed up and put away the corpse core, saying, "From now on, your name is Big Guy." The 3-meter skeleton looked around but seemed quite dull-witted. Wu Heng didn't continue to bother with it, glanced around, then issued another command, "All right, pile the corpses together and clean up the debris." The soul-bearing skeleton immediately started working with the ordinary skeletons. 7. They moved the corpses and cleaned up the scattered debris. This battle had consumed almost all the items in the entire building. What with the TVs and computers, tables and chairs strewn everywhere. Moreover, it seemed like he should change his base to a new building. This one was in shambles. With the thought, Xiao Xiao, the little ghost, flew out from within him. Looking at the surrounding scene, her face was full of fear. "Uncle, you killed so many people. They're not humans anymore." Wu Heng continued. "It's so scary." Wu Heng was little speechless. These zombies were infected by a genetic virus essentially making them undead. But as a ghost, did she really need to be scared of them? But since Xiao Xiao was so young when she died, Wu Heng decided to gloss over things. Instead he directly asked, "Xiao Xiao, there's a passenger bus at the intersection over there. Check if there's any zombies in the vicinity." "Oh, okay." Xiao Xiao nodded her head and went straight through the wall to leave. Soon, Xiao Xiao flew back and said, "No more, only a few that can't move are slowly crawling on the road." Wu Heng took a look at Xiao Xiao's memory again just to be sure. On the wide road, it was empty with a few zombies that had lost their lower halves slowly crawling. Wu Heng thought for a while and decided to go over and have a look before it got dark. "Basin, Ba Hudong." Wu Heng called out and then called upon a few more skeleton warriors, and walked out together. They cleaned up a few zombies along the way. They then arrived at a bus that had failed to escape carrying survivors. The bus was already unrecognizable. The iron mesh was smashed and thrown aside, and the body was full of dents. Wu Heng walked into the bus to inspect. The survivors carried sharpened iron pipes, cleavers and some collected food. Their preparations were quite sufficient, but it was unfortunate that they couldn't escape. Next, Wu Heng turned his gaze to an iron box welded with white steel plate. It wasn't locked. After opening it, there was an old-fashioned tape recorder inside. It had been modified with tape and some equipment and had a long antenna. "What's this?" Without thinking much, he pressed the play button. A piercing electrical sound suddenly rang out, followed by a familiar language emerging. "Don't give up hope, find every way to survive, hold on." A familiar voice echoed from the tape recorder. Chapter 55, I heard you can transform. The development of a virus vaccine is underway, with effective rescue efforts being organized across all regions. Everyone, please do not lose hope, victory always belongs to us. Avoid areas with high population densities, refrain from making excessive noise, and ensure your drinking water has not been contaminated by the virus. This is not the apocalypse. It is not the end of humanity. Do not lose hope, we can rebuild our homes. Messages like these echoed incessantly amidst the hum of static. They encouraged everyone to keep on living, not to give up. To seek out every possible means to survive, to wait for rescue. Wu Heng looked at the modified tape recorder before him, somewhat incredulously. He knew of course that this wasn't a recording, but a message received via radio. Normal communications had long ago failed, leaving this as the only effective method of communication. They indeed have a clear destination. In other words, these survivors must have ventured out because they had made contact with some sort of assembly point. An area offering a better living environment. However, they clearly failed, meeting their end at this crossroads. Is it the army men? Xiao Xiao asked curiously after giving the area a once-over. Wu Heng nodded. Should we go find them? They'll protect us when we find them, Xiao Xiao floated down and spoke, leaning on his shoulder. This. Wu Heng glanced at the skeletons outside the bus, uncertain how to respond. Under normal circumstances, if he hadn't switched to being a necromancer, he would naturally hope for shelter from a rescue team or the army. But now things were different. How could he explain the skeletons? Or the alternate dimension? Even if he made it to a human gathering point, would he be treated like a suspect, as he had been in Blackstone Town, subjected to restrictive laws, or even dissected and studied for his spell-casting principles? He couldn't be certain where he stood, but there was a possibility. We can protect ourselves for now, we'll figure it out when the time comes, Wu Heng said as he sealed up the iron box and carried it out of the bus. Xiao Xiao trailed behind him. How does it work? Can I watch TV? It's battery powered. No, you can't watch TV. Back in the residential area, Wu Heng turned on the recorder, listening to the survivor-inspiring messages being repeated, while using his bone manipulation skill to process the corpses lying in front of him. Even if there weren't 1,000 bodies, there were still 700 or 800. The bodies were piled into a small mountain. The task that remained fell entirely on him. Even if he processed them day and night, it would take several days to finish processing them all. And with this weather, storing the corpses was a real issue. He'd learned a skill called corpse preservation, but a preserved body could no longer be converted into a skeleton. So, it was a rather useless skill. All he could do was try to speed up the conversion process, and finish as soon as possible. Only when dusk fell, did Wu Heng order the skeletons back to the rooftop. He himself went back to Blackstone Town with basin. After bathing, he made himself a bowl of ramen. He sat at the table and started to casually flip through Greyhawk Swordsmanship. The content wasn't difficult, but simply reading it was of no use. He also needed to practice. When it came to practice, Wu Heng felt he had the resolve, but because his basics were poor, he feared it might take more effort. Similarly, another possibility occurred to Wu Heng. He didn't unlock the swordsmanship after reading it once, and it could possibly be due to his profession. As a mage, he might not be able to unlock swordsmanship techniques. It was very likely. Knock, knock, knock. While he was casually flipping through, the door was knocked. After a few knocks, Yuli's voice rang out, "Wu Heng, are you home?" Opening the door, Yuli, with her shoulder-length curls, stood in the doorway. "What's up?" Wu Heng asked. "My aunt went out, I came to see you." After saying that, she peeked inside. "What's that smell?" "It's so good." "It's my dinner," Wu Heng answered, and noticing the expectant look in her eyes, as if waiting for him to say the next line, he added, "Care to join me?" "Yes, thank you." Yuli grinned and directly squeezed herself into the room. She came to the table, lifted the spoon pressing down the lid of the noodles, and a stronger aroma wafted out. "It smells great." Yuli fanned the aroma towards her nose with her hand. Wu Heng looked at the door, closed it, and then picked up another pack of noodles to soak for her. He asked, "Where did the vice executive go?" "I heard there's a Miss Zion, so she went out." Yuli rested her chin in her hand and watched him prepare her noodles. "Didn't you go with her to see what it was?" "No, it's not a fun trip. There's nothing good to see." "Ah, makes sense." Wu Heng put the noodles in front of her, wait a while for the noodles to soak. "Okay," Yuli complied. "Did you just come to see me?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "Is their relationship that good?" "I wanted to ask you to go to the black market, but let's talk about it after dinner," Yuli answered, then asked curiously, "These delicious foods, did you make them yourself?" The food was all very ordinary, but it was just the food Wu Heng brought that was delicious. She'd been all over the city to the taverns and shops, but hadn't found anything with a similar taste. This made her wonder if the necromancer in front of her was actually a chef, a preternaturally talented one. "I certainly can't do it, everything's from my hometown," Wu Heng said, sitting down at the table as well. "Ah, where is your hometown? Is it far?" "Far, very far, it's quite hard to get there." Yuli looked at him. Judging from his hair color and appearance, Wu Heng indeed didn't possess the features of the locals. What he said about his hometown being far away made sense. After exchanging a few pleasantries, their instant noodles were just about ready. "It's ready." Wu Heng took out a few snacks and placed them on the table. A smile unconsciously appeared on Yuli's face. She opened the lid, picked up her fork, and immediately began to eat. As she ate, she mumbled that it was delicious and that if Wu Heng were to open a pub, it would definitely be a hit. Wu Heng also opened his and began to eat. It was a bit soggy since it had been soaking for a while. After they wolfed down the instant noodles, they began to snack on the goodies on the table. "They say druids can shapeshift?" Wu Heng asked her. "Of course. So, what can you shapeshift into?" Yuli glanced at him and said, "My aunt said I shouldn't tell random people." "No, we're teammates. If we know more about each other's abilities, we can collaborate better on missions." "Then you go first, what can you do?" "Me? I can summon skeletons." "Anything else?" "In terms of spells, I know acidic attack, grease skill, decay ray, and corpse preservation." "Wow, your spells are all so dark and sinister," Yuli said, then added, "but they suit your profession." "Your turn." "I can change into many things, like a wolf, a bear, or a raven." "Can you transform now? What do you want to see?" Wu Heng looked around his small living room. "A raven." "Okay, watch this." In the next second, Yuli, who was sitting on her chair, suddenly transformed into a raven with black feathers. She flew around the room and then landed on the table. She was still wearing her shrunken leather armor in her raven form, clinging closely to her body. Pick, pick, pick. The sharp beak pecked at the peanuts on the table, quickly devouring two. Next, the raven landed on the floor and transformed into a brown wolf, which paced in front of him for a couple of rounds. The wolf's furry body was still wearing the leather armor. It seemed that the armor of a druid was a magic item. Wu Heng had been wondering what druids did with their clothes and equipment when they transformed. Would they have to dress up again after they returned to their human forms? As a profession that had passed down through generations, they had already taken this into account. "No need to transform into a bear," Wu Heng said. After all, the room was small and he wouldn't want to pay for any damages. The wolf jumped back to the chair and transformed back into a human. "How was it?" Yuli asked with her chin lifted, a hint of pride in her voice. "Quite impressive. Of course, we maintain a balanced fighting power and basically have no weaknesses," Yuli said herself. That was actually a good analysis. Speed was the strength of a wolf, plus they had some attack power, ravens were good at reconnaissance, and bears were all about muscle power. She mentioned 3 forms, all of which would be handy. The concept was not bad, but he wondered if it could withstand bullets. "Can you attack from a distance?" "I can, but not very proficiently," Yuli said in a vague manner, pointing at the potato chips. "Do we have more of these?" Wu Heng took out some more and put them in front of her. After chatting for a while, Yuli stood up and prepared to leave. "Are you going to the black market tomorrow?" Yuli asked at the door. Her main purpose of coming today was to ask him to stroll around the black market. They chatted and she almost forgot about it. "I have something else to do tomorrow, I won't go. But you can go to East District in the city, it's lively there too." "Okay, I'll come find you when I have time." After saying that, Yuli left with a hop and skip. Watching Yuli's departing figure, Wu Heng closed the door tightly and started studying his swordsmanship. The next day, Zombie World. Wu Heng was sitting on a wooden chair with Basin standing behind him and Bahudong standing with his hands folded behind him. The radio, with its batteries replaced, was broadcasting words of encouragement for everyone to keep surviving, as well as emergency methods and evacuation strategies. From the content, it could be heard that there was still no significant progress or solution to the catastrophe, and the main strategy was still to take refuge and wait. While listening, Wu Heng released his bone manipulation skill to transform the pile of corpses in front of him. For him, a necromancer, corpses were not a problem, his own slow conversion speed was the real issue. If he does nothing else and just focuses on the transformation, it would still take several days to complete this task. But he didn't have a better alternative. He couldn't ignore the piles and bury all the corpses too, right? He killed them with difficulty after all. At this moment, the content of the radio broadcast changed. It began to explain about the leukoencephalopathy in the body of the mutated zombies, referred to as the corpse core by the system. A first-tier leukoencephalopathy is completely white and can enhance human physical strength, with strong infectivity. A second-tier leukoencephalopathy is covered with fine bloodlines on the surface, it enhances physical strength and may also provide special abilities. But the possibility of resisting the infection is extremely low. What the hell? Wu Heng, who was casting his spell, froze for a second. A second-tier leukoencephalopathy? Special abilities? Infectivity? Chapter 56, Second-Level Corpse Core. Judging from the message from the recorder, the leukoencephalopathy is the corpse core in the brains of mutated creatures, and it is known to improve human physique. In other words, there exists a group people in this world, whose physical properties exceed the normal standards. People in this world have entered a phase of breaking the shackles to change the physical constitution. The most important part concerns the second-level leukoencephalopathy. It has the potential to grant special abilities. Yesterday, when I killed the giant zombie, I got such a second-level corpse core. Does it have any special effects besides increasing my physique? Wu Heng continued to listen. The recorder kept talking about the corpse core, as well as some methods for taking it. The corpse core has currently been divided into 3 levels. Normal corpse core, the second kind contains some blood strands, and the third type of corpse core, but no one has been able to successfully absorb and resist the virus till now. The higher the level of the corpse core, the higher the risk of infection. The recorder recommended that ordinary people, if they can get the leukoencephalopathy 1, should try to consume the ordinary level corpse core to enhance their physique. Physical condition is an important factor for survival. Did they not develop a detoxifying potion? According to the meaning inside, before taking a normal corpse core, it is important to disinfect it and maintain good personal health. No mention of detoxification. It's very possible that no effective vaccine or medicine have been developed, or even if it's been developed, it's impossible to widespread it on a large scale. The former possibility is more likely that no such remedy has been developed. Otherwise, some countermeasures would be proposed, like collecting specific medicines, which may increase the success rate and so on. The fact that none was mentioned implies that it wasn't developed at all. The detoxifying potion in my hand has now become unique. The requirements for potion preparation are not high, it's a pity that they can't help in the current situation. The only survivor encountered has also lost his life and his vehicle was destroyed. I should send the second-level corpse core in my hand to the guild for research, and try to get the potion and formula out as soon as possible. Swoosh! The sound of friction against the ground could be heard. Xiao Xiao was floating in the air, while Jianyi and Jian'er were dragging a huge grey cat corpse over here. This was the mutated cat that was killed by the giant zombie and is almost as large as a lion now. This is the one. Xiao Xiao said. Well done. Hee hee. Xiao Xiao laughed and turned in a circle in the air. The grey cat's corpse was thrown nearby. Besides the twisted joints on the body, the most obvious place was a pit on its skull, as if someone scooped out its brain. Directly used the bone manipulation skill. The flesh was separated from the bones, and a skeleton cat stood up. Skeleton leopard cat, level 5. Leopard cat? What kind of name is that? Mentioning the leopard reminded Wu Heng of the cheetah under Slither's foot. They're almost the same size, I wonder who would win in a fight. This skeleton cat is only level 5, and its attributes are not very special either. Wu Heng took out a spear and flipped around where the skull was originally, but he didn't find the corpse core. No corpse core? A thought crossed his mind, and he came up with a possibility. After the giant zombie killed the mutated cat, it took the corpse core. On thinking about it, Wu Heng was shocked. Could zombies also swallow corpse cores to evolve? If that's possible, then the third-level corpse core zombies are not the limit, and stronger zombies will emerge sooner or later. The danger to humans is far from over. After naming the skeleton cat as Little Grey, he ordered it to stay aside. Xiao Xiao was wandering around with 4 dogs and a cat. Wu Heng continued to carry out the boring transformation work. One by one, the skeletons stood up and walked into the queue behind. He would rest for a while when his spiritual power was exhausted, and then continue the transformation. Afternoon. Wu Heng led the skeleton group and approached the crossroad to the east. It was the crossroad where the giant zombie had toppled the survivors' bus before. He'd already been here yesterday, but he only took away the modified recorder and didn't search the place carefully. He rested for a while and scoured the nearby shops. There were quite a few shops at the crossroads, but most of them were restaurants. The rest were pharmacies, hair salons, and grain and oil shops. Wu Heng led the skeletons into the pharmacy and moved all the medicines out. He wasn't sure what they were for, he could decide after taking them back. Besides medicines, he also found a wheelchair, a weighing scale, and a medicine frying machine in the shop, with S label saying that it could be exchanged for 6,500 points. After checking the pharmacy, Wu Heng led the skeletons into the grain and oil shop and a few other shops. He moved out a large quantity of rice, flour, beans, and oil, and some kitchen knives and bone-chopping knives from the restaurants. He gathered everything together and had the skeletons carry them back to the apartment. When he returned, he put all the items away. He found a building next door for a base and then returned to Blackstone Town. At the professional guild, Mr. Wu Heng, How can I help you? The staff member asked with a smile. Wu Heng took out a filled form and a small piece of the corpse core. I need to post a commission, to have this material tested and to make a detoxifying potion. Oh, okay. The staff member first looked at the content on the form, and after confirming that there were no problems, she took out a container to store the material. The alchemy in this world is quite impressive, at least it can make potions that modern society has not researched. It's not necessarily that modern society doesn't have this technology. Most people were infected, and the others were separated and hiding carefully in different places. It is challenging to gather the relevant technical personnel for research. There should be many reasons for this. After posting the commission and paying the deposit, Wu Heng led Basin out of the city and found an empty plated carriage. He headed to the black market. After paying the entrance fee, Wu Heng and Basin entered the black market. It was still chaotic. The place was full of people in black cloaks. It was as if they had entered a gathering place for some cult. He himself was one of them. He didn't linger in the hall but went straight to the second floor. There were a few people in black robes on the second floor, whispering something at the front desk. Wu Heng flashed his emblem at a staff member, and he was respectfully invited into a room on the inside of the corridor. After a young maid served dried fruit and tea, a middle-aged man with a mustache came in. He bowed and respectfully asked, "How can I assist you, sir?" Wu Heng thought and said, "I want to place a commission for you to collect something." "There's no problem with that, what do you need?" "Bodies, the bodies of alchemists." Chapter 57, Dissension in the Underworld. "A corpse?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly, falling into brief silence. Eyeing him, Wu Heng asked curiously, "For the Snake Badge Consortium, this shouldn't be difficult, should it?" According to About Vice Executive Slither, the Snake Badge Consortium is a large-scale organization that prioritizes profit above all else. Acquiring a corpse shouldn't be difficult, should it? Why the silence then? If they dare not procure a corpse, what kind of consortium are they? Of course, it's not a problem. The middle-aged man gave a small smile of admission, then added, "However, due to certain factors, it may take a longer time. It all depends on whether you, the client, are willing to wait." "How come?" "Blackstone Town has been closely investigating such matters recently, which could cause some delay. Naturally, if given the opportunity, we will do our utmost to fulfill your request." The middle-aged man gave a brief explanation. Others might be perplexed by this, but Wu Heng understood the reasoning. Blackstone Town has been investigating necromancers. Even the incineration of bodies requires professional teams and guards to supervise each other. They attach great importance to this issue. This place is part of the black market, but it's not far from Blackstone Town. You could say it's an underground market of sorts. As such, the Snake Badge Consortium is willing to accept clients' requests, but they don't want to involve themselves at this point. They might suspect that anyone asking to buy a corpse is the necromancer wanted by Blackstone Town. The fact that they accept this request already proves the Snake Badge Consortium is very courageous. "That's fine," replied Wu Heng. He didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble by buying a corpse. After all, he can spend money on potion research at the association. Coming here is merely to ask out of a possible necessity. "All right, please wait a moment, sir." The middle-aged man stepped out and returned with a blank contract. He continued, "Sir, do you have any specific requirements for this corpse? For example, its level or the race and gender it was before death?" Wu Heng thought for a while. There seemed to be no need for specific race and gender. Alchemy is mostly about knowledge, it doesn't relate much to race. Moreover, the more specific the requirements, the harder it will be to find a corpse, and the longer it will take. It should be more professional in terms of alchemy, other things don't matter, Wu Heng continued. The middle-aged man recorded the contract details on paper. "Sir, due to the particularity of the contract, the deposit is about 50% more than usual." "All right, how much?" 300 silver coins. The remaining balance will be reassessed based on the level and preservation of the corpse. That's a lot for just the deposit. It seemed as though he was buying a corpse made of gold. This amount was enough to post 5 or 6 alchemy contracts at the association. But since things have gotten to this point, it wouldn't be good to back out now, and he did need a corpse indeed. He took out his purse, counted out 300 silver coins, and handed them to the man. The middle-aged man nodded. "Sir, could you please lend me your crest for a moment?" He handed over his crest. The man took out something similar to stamp ink, pressed the crest into it, and then stamped it directly onto the completed contract. When he picked it up, a clear pattern had been left. This crest also served as a seal. "Done, sir," the man returned the clean crest, continuing, "When the corpse arrives, it will be posted on the notice board at the entrance." "Fine," Wu Heng stood up and headed out. After leaving the room, he went downstairs along the staircase. He walked among the crowd, continuing to browse the stalls in the black market. The variety of goods on sale was still considerable. But there wasn't much that could be of use. The only stall that caught his attention was the one where he had bought the special item, the corpse wrap. With the same few items on display, the shopkeeper's sitting pose hadn't changed at all. People who asked for the price only received a voice from under the black robe, the robe itself didn't even stir. His patience was impressive. If it were him, he would definitely be sore and tired by now. After looking around and buying 2 bundles of crossbow arrows, he left the black market. He got into the carriage and went back to his accommodation. After getting up and having breakfast in the early morning, Wu Heng headed for the Professionals Association. Upon pushing open the door to the team's restroom, he saw Atruk, the team captain, sitting alone in the room. "Morning, Captain," he greeted Atruk. "Ah, perfect timing. Is there a mission?" Wu Heng curiously asked. "Not exactly a mission." Atruk signaled him to sit down and continued, "Kavina, Yuli, and I had a discussion. We're thinking of taking a new delegate assignment to improve our team's synergy. What do you think?" Ever since a member of their squad was injured in the fight against the Church of Divine Punishment, the association did not assign them any new missions. Those who were injured were recovering, and those who needed rest were resting. Out of the 4 pro-occupation squads, theirs was the most inactive. And among the squad members, Wu Heng was the most inactive one, not even going to the association. Sometimes he was nowhere to be found. So, seeing Wu Heng now, they brought up the matter in advance to hear his thoughts. "Sure, what kind of assignment is it? It'd be better if it's not too dangerous," Wu Heng said. He didn't have to worry about survival since he had looted a gold shop. But he had to consider the livelihood of the other team members. "No rush, Yuli is collecting information. We'll pick a suitable one when the time comes." "Yuli? She just arrived at Blackstone Town. What kind of information could she possibly gather? At most, she might be able to gather information about some local delicacies." "Okay," Wu Heng agreed, and then continued to ask, "Has there been anything happening at the association lately?" "Nothing much. Our main focus is still on that necromancer in Mining Village. No other major issues." "Right, the world is better off in peace. You sound nothing like a necromancer when you say that." After leaving the association, he swung by the Deer Antler shop to buy some potions. He bought a number of spirit potions, healing potions, detoxifying potions, and so on, to be prepared for unexpected events. Upon returning to his residence and closing the door, he headed straight to the zombie world. Once in the zombie world, he climbed to the rooftop to check on the skeletons. After making sure there was no problem, he rallied all the skeletons and descended from the rooftop with his weapon. Last night, he replanned his schedule. He can't spend all his time on transforming bodies. His main priority was to kill zombies, and the rest of the time was for transformation. Accumulating experience was one thing, but he also suspected that zombies were slowly evolving, which might make them harder to kill in the future. Wu Heng led the squad of skeletons out of the residential area through the north gate. They moved north along the intersection destroyed by a damaged passenger bus. The zombies nearby had already been cleaned up, and the sporadic ones didn't pose any threat. Any that charged at them were immediately killed by the skeletons wielding kitchen knives. "Uncle, where are we going?" Xiao Xiao, floating in the air, curiously asked. "To the hardware store." "What are we going to do there?" "See if there's anything useful in there." He remembered there was a pretty big hardware store in this direction. If there was anywhere in the neighborhood one could find iron pipe tools, he could only think of this place. "Oh." Xiao Xiao gave a simple response and then lay down on his shoulder without any more questions. As they moved along the road, they began to encounter more and more zombies. The sound of fighting grew louder, and zombies from nearby started to come out in droves. "Attack!" Wu Heng issued the command to attack. The kitchen knife-wielding skeletons bypassed the spear soldiers and lunged at the zombies ahead. Blood spattered, and the sound of a knife chopping into bones echoed through the area. Somewhere in the distance, On the roof of a shop near the road, a figure stood at the edge, looking ahead. His face was pale, and he wore a look of undeniable fear. A large number of zombies could be seen, coming out of the lanes down below and converging in the same direction. Across the street, he could see a group of skeletons wielding weapons, engaged in a battle with the zombies. Blood and limbs were flying everywhere. "Damn it, what's going on?" At that moment, a serious inquiry came through the earphone connected to his walkie-talkie. "What's happening outside? Feels like we're surrounded by zombies." The voice was very low, as if they were scared of being heard by the zombies. The man on the roof swallowed his spit and pressed the talk button. "CAO, it's chaos in the underworld. The skeletons and zombies are fighting each other." Chapter 58, Little East Auto Repair. "What the hell are you saying? Cut to the chase." An irritated voice came through the walkie-talkie. "It's JT's true. A group of skeletons and zombies are fighting outside, please don't make a sound." The man on the roof, keeping his body close to the ground, continued to explain. "Skeletons? Where did they come from? How would I know? These skeletons are way stronger than zombies. If they spot us, we are as good as dead." The man's voice was shaky. There was a brief silence on the other end, then the voice came again. "Can we escape from our current location and what's the safest route to take?" The man's eyes darted across the scene. After reassessing the situation, he answered, "Get to the rooftop, then head north. Be quiet and retreat." "All right." Water Supply Management Office. Zombies surged from every alleyway, charging towards the skeletons. Wu Heng led the skeletons into the courtyard of the Water Supply Management Office. Situated with their backs against the building, they began combat with the oncoming zombies. The group of skeletons, wielding their weapons, slashed down the attacking zombies into a puddle of flesh. Similarly, some skeletons were struck down by the zombies, turning into scattered pieces of bones on the ground. Bahudong and Big Guy, two elite-level skeletons, initiated their assault. With each punch and kick, zombies were flung away, knocking over other zombies in their path. Wu Heng, with magic wand in hand, unleashed witchcraft arrow and grease skill at the right moments, boosting his team's firepower. However, he only released the grease skill and didn't ignite the grease. The zombies and skeletons were tangled together in close quarters combat, making it too risky to start a fire. Experience gained +4. Summoned creature skeleton warrior, experience gained +5. Experience gained +4. Summoned creature skeleton warrior, level increased to 4, HP +1. Summoned creature skeleton warrior, level increased to 5, unlocked feature, basic soul. Strength +1, perception +7, intellect +7, charm +4. Experience gained. As the fight wore on, Wu Heng and his skeletons started gaining experience. Both sides were also taking increasingly heavy losses. However, the skeletons still outnumbered the zombies, securing an advantage. Gradually, the number of zombies started to decrease. When the last screeching zombie had its head crushed by Bahudong's punch, the courtyard of the water supply facility once again fell silent. The ground was littered with approximately 200 corpses, and Wu Heng's side had also lost some skeletons. But it was manageable, the losses still within acceptable limits. They didn't immediately move. Instead, they examined the skeleton warrior, now at level 5. This skeleton was the first one that Wu Heng had summoned. Other skeletons had been substituted repeatedly, but this one had endured until now. Skeleton warrior. Level 5, 38/3000. Attributes: Health 12, Strength 13, Dexterity 10, Perception +7, Intellect +7, Charm +4. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. After reaching level 5, it unlocked the Basic Soul feature, and Perception, Intellect, and Charm appeared for the first time. This meant that the skeleton was now in possession of a soul. Wu Heng took a closer look at it and saw a faint blue soul fire in its hollow eye sockets. "From now on, you'll be called Mao Ai." Wu Heng gave it a name. He had no choice. The number of skeletons was increasing, and it would be too complicated to remember intricate names. Naming them after their weapons would make it easier to remember. Mao Ai, holding a spear, stood to one side. Then Wu Heng turned towards the office building behind him. "Let's go in and have a look." Inside, there was nothing but some tables and chairs and various bits of junk. Nothing of importance. In one of the rooms was some large, bulky machinery, immovable and untransportable. No valuable finds. Uncle, earlier I saw some people escaping from the roof over there. Xiao Xiao flew down from the roof, excitedly exclaiming. People. Ahoy, they were people, 2 uncles. Let me see. Xiao Xiao dove back into Wu Heng's body, and the image she had seen earlier appeared into his mind. On the roof, 2 men were slowly moving north while wearing leather jackets, their arms wrapped with magazines and duct tape, holding makeshift spears fashioned from steel pipes. They looked more like hunters heading out for a hunt. Wu Heng shifted his gaze to their spears. Unlike Wu Heng's fruit knife wrapped with tape, these men had sharpened metal spearheads, which were connected to the steel pipe handles with screws. They looked sturdier than what Wu Heng had been using. There were indeed survivors. Wu Heng was surprised about how these people had managed to survive. Xiao Xiao flew out of his body again and said, "See, there are people." Wu Heng nodded, and thought for a moment before saying, "Let's follow them to their refuge and see what's happening." Okay. Xiao Xiao drifted in the air, and Wu Heng, after commanding the skeletons to evacuate the items from the building, headed in the direction where the survivors had escaped. Little East Auto Repair. Are you sure you weren't mistaken? Skeletons are fighting with zombies. The windowless room was stuffy and dim, lit by a single bulb. A woman with a bandaged shoulder sat on the couch, questioning the 3 men in front of her. The 3 men looked grim, one of them saying, "Yes, there were many skeletons, and they could use weapons." The woman's brows furrowed further. Skeletons can stand up now. Zombies could be explained with a gene virus, but standing bones were completely unexplainable. At least with the information they've had access to, it made no sense. Maybe, the spiritual energy has resumed, a somewhat younger man suggested. No one responded. They didn't know how to. After a moment of thought, another man continued, "Actually, these new breeds of monsters might not necessarily be a bad thing. Let them fight the zombies while we hide in the shadows, scavenging for supplies. Once we have enough, we can leave this place and head for the refuge." Another man interjected, "But what if they discover us first? How could they? The place is swarming with zombies. How would they find the time to deal with us? But there's still a danger." The woman on the couch waved her hand, indicating the men to shut up, and continued her line of thought. Could it be a superpowered man, like mentioned in the broadcast, capable of controlling skeletons? Unlikely. I saw no humans. But I did spot some skeletal figures wearing leather armor, said another man. The woman said, "Okay, regardless if they are new monsters or superpowered men, it has nothing to do with us. After gathering the supplies and finishing the welding on the train, we're leaving this god-forsaken place. All right. Go rest for now, but keep an eye on our surroundings." The 3 men nodded and exited the room. Only the woman remained in the room. As she was about to unwrap her bandage to change it, an almost invisible figure ghosted through the wall. Petrified, she stared at the figure, her face white with terror. "Are you the boss around here? My uncle asked me to talk to you." Chapter 59, Discussing Conditions. The woman's body tensed, she grabbed the kitchen knife from the table, brandishing it in front of her. Her face was filled with terror as she stared at the semi-transparent ghost floating mid-air. She couldn't understand. Other than the standing skeleton, how did a ghost appear? And it appeared directly in front of her. "Auntie, you don't have to be nervous, Xiao Xiao won't hurt you." Xiao Xiao broke the silence. "What are you?" "My name is Xiao Xiao, my family owns the Heng Silver Store." "Xiao Xiao? Heng Silver Store? What a mess. What do you want from me?" the woman continued questioning, carefully inching towards the door. Xiao Xiao floated around the room, and continued, "Uncle asked me to talk to you." "Your uncle? What does he want to talk about?" the woman kept asking. The situation in front her was weird, but the ghost didn't seem to want to harm her immediately. "It is about the man you mentioned, the one with the skeletons." So it was true, someone was controlling the skeleton troop. "Is your uncle a superpowered man?" "What is a superpowered man?" "I don't know." "He is King Yama." The woman frowned. "King Yama?" Now a King Yama surfaced. "What does he want me to talk about?" The woman had backed up to the door, standing there as she asked. Let me think." Xiao Xiao flew a small circle in the room, then continued, "Uncle said, he wants you to follow him." "Follow him? What does he mean?" "Just be like Xiao Xiao, follow uncle." "Damn. Who would want to be like you? You obviously are not human anymore. Other than the ghost, there is also the skeletons. If I followed this King Yama, would I still be alive? Zzz. Just as the woman was about to speak, her walkie-talkie in her pocket beeped. Sister Hong, we have a problem, the skeletons are coming, they're getting closer to us. Let's go now. The woman carefully glanced at the ghost in mid-air, then took out her walkie-talkie and said, gather your stuff, prepare to retreat. All right. When the woman finished speaking, she looked back to the ghost girl in mid-air, asking, what if we don't want to follow him? What will happen? Xiao Xiao thought for a while, uncle didn't say any specifics, I think he might have to kill you all. He killed my grandpa, and my dad. Upon hearing these words, the woman's body shuddered. Damn! This indeed is the real Yama. We need to consider this, we'll get back to you soon, continued the woman. All right, I'll go back and tell uncle first. Xiao Xiao finished speaking, then went straight through the wall and left. The woman stood in place for a few seconds, seeing there were no special circumstances, she opened the door and ran out. On the rooftop, she crouched beside the man who was on guard duty and looked into the distance. Far away, there was a sea of shiny skeletons wielding various weapons, strolling down the street. The attacking zombies were chopped down like melons and then became a part of the skeleton batch, standing up. It was like an army of undead marching through, eerie and ominous. Damn it, they must have followed us back, these damn ghost things, the lookout man cursed. The woman, however, remained solemn, not saying much. In the middle of the skeleton troop, Xiao Xiao flew back from a distance, and reported the conversation with the woman. When he heard that the leader on the other side was a woman, he was somewhat surprised. It wasn't that women were inferior to men. But in such circumstances, men with physical advantages were more likely to be in control. Even just for a small group of survivors. It was quite surprising. After listening to the conversation between Xiao Xiao and the woman, Wu Heng decided to check it out himself. With Xiao Xiao inside his body, everything in the garage workshop appeared in his mind. The makeshift messy room, dimly lit bulb, walkie-talkie on the table, and not a lot of food. Even if they assigned someone to go out and search for supplies, resources would be scarce. If the half bag of rice in the corner was all of their stored food, they wouldn't be able to hold out for many days. He had thought before about them having electricity. The spear in their hands needed to be drilled and polished, which would be hard to accomplish without electrical devices. They must have a diesel or gasoline generator. Releasing Xiao Xiao, he said, Xiao Xiao, take little Grey with you, ask them for a walkie-talkie. Oh, all right. Xiao Xiao called out to the back, little Grey. Whoosh. 4 dogs and a cat rushed over. Follow me over. Xiao Xiao was the first to fly forward, with the 5 animal skeletons trailing behind. Atop the garage roof, Li Yaheng went over the incident in the room again with the group. When they heard that the controller of the skeleton troop dubbed themselves Yama, and had killed the little ghost's grandfather and father, everyone looked a few shades paler. This fear was stronger than facing zombies. Now it didn't matter if the other person was a superpowered man or anything else. What mattered was that they caught his attention. People whispered plans among themselves, when suddenly someone cried out, the skeletons are charging over here. All of them looked up, staring ahead. A few animal skeletons were seen running our way. Damn, skeletons are rushing here, we have to run now. What should we do? We probably can't fight them. If we start now, we have a chance to break out. Li Yaheng bandaged her injured shoulder and continued, let's go, leave everything else, we'll get out from the roof. All right. A few people said, ready to leave with their essentials. Just as Li Yaheng was about to leave, a little girl appeared out of the floorboard below. Auntie, there you are. My uncle wants you to give him a walkie-talkie. He'll speak to you himself. A walkie-talkie? Li Yaheng's step suddenly stalled as if glued to the ground, she held her walking posture. She spoke to someone behind her, hand me a walkie-talkie. One of them unhooked a walkie-talkie and handed it over. Li Yaheng placed the walkie-talkie on the table, can you take it? Little Grey. Xiao Xiao called to the floor below. A skeleton cat instantaneously jumped up onto the roof. Take this. The skeleton cat seized the walkie-talkie in its mouth and bounded away, disappearing in a cloud of dust. In the team trailing the group, Wu Heng held the walkie-talkie, pressing the communication key, can you hear me? Through the minor static, a woman's voice came through. Yes, what's the matter? Wu Heng spoke directly. I can provide you a safe environment to live in return, you will need to work for me. The other side did not respond immediately. After some time, there was static again, and the woman's voice came back on. Thanks for your kindness, we won't be staying here for long, we'll probably be leaving soon. Leaving? Wu Heng glanced at the building in the distance. Rejecting his offer of protection under these circumstances, it seemed they had already planned their destination. Where are you planning to go? Wu Heng asked. To a settlement of our kind, humans. Your kind, humans? Wu Heng frowned. Something about that didn't seem right. Before Wu Heng could continue asking, the voice on the other end spoke first. We mean no harm, we hope to maintain a peaceful relationship with you. Wu Heng didn't respond, thinking to himself. His original development plan didn't involve human survivors, but having them join could cover some areas that the skeletons couldn't handle. For instance, managing generators, cutting, and welding projects. Neither he nor the skeletons could handle these tasks. But from what it seems, the other party has no intention of working for him. There are only two ways to deal with this now. One is to capture them and have them work for him as captives. The other is to try and cooperate with them, and reach a mutual agreement. To have them fulfill his requirements in exchange for something else. The first option is the most efficient and straightforward, but it could leave many loose ends. For example, the survivors might see themselves as being exploited, and constantly plot mutiny. And if he did it this way, he would be crossing some boundaries. Even though it's the end of the world, he didn't have to resort to harming others to survive. The second option is to have them work for him in exchange for something. It isn't very different from the first, other than offering some benefits which make them feel like they're workers' wages. Actually, there isn't much of a difference between the two. After quickly considering all the options, Wu Heng continued, since you have your plans, I won't insist. Before you depart, we could initiate some trades that could provide you with more resources. Phew. A sigh of relief came from the walkie-talkie, then the woman asked, what kind of trade? I'll exchange food for iron spears, the type you're using. How's the exchange? 100 of them for a bag of grain. That's too much, this isn't fair to us. Wu Heng continued, in this environment, food holds higher value in human settlements. Even when you reach a human settlement, food still remains the most valuable currency. This was Wu Heng's speculation. The only thing that would drive survivors out scavenging would be a shortage of food. That's too many, and we don't have enough materials to produce that many spears, the woman replied. Wu Heng said, 100 iron spears, you have a generator, you wouldn't be crafting them by hand, it won't be that hard. I'll provide you with the pipes and materials. There was another pause on the other end. This time, she didn't sound as determined, 100 spears for a bag of rice, 5 half-kilo bags of sugar, and some antibiotic medication. Wu Heng thought for a moment, there was no need for negotiation, he was not short of these. There wasn't even anywhere to store it all. Moreover, their choice between the second or first option didn't make much difference. They would make iron spears in exchange for his food and materials. The only difference was in the approach. All right, if the workmanship is good, I'll give you 5 cans of meat. That can work, but we only have enough materials to make about 20 spears. We still need steel pipes and electrodes. I will provide those to you in the next few days, you can start with the materials you have. All right. After they hung up, Wu Heng took another look at the auto repair shop in the distance. Leading his team, they retraced their steps back to the water supply station, scavenging through the nearby shops. Then, bringing back the dead bodies and scavenged items, they returned to their living quarters. Only after the skeleton army had retreated did the people on the roof of the auto repair shop finally breathe a sigh of relief. A slight breeze swept through, everyone shuddered. Only then did they realize their clothes were soaked with sweat. Sister Heng, are we really cooperating with skeletons? A younger member asked. Do you have a better solution? Plus, what he said makes sense, food is precious. Taking more food to the settlement will benefit us. Li Yaheng clapped her hands and continued, all right, fire up the generator, let's start making the iron spears. Chapter 60, Polishing Cooperation. Upon returning to the neighborhood, Wu Heng started implementing the bone manipulation skill on the corpse. Not long after, Xiao Xiao floated back and said, Uncle, they didn't leave. They have started making iron spears. It seemed that their opponents were also smart. They didn't simply run away while he was leading a team out. The biggest possibility of running away was being killed by zombies. Staying and making iron spears offered a chance to secure food. You did well, praised Wu Heng. Hee, when can I watch TV? I really want to watch TV, Xiao Xiao asked. Clinging onto his shoulder. Current TV is all commercials, what's so good about it? Even if they could generate electricity now, he wasn't sure if they could still watch TV, and there was nobody at the TV station anymore. What could they even watch? I just want to watch, no matter what it is. Let's resolve the power issue first, then I'll let you watch. Okay. The human and the spirit chatted casually while continuing to manipulate the bones. Blackstone Town. After organizing everything, Wu Heng decided to go out for dinner. Exiting the alley, he saw his landlord standing at the entrance chatting with neighbors. Seeing Wu Heng come out, the landlord said, "You're home? What's up? Someone came looking for you this afternoon, even kicked your door. If I hadn't noticed, she might have even broken your door," complained the landlord. "Who was it? She's so rude." A petite young girl with curly hair. With this description, Wu Heng already knew who it was. Yuli. Did she say what she wanted? Wu Heng probed further. She wants you to go to the guild. Okay. Tell that girl not to kick the door anymore. If she breaks it, we have to fix it, which is such a hassle, the landlord instructed while looking at his retreating figure. Wu Heng waved his hand to show that he understood. He headed towards the guild, walked through the corridor, and arrived at the 4th Squad's rest area. He pushed the door and entered. The team leader, Atruk, Kavina, and Yuli were all in the lounge. Kavina's injury seemed to have healed. The bandages wrapped around her arm were already removed. Seeing Wu Heng walk in, Yuli raised her eyebrows. "Wu Heng, where did you run off to? Why weren't you home? Do I need to report to you wherever I go?" He sat down and added, "Also, the landlord said the next time you kick the door, he's going to report you to the guild for destroying his furnishings. Don't talk nonsense. I knocked with my hand. You kicked with your foot." Atruk and Kavina looked surprised at the pair. They wondered when the two became so close. When they first met, they wouldn't even talk to each other. Cough cough. Atruk coughed lightly, indicating to the bickering duo to wait a moment. He continued, "Let's discuss official matters first, then we can discuss the door-knocking issue." "I didn't kick it, humph." Yuli grumpily turned away. Atruk continued, "Wu Heng, Yuli has already obtained concrete information. Tonight we will carry out the commission, and at the same time hone the squad's teamwork. Yesterday when he came to the guild, Atruk told him that they would accept some commissions to practice their teamwork. He never expected that they would get the information this quickly. Could it be that they had already started planning this? They just notified him a bit later. I have no problem with it." "What kind of commission?" Wu Heng asked. "These 3 men." Atruk took out 3 portraits of the wanted criminals and handed them to Wu Heng. The 3 men in the portraits looked quite unkempt and dirty. What did they do? Robbery, murder. After being wanted, they ran to Blackstone Town. Oh, where are we going to catch them? Do we need them alive or dead? According to our intelligence, they are now staying at the Red-Faced Mermaid Inn in the East District, a hub for mercenaries. Be careful when you're there, it doesn't matter if they're dead or alive. The Red-Faced Mermaid Inn has a certain reputation in the East District. Not only is it an inn, but the first floor also houses a tavern where mercenaries often gather. If chaos ensues, the reputation of the professional association may not necessarily deter everyone. So, what's the plan? Wu Heng continued to ask. Atruk glanced at the other 2 team members and continued, "We first confirm the target's location, and we'll discuss the plan later." "Okay. Actually, it's not anything special, just a regular operation to capture and arrest a fugitive. The source of the intel is simple, it was obtained from Vice Executive Slither. It would be somewhat difficult for Yuli, who had just arrived in Blackstone Town, to find out this information." East District, Red-Faced Mermaid Inn. A group of half-drunk customers lingered at the entrance. In the dark alley, radiant women with half-undone dresses were kissing passionately with men. Alcohol and beautiful women attracted the mercenaries to come here, to expend their surplus energy. In a building diagonally across, the fourth squad members were sitting by the window, chatting leisurely while waiting. Soon, a black feathered crow flew in through the window, landing behind the seat and morphed back into Yuli. She picked up the water glass, took a big sip, then said, "I flew around the second floor window, but didn't see anyone resembling the descriptions. He must be in disguise." Kavina said. Wu Heng nodded in agreement. People in this world don't have many leisure activities. Going to an inn to drink and find women is probably the best way to kill time. When there are too many people, it naturally becomes harder to find your target. Julie looked at Atruk and said, "Captain, what's the next step? Should I fly another round?" "I'll go in and have a look, wait for my message." Atruk responded directly. "Not a good idea." Wu Heng shook his head and explained under their puzzled gazes, "Captain, as soon as you enter the inn, many mercenaries will recognize you. The fugitives will hide, making it more difficult to find them. What's your idea then?" Atruk looked at him. "I'll go, wait for my message." He hardly showed his face in the professional association. Outside of the team members and the staff, few know who he is. Among the mercenaries who knew him, the number was basically zero. The main reason being, Xiao Xiao has already spotted a man resembling the fugitive inside the tavern. If he didn't go in, there would be no reason to inform the squad they had found the target. And he couldn't disclose Xiao Xiao's situation. "Okay, be careful then," Atruk said. Wu Heng nodded, then went downstairs. Stepping out of the house, he walked straight towards the tavern across the street. He hadn't gotten far when a slim, shifty-eyed man approached him quickly. Wu Heng gestured for Basin not to interfere. The man came closer, spoke in a hushed tone, "Friend, first time here? How about trying a paradise potion? It makes you very comfortable, very happy, and gives you an experience like never before. And the price isn't high. Scientists in this world are not inferior to those in the modern world when it comes to drug development. In fact, they might be even better." Seeing Wu Heng's decent clothing and the obvious bodyguard character behind him, the man might have thought he was a worthwhile client. Ignoring him, he continued on his way. Entering the inn. The loud noise, strong smell of alcohol, and sweat hit him square in the face. Aside from those at the tables drinking, there were also a few robust men with weapons standing around watching. Wu Heng found a seat and sat down. A scantily clad woman immediately came over. "What would you like to drink, sir?" "Cloudy cocktail." The lady glanced at Basin who sat by the side, his sturdy figure pretty evident even with a round helmet on. "Would he like something to drink?" "He doesn't need anything." 55 copper coins. The woman said with a smile, bending down slightly, lowering her already low-cut blouse even more. Although Wu Heng usually frequented crowded area pubs, he was still familiar with the practices here. He took out a silver coin and slipped it into her blouse. "The rest is for you." "Thank you, sir." As the woman went to fetch the wine, Wu Heng turned his attention to the second floor. A man with a hat, full of beard on his face, was leaning against the handrail, peering below. Chapter 61, Squad Cooperation. Soon, the gorgeous woman returned carrying cocktails. Cloudy cocktail, a rather distinctive kind of drink, gives off a faint white mist and has a pleasant aroma. "Any other orders, sir?" the woman continued to ask. "Not yet," Wu Heng replied, shaking his head with a smile. The woman glanced around at the other patrons. Seeing no new customers, she took a seat next to the sofa, asking with a smile, "Is it your first time here?" "Yes, I seldom hang around here." "Then you must be living in the central district. Nothing like these mercenaries around here," the woman claimed. "Oh? How do you figure?" Wu Heng asked. "Look and gather." The woman leaned forward, trying to keep her voice low. "If you observe their tone and gestures, and even their skin, you can tell right away that you are not a mercenary." "By your words, it seems to be true." Wu Heng raised his glass and took a sip, asking, "So what's your name?" "Bella." "Do you think it sounds nice?" "Quite nice indeed, and it suits you very well." "Thank you." "And what should I call you, sir?" "Ledger." The two chatted for a bit and quickly became friendly. Without seeming to care too much, Wu Heng glanced at the staircase and asked, "What does that man do? I noticed he has been standing there all this time." Following his gaze, Bella spotted the bearded man standing at the entrance of the staircase. She whispered, "He's a guest at the inn. He seems a bit scattered but quite wealthy, been staying here for several days." "Oh, he's wearing a leather armor set in the bar, I thought he was a bouncer." "No, he's just a regular guest, planning to check out in a couple of days. No one really minds him, he just likes to stand there," Bella explained. "Ah, got it." As a new customer walked in, Bella stood up to attend to them. Wu Heng took out another silver coin and slipped it into her hand. Feeling the silver coin in her palm, Bella's smile grew even warmer. "Please wait here for me while I attend to this." Then she turned around to welcome the new customer. Wu Heng took another sip of his drink and stood up, gesturing Basin to depart. Stepping out of the bar, Wu Heng returned to the building across the street. Upon entering the room, the three turned to look at him simultaneously. Truck inquired, "How did it go? Did you identify the target?" "Yes, all three of them are inside the bar. One is guarding the staircase, and the other two are in the second room to the right at the top of the stairs," Wu Heng replied without hesitation. He saw the guard on the staircase the moment he had arrived at the bar. The other two were spotted by Xiao Xiao's keen vision, which confirmed that all three of them were at the bar. Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows. "How do you know this in such detail?" Yuli asked. "You got so much information in just a few minutes despite not being able to find the people after flying around as a raven?" "I gave a small tip and learned it from the staff. They also mentioned that the targets will check out in 2 days. It will become harder to track them down after that," Wu Heng explained. "Purchasing information sure is an effective method." Continuing, Truck said, "Yuli, you stay outside and be alert in case they attempt to flee, Wu Heng and I will go in directly to apprehend them." "Wait. Why can't I go in and arrest them?" Yuli asked, raising her hand. Kavina explained with a smile, "If someone tries to escape, you'll be more likely to catch them. It's definite that someone needs to stay outside." Inside the bar with all the mess and crowd, locating the target could be difficult compared to just guarding the door. They need Wu Heng to pinpoint the target swiftly so they can catch him right away. Having Yuli on the lookout outside, Wu Heng figured they might be worried about the newbie getting hurt on her first mission. After all, she had been snuck in through the back door. This mission was their own assignment, not one posted by the association. "All right then." Yuli agreed with a nod. "It's okay, I'll have Basin accompany you." Wu Heng began to don his leather armor identical to the one worn by the man downstairs, then he put on a fierce-looking mask and a leather helmet. Since he had already shown his face once in the bar, he felt a bit awkward about going back again to apprehend someone. "No need, we will proceed according to the captain's plan." Truck, not wanting to delay any further, directly said, "All right, let's go downstairs first, and remember to be careful." "Okay." The three of them nodded in agreement. Once everyone was ready, they headed straight downstairs and walked towards the tavern on the other side of the street. As they got close, the man who had been peddling potions once again approached with a wide smile. Upon seeing Truck clad in his silver armor, the man immediately lowered his head, pretending to look around, then turned to leave. No one paid him any attention, and they entered the tavern directly. As soon as they pushed the door open, the fugitive who had been leaning on the railing of the stairs suddenly changed color and turned to run. Wu Heng instantly signaled, "Captain, that guy is trying to escape. Apprehend him." With a rustle, the group pushed through the crowd and rushed towards the second floor. Basin and Kavina were the fastest, quickly ascending the stairs and using the railing to reach the second floor. Bang! The escaping man kicked open the door of a room and began to shout, "Members of the association, hurry!" And before he could finish, he was kicked to the ground. The fugitive was quick to roll and pull out a short blade, casting a chilly gaze forward. Kavina was the first to rush forward, her long sword striking as fast as lightning. Ding! The fugitive blocked her strike with his blade, the sound of clashing metal echoed in the room. Off to the side, Basin charged at another man with his pair of daggers, instantly entering the fray. The third fugitive, pulling a long sword from under the bed and preparing to come to his comrade's aid, found Truck and Wu Heng entering the room. Boom, boom, boom. The discharge of their guns echoed in the room. Orange bullets flew towards two of them. The bullets pierced their bodies, and they fell to the ground, motionless. The last man, seeing the situation turning against them, jumped out the window. Wu Heng quickly approached the window, seeing others below and decided against firing a shot downwards. He raised his hand and cast the dancing light skill at the target. In an instant, 4 balls of floating light quickly circled around the escaping fugitive. This was an application of the dancing light skill that Wu Heng had developed. He could cast it on specific targets, but they had to remain within a certain distance. The fugitive hit the ground, staggering. He swung his long sword wildly towards the encircling lights. Having no effect, he continued to run into the distance. Under the dim lighting, he looked like a walking light bulb. Yuli! Wu Heng shouted. I got it. But I'm not sure if I can handle it, it's my first real battle. Before she finished speaking, a wolf was seen quickly chasing after the target. Wu Heng looked back and, along with Basin, jumped down too. The dancing light skill had a limited range, and the target couldn't get too far from him. The first floor was a tavern, and the second floor was quite high. Basin landed smoothly, while Wu Heng's steps were a bit staggering, but his basic skills kept up, and apart from numb feet, he suffered no injury. Atruk and Kavina gave the remaining fugitives the death stroke and were about to jump out when a large number of mercenaries burst in from outside the room. The bar owner looked rather displeased. Atruk glanced at Kavina. You go help them. Kavina nodded and jumped out of the window. The tavern keeper narrowed his eyes and suppressed his anger. Captain Atruk, I need an explanation. Chapter 62. Wu Heng and Basin sprinted forward, trying to catch up with their fleeing target. Between the residences, the road was intricate and difficult to navigate. Upon entering an alleyway, they heard fierce hammering noises from inside. Walking into the alley, Wu Heng saw a brown bear, gripping a target that shone like a source of light, heavily hung on the ground. Another moment passed, followed by 3 more in quick succession. Then the target was thrown heavily against the wall. The fugitive slid down the wall and didn't rise again. Phew! The brown bear let out a sigh of relief, transforming back into Yuli the next second. Her forehead was covered in beads of sweat, sticking her slightly curled bangs to her forehead. All done. Yuli put up a thumbs up. Impressive, you're definitely my teammate. Wu Heng also gave her a thumbs up. Of course. Wu Heng glanced at the dead fugitive's body. Basin moved forward and delivered another blow. There were no experience points, it must have been Yuli who killed him directly. What should we do with the body? Yuli continued to ask. We should bring it back to the Professionals Guild. They'll verify his identity and then award us the bounty. What are you going to do with the bounty when you get it? I haven't decided, what about you? First, I'll eat at every tavern in the city, then go to the black market and buy some stuff I like. Yuli crossed her arms as she talked about her plan for the bounty. Wu Heng glanced at her, then at the body. This is just a normal criminal, there's not that much bounty. Ah, okay, I'll go to the taverns first then. The two guarded the body, chatting while Kavina hurried over. Seeing the body on the floor, she also let out a sigh of relief. She said, let's go back and talk. Let's take the body. Basin, you carry the body. Basin picked up the body, the 3 of them then headed towards the tavern. Upon return to the Mermaid Tavern, there was quite a crowd gathered outside. There were even patrols guarding the vicinity. Atruk stood at the entrance, 2 bodies of fugitives beside him. Seeing his own people returning, he nodded, saying, let's go, back to the guild first. The bodies were put in a carriage, heading to the guild together. Returning to the guild. The 3 were chatting in the break room. Capturing 3 wanted criminals so effectively and efficiently was worthwhile. Not to mention the extra income, it also proved that the small team was still quite capable. Despite the fact that the chase and capture seemed a bit awkward at times. But the result was good, and the target was successfully killed. Soon, Atruk came back from outside, holding several bags of money in his hand. The identities have been confirmed, they were all wanted criminals. Here is the reward, plus the money they carried on them. Each person should have about 120 silver coins, with Yuli providing valid information, she gets an additional 10%. These criminals had indeed done quite a bit of work. The bounty for the 3 of them totaled only slightly over 100 silver coins. When distributed, they each got over 100. Unfortunately, they didn't spend much, they were very cautious in the tavern before eventually being killed by the team. No need for that, just split it evenly with everyone. Yuli scratched her head, looking a bit embarrassed. This is how it's distributed, next time when someone gets accurate information, they can also get a bonus. Kavina said, hugging Yuli's shoulder. All right, thank you everyone. Yuli happily accepted her share. Wu Heng figured she probably didn't need the money, not to mention her aunt owned the money cat, and it was rumored that she also had a private army. When Yuli first came to the guild, the armor she was wearing was a piece of magic equipment. At least her background wouldn't be ordinary. But the little girl earning her first money by her own efforts must be quite pleased. Truck continued, this mission also revealed our deficiencies, in terms of reconnaissance ability, the predictability of our attacks, and the lack of measures to restrict our targets. Well, there are indeed post-mission analyses. For reconnaissance, Xiao Xiao was an excellent scout, but her abilities weren't well displayed. Yuli's crow could also do reconnaissance, but if she were to do so, the team would be short of one person. They couldn't ensure both combat and reconnaissance could be carried out simultaneously. Besides, Yuli's reconnaissance skills still needed improvement. As for the attack methods, Atruk and Kavina were both ordinary melee fighters, Wu Heng's handgun was another, and Yuli transforming into animals was decent as well. The issue of target restriction, they were probably referring to the incident of the criminal escaping. They indeed lacked methods to control targets. No one spoke and they all continued listening. Moving forward, let's all be mindful of these few points and find ways to compensate for our shortcomings. Right, Captain? The few of them nodded. Atruk also smiled, all right, our team's mission has been successful today. It's also getting late, everyone head back and rest. We can do more missions like this in the future. Okay. Everyone stood up and headed out. They said their goodbyes at the entrance to the guild. Wu Heng hailed a carriage and stopped just outside the crowded area, before walking back to his place. Back at home, he ate something. Took out his swordsmanship manual, and began to train according to it. The next day. Zombie World, rooftop. Wu Heng stood on the rooftop, starting to confirm the levels of the skeletons. Apart from Basin, Jianyi, and Jian'er, who were brought from Blackstone Town. The skeletons from this world also got significantly upgraded. 1 level 5 skeleton, 18 level 4 skeletons, 77 level 3 skeletons, and the rest were level 2 and level 1, numbering over 500. Among which there were several level 4 skeletons that were about to rise to level 5 and unlock the basic soul property. They could better understand instructions and their movements wouldn't be so stiff. After confirming the skeleton numbers and status, he led the skeleton squad, went downstairs, and directly went out of the residential area. The path to a hardware store was only half clear when it got delayed by the survivors. Today he had to head over there again to get the steel material. He cleaned up the northern road yesterday, today he had to clean up the remaining part. Little East Auto Repair, rooftop. Li Yaheng and others were cautiously lying on the rooftop, watching the skeleton squad passing through. One of them said, "What's the story behind these guys? The stuff they're wearing looks like stuff from the movies. They don't look like a superpowered team, can they use superpowers, and bring out such armor and weapons? I remember there's a Taoist temple on the Suhua mountain behind us, I wonder if it can restrain these skeletons." No one answered him. Another person said, "It seems like they're heading to the building materials street. Didn't Qiangzi escape from there?" He said there were a lot of zombies. The one called Qiangzi immediately turned to respond, "Yes, there were originally a lot of zombies in that area, they're going there, I don't know if they can win." After a brief silence, someone else asked, "Sister Hong, if they can't make it back, should we still make iron spears?" Li Yaheng watched the receding crowd of skeletons and said, "Make them." Chapter 63, Giving you 2 helpers. Construction Materials Street. On both sides of the street, there were mostly hardware stores and shops selling paint and boards. The skeleton troops, backed by the shops behind them, were resisting the zombies surging in like a tide. Under the protection of the skeletons, Wu Heng saw an opportunity and unleashed the grease skill. A large number of zombies tumbled over and before they could stand up, more of them trampled over their fallen comrades. Wu Heng lit a piece of cloth, tossing it into the grease. Whoosh! The flames rose violently, engulfing the fallen zombies. Thump thump thump! The noise of running and the howling didn't stop. After a short gap, large numbers of zombies charged out of the fire. With their bodies covered in flames, they continued to pounce on the skeleton troops. Thud thud thud! The dry, rotting bodies slammed into the long spears, jostling and clawing out frenziedly, like ghastly wraiths. The spear-wielding skeletons jabbed and withdrew their spears unceasingly, the kitchen knife skeleton raised the kitchen knife in its hand, slashing at the zombies rushing forward. Zombies fell one after another, and there were also skeletons torn into piles of bones. Hiding among the skeletons, Wu Heng cast witchcraft arrow at the area behind the zombies to increase their damage. The release of a spell didn't differentiate friend from foe like it did in games. The grease skill could cause skeletons to fall as well, and the witchcraft arrow might accidentally hit the skeletons. Therefore, he needed to maintain a safe distance when releasing them. Otherwise, he might wipe out his own side with a single gesture. Bahudong, Big Guy, Basin, and other skeletons of slightly higher levels were also placed in the team to kill the zombies that had breached the line. The two level 10 and above skeletons exhibited impressive combat power. Especially Big Guy. A single slap could send a zombie flying 4 or 5 meters away. Zombies that had survived the fall were crippled, struggling to crawl forward. Experience gained +4. Summoned Creature Skeleton Warrior, gained experience +2. Summoning. Summoned Creature Skeleton Warrior, level has increased to 5, special traits unlocked, basic soul. Strength +1, perception +6, intelligence +8, charm +4. Summoned Creature Skeleton Warrior, level has increased to 5. As the battle continued, both Wu Heng's and the skeletons' experience points were rapidly increasing. Several skeleton warriors had reached level 5 in succession. Unlocked basic soul. Among the screams and noises of the battle, the number of zombies began to decrease. Wu Heng glanced at the number in front of him and immediately ordered. Attack! Swoosh! The defensive skeleton group charged forward, plunging directly into the remaining zombies. The weapons fell mercilessly, killing them all. After the last crawling zombie was killed, the entire street went quiet. The group of skeletons also re-entered standby mode, standing blankly on the spot. Wu Heng looked at the bodies scattered around, and curiously asked, Xiao Xiao, where is the dog you talked about? Xiao Xiao, a little scared, clung to his shoulder and said, I don't know. It was on this street just now. It might have been scared away. Before entering this street, Wu Heng had Xiao Xiao scout the area. In addition to the horde of zombies, there were also 2 dogs, or more accurately, mutated dogs. But after the battle, there was no sign of the dogs. Probably, the mutated dogs possessed some intelligence. The skirmish just now might have made them sense danger, and they fled. This foiled Wu Heng's plan to kill them for their corpse cores. He had the antidote, so the corpse core was a panacea to him, which would increase his attributes directly upon consumption. Unfortunately, none was obtained this time. After confirming that all the zombies around were dead, Wu Heng, together with Bahudong and a few skeletons, entered the hardware store. The shop was a mess. Shelves had toppled over, there were shards of glass everywhere and various things like screws and kettles were scattered around. The sound of crunching could be heard from stepping on them. Soon, he found all sorts of tools and the metal pipes and welding rods he needed. The store's stock was enough for the folks at the auto repair shop to make a certain amount of weapons for him. After searching around in the store, at the bottom of a shelf on one side, he found boxes of gas masks. The type with a filter underneath and a transparent face mask on top. On the box, it was written that they were specifically designed for use in chemical and pesticide industries and could filter out over 95% of the toxic substances. It reminded Wu Heng of the plague doctor mask that Kavina had chosen, which also filtered toxic gases, but at the cost of poisoning herself. He thought these gas masks were even better. At least the mask promised filtration without claiming to filter toxins, and there was no notion of the mask itself being poisonous. There were plenty of gas masks, filling up a large box. Uncle, have you found what you're looking for here? Xiao Xiao flew down from the rooftop and looked around, asking. Yes, quite a lot of them. Is this what you were looking for? They are just some tools, for people at the automobile repair factory to use. Ah. Xiao Xiao made a circle, continuing to ask, if they don't do their work properly, will you kill them? Wu Heng was startled, why would you think that? What if they don't work properly? If they want food, they have to work for it, otherwise, they'll starve, Wu Heng explained. Then what if they choose to remain hungry and refuse to work for you? That's unlikely to be the case. Wu Heng took a turn around the store and started thinking about how to transport these items back. After looking around inside and out, he found a few tricycles on the roadside. The road was strewn with wrecked cars, driving back would be even more trouble. These tricycles seem potentially useful, though. He had a few of his skeletons push the carts to the front of the store and began to load things into them under his direction. Some carts were filled with goods, the rest were filled with corpses. Once everything was sorted out, he had Big Guy push away the wrecked cars to clear a small path. Leading the group and pushing the loaded carts while carrying the corpses, they departed grandiosely. As the line of skeletons gradually disappeared into the distance, a giant human-like zombie, ambling on 4 limbs, slowly emerged in the distance. One of its giant claws was dragging 2 limp mutated dogs. Its gaze lingered on the direction the skeletons had taken as it paced back and forth. Its sharp nails crunched the skull of the mutated dog, the blood and rotten flesh seeping through its fingers before it tossed everything, including the corpse core, into its mouth and swallowed. At Little East Auto Repair. Those skeletons haven't returned yet, have they been wiped out? I hope not, he hasn't given us our supplies yet. If he dies like this, who are we supposed to ask? With that number of zombies around, even if they are not all dead, they must have suffered heavy losses. The group discussed, speculating that the skeleton group had either been eradicated or suffered a severe defeat. Just then, the radio on the table buzzed to life. All their hearts tightened and subconsciously held their breath. Is this Little East Auto Repair? Bring your goods to the roadside, get whatever you need yourself. Hello? Can you hear me? Only when the voice asked a second time did Li Yaheng and her group react. They all widened their eyes, their gaze filled with disbelief. The goods had been brought as promised. She picked up the radio and said, "Is everything okay on your side?" The radio echoed back, "Everything's fine. I'll be there soon, you get ready. You should come over too, there's something I want to talk to you about." Li Yaheng's look changed, but she still said, "Okay, sure." The moment the radio transmission ended, the lookout ran down quickly. He said, "Sister Heng, the skeletons are back, and they've brought a few tricycles." The group quickly boarded the roof, and when they looked down, they saw the skeletons, each guarding a tricycle, slowly making their way to the shop. Apart from the metal tools on top, the most eye-catching part was the charred bodies piled high in the tricycles. At the roadside, the people of Little East Auto Repair were nervously unloading the goods. Their eyes darted around the skeleton guards warily, their calves trembling slightly. The sight of so many skeletons looking at them made them feel anxious. Not far away, Li Yaheng saw Wu Heng and Xiao Xiao, the little wraith, on his shoulder. Seeing that he was indeed a human made her feel a bit surreal. "Sir, good day. My name is Li Yaheng. If there's anything you need, you can tell us to do it," said Li Yaheng in a very humble manner. She even made a small bow upon meeting. Wu Heng glanced at her in turn. She was younger than he had thought, in her 20s, but not yet 30. She had a tan complexion, short hair, and looked pretty decent. She wouldn't be considered a beauty, but emitted an air of competence. "I'll assign 2 helpers to you, they will assist in your tasks." "Ah? Oh, okay." Li Yaheng was surprised, but agreed instinctively. Mao, you will follow her and help handle some of the work." The skeleton holding the pitchfork came up to Wu Heng's side. Li Yaheng eyed the skeleton holding the iron spear, factoring a blue glint in its skull. Her calves trembled slightly. "SK, Skeleton." Chapter 64, Communicate with the Dead. In this battle, 6 skeletons reached level 5, unlocking the basic soul. So now, including Mao, who had already reached level 5, there were 7 level 5 skeleton warriors. For convenience, the new ones were named Mauer, Masan, Masi, and so on, up to Moki. They used spray paint from the hardware store to number the skeletons. Now, they could call out the numbers to manage the group, lest people start getting mixed up with so many skeletons around. Li Yaheng, after a brief moment of surprise, reacted promptly. She quickly said, "Ahem. We can complete the job you promised us. We don't need these 2, friends to help out." Thinking about having skeletons hanging around where she lives seemed to guarantee nightmares. Wu Heng glanced at the skeletons, then at Li Yaheng, and said, "You can let them do menial labor, but you also have to teach them to use tools like the generator and the angle grinder." This was Wu Heng's idea. Skeletons with basic souls have understanding nearly equal to that of humans. Wu Heng thought about whether he could teach the skeletons to use these tools. Even if the people at the auto repair shop wouldn't leave, he still needed someone who could use these tools. The physical strength of humans was incomparable to that of skeletons. Once the skeleton learned how to use these tools to make weapons, they could work around the clock, without the need for sleep. They would make excellent workers. Boss, I don't think that's necessary, Li Yaheng said, forcing a grimace of a smile. It's necessary. Leave them to you. Wu Heng said directly. As the skeleton warriors reached level 5, their attributes were better than ordinary people. He was not worried about these people causing harm to the skeletons. There was no need, unless they wanted to create trouble for themselves. Seeing Wu Heng's determination, Li Yaheng had no other choice. You need to guarantee that they won't harm us or get out of control. Yes, as long as you don't try to harm them, they won't do anything reckless. Well, okay then. Li Yaheng could only nod in agreement. Wu Heng continued to ask, how many iron spears have been made? We've completed 11 so far. That's slow. After we get back the welding rods, we can work more quickly. Li Yaheng glanced at the movers. Well, work faster. Wu Heng reminded, then asked, do you know where there are any mutated creatures? Zombies that have undergone transformation. You're looking for mutated zombies? I heard from Qiangzi that there was a powerful one near the hardware store. He saw it when he escaped from there. Mutated dog? No, a somewhat strange-looking humanoid mutated zombie, didn't you see it? Wu Heng frowned and shook his head, I didn't see it. It probably left then. Li Yaheng thought for a moment and said, are you planning to collect the leukoencephalopathy inside the zombie's body? Every place that could pick up radio signals knew about leukoencephalopathy. Besides, Wu Heng suspected that Li Yaheng, being the leader of Little East Auto Repair, probably took leukoencephalopathy herself. Yes, if you find any information about mutated zombies in the future, let me know. If the information is accurate, I'll give you food as a reward. Wu Heng said straight away. All right. As they were conversing, a shout came from the distance, Sister Heng, we're done here. Li Yaheng turned her head and said, then I'll go back first. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. The others, seeing Li Yaheng bring back 2 skeletons, were filled with horror. On returning to the living area, Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to carry the salvaged tools upstairs while the corpses were piled onto a pile of bodies in the distance. With every battle, the number of corpses was continuously increasing. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Wu Heng to convert them. As he kept the radio on to listen to the updates, he continued to cast bone manipulation skill, converting them into skeletons. Night fell. Wu Heng led the skeletons back to the rooftop, then he himself returned to Blackstone Town to rest. The next day, Wu Heng had come early to transform the skeletons, and now the walkie-talkie made a noise as the electric circuit came alive. Wu Heng picked it up, only to hear Li Yaheng's voice. Boss, we have brought some iron spears and are hoping to exchange them for some food and anti-inflammatory medication. Wu Heng picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, how many did you bring? 35. All right, I'll come to meet you. Wu Heng exited the community with the skeletons. Ordinary skeleton warriors do not possess wisdom and will attack anyone who is not allied with them. Therefore, Li Yaheng and her companions couldn't get close. Upon stepping out of the north gate with several Bahudong skeletons, Wu Heng saw the iron spears laid out on a pushcart. Some were held together by drilled screws, but most were directly welded. Wu Heng checked out 2 of them and felt relatively satisfied, at least they were sturdier than those fixed together with adhesive tape. Okay, Jianyi, give them their stuff. Jianyi handed over half a bag of rice, 2 packets of sugar, and a box of anti-inflammatory medication to the other party. Take these for now, we'll deliver the rest later. Although he wasn't in need of these things, the trading rules they had agreed upon should serve as the standard, so they shouldn't be easily broken. Seeing the rice and sugar on the cart, the faces of Li Yaheng and her companions lit up with joy. This reassured them that their word could be trusted, they could continue making iron spears to fill their stomachs. It meant they could quit tightening their belts. Okay, we will go and do these right away. Li Yaheng said. This kind of work wasn't much of a hassle. Machines did most of the work, the trickiest part was creating and sharpening the spearhead, then it was finished as soon as it was soldered onto the iron pipe. Okay, go do that. Both parties split up, and Wu Heng returned to the community with the iron spears. He distributed the iron spears to the level 4 and level 5 skeleton warriors. The replaced dagger spears were handed over to the other skeletons. The number of spear-armed skeletons also saw an increase. Together with his team of skeletons, they patrolled around the community and exterminated all the roaming zombies they came across. This not only leveled up their experience, but also took care of potential threats. With the remaining time, Wu Heng went through the tedious process of transforming skeletons. One by one, the skeletons stood up from the dead bodies, took the kitchen knives that were handed over to them, and joined the ranks of the skeletons. Blackstone Town, the Association of Professionals. Wu Heng approached the bar counter, inquiring the staff, "Could you check if the antidote commission I posted has been fulfilled?" Last time he obtained a second-level corpse core, he took it to the association to manufacture the antidote. "Has it been completed today?" "Sure." The staff member began to go through the records on his desk. From beginning to end, he shook his head, "There's no record of completion yet." "Thank you." Wu Heng turned and made his way out. This commission is taking quite long, it must be related to the difficulty of dealing with a second-level corpse core. He was not necessarily in a hurry, but because the corpse core was spoiling from remaining in his hands, it may be worthless in a few more days. And when the corpse core goes bad, who knows if it'll produce new poisons. He was feeling anxious, but there was nothing he could do about it. Halfway through his walk, Wu Heng stopped. He quickly turned around, left the town, and got onto an empty carriage that was headed to the black market. The carriage sped all the way and soon entered the black market manor. Wu Heng paid the entrance fee and entered the castle with basin. Upon ascending to the second floor, he stood under the announcement board and reviewed the commissions. His commission for the alchemist's corpse was not completed yet, so he descended the staircase and began to browse the stalls on the lower level. Today seemed busier than usual, and the place was a mess with everyone wearing black cloaks. Wu Heng idly strolled around the place. Then, he squatted in front of a familiar stall. His gaze fell upon a book on the ragged cloth. Communicate with the dead. Description: within the casting radius, give a corpse a sliver of life and intelligence, enabling it to answer 5 questions at most. The corpse must have a mouth, and cannot be an undead. After casting, the undead creature will no longer be able to be transformed into an undead soldier. Chapter 65, Book of Necromancy. Bringing a corpse back to life to answer 5 questions? What sort of eerie skills are these? But it's clear, this book belongs to the necromancy system of skills. As I delve into the study of necromantic magic, I'm starting to form some conjectures about this faction. From what I can tell, the necromancer seems to be more akin to a summoning and support profession, using undead summons to launch frontal attacks on enemies, while releasing spells like the decay ray from the back to add negative buffs to enemies. Of course, these are merely my current speculations. After all, I've only learned a few skills and there's no one to answer my questions. The currently visible communicate with the dead should also be classified as a support skill. Having the dead speak. It seems like there's nowhere to apply it. On second thought, it might be useful. After all, I am a member of a professional squad, not unlike the international police from another world. I may stumble upon a murder case someday. When others can't crack the case, I could walk over and let the corpse identify the killer. No need to gather evidence, it's simple and efficient. Noble deeds and bounty will be easily earned. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem too bad. It's a spell that allows the dead to converse briefly. The stall owner gave a brief introduction when he saw him leaning in to read. How much? 55 silver. The price is reasonable. Wu Heng didn't buy it straight away, but continued to look at the organ jar on the side. Organ jar. Description: a container that can preserve organs well. This organ jar, always on display, has never been sold. What's this? Wu Heng deliberately asked. The organ jar can store organs, 220 silver coins. The voice came from under the black robe. Wu Heng frowned and thought about it before continuing to ask, besides organs, can it store other things? What do you mean? Can it store meat without spoiling? The person in the black robe didn't respond. Wu Heng continued, I'm serious about buying. Yes, it's a magical tool. The man in the black robe answered. Can I open it and take a look? Go ahead. The whole thing is like a pottery jar, about 25 centimeters tall, the body is covered with colorful patterns and symbols. The lid is shaped like a skull, about the size of a walnut, it opens like any other jar. Just grab the skull-shaped lid and open it. Inside the jar, it was empty and very dry. Sounds good, I'll take both the jar and the skill book. 275 silver coins. The tone of the stallholder remained calm. Wu Heng asked Basin to take out the money while his gaze continued to scan the other items. Idle talk, do you have anything else on you? Anything I need, I can buy it all together. What do you need? A skill book, or some special device? The stallholder's black robe moved slightly as if he was looking at him. But Wu Heng was dressed in a black cloak from the black market and wearing a tough guy headgear, so he wasn't afraid of being seen. There was a brief silence. He reached under his black robe and brought out an old black book. The cover was made of leather, quite old, with track sale over it. After translation, the title was Book of Necromancy. Wu Heng frowned as his gaze fell upon it. No system prompt appeared, which meant it wasn't a skill book or a prop. Wu Heng took it and casually flipped through a few pages. The entire book was made of fine parchment, the pages were yellowing, and the edges were coarse and fluffy. The writing was also deep. But the contents on it were still clear. The page he casually flipped open was filled with dense text and some illustrations. This book records the process of making armor for skeleton warriors. According to it, skeletons, being just bones, cannot wear armor in the same way a normal person would. Therefore, their armor is a kind of skirt armor, essentially a bodice armor, interconnected with downside armor. It is similar to a lady's dress, where the lower armor is connected to the upper part, and it's worn supported by the upper body. This made sense to Wu Heng. The pants that Basin and both Jians were made to tie onto their skeletons. They appeared to be wearing trousers, but in reality, they were held up by straps. However, the book speaks about armor, which differs from normal trousers. Flipping through to another page carelessly, he found information related to ghosts. One could say this is an encyclopedia of necromancy, recording relevant knowledge. What a treasure! To other classes, or necromancers with a lineage, this book wouldn't have much value. But in the eyes of Wu Heng, its worth was indeed high. Do you need it? The stall owner inquired. How much? 200 silver coins. Wu Heng was taken aback, and exclaimed, isn't that a bit pricey? If you don't want it, put it down. The owner reached out as if to take the book back. Wu Heng quickly retracted his hand and said, I'll take it. Basin then pulled out a pouch of money and handed it over directly. The stall owner did not say anything else and took the money, resuming his previous posture. Carrying his purchased items, Wu Heng left the black market with Basin and boarded a carriage to leave. Having eaten their evening meal at a crowded tavern, they returned to their residence. Wu Heng pulled out the day's haul and placed it all on the table. The first item was the organ jar. The entire pottery jar gave off a strange feeling. He carefully placed the bloodshot level 2 corpse core into the jar. After sealing the jar, even the cracks were covered with a sealing clay. The connecting seam was virtually invisible. I hope this works, said Wu Heng. He was hoping it would be useful in some way, as the core would deteriorate in a few days. He sent the organ jar back to the zombie world. Afterward, Wu Heng continued browsing the new skill book he had acquired. Necromantic magic involves the use of spiritual power and necrotic energy. And to make a corpse rise is not to change their fate or truly bring the dead back to life, but to use necromantic magic to create a full life. To summon forth the experiences of the deceased. Therefore, even if the dead come back to life, they aren't truly who they once were. Even when relatives are standing in front of them, they won't show any emotion. They will simply answer 5 questions according to the rules, and then lie back down. Even so, inventing such magic is impressive. Wu Heng read the skill book until the very last page, and then a notification from the system followed. Unlock skill, communicate with the dead. As expected, a skill was unlocked. It's not like the swordsmanship book, which after reading for days showed no progress. After putting the skill book away, Wu Heng wanted to take a look at the Book of Necromancy. But the night had grown deep, and he was starting to feel drowsy. He quickly washed up and went straight to bed to rest, planning to continue the next day. The next day, in the zombie world, Wu Heng assigned tasks to the skeletons and began to read the Book of Necromancy he had bought. Instead of browsing randomly like yesterday, he started reading it seriously from the beginning. According to the book, the spiritual power of a beginner necromancer is very weak, thus the casting of spells and control over the undead are limited. A beginner necromancer can control roughly up to 20 skeleton warriors at most. 20. Wu Heng glanced back at the densely packed skeletons. Chapter 66, Hospital Survivor. Seeing a novice mage could only control 20 skeletons, Wu Heng was somewhat taken aback. Who the hell wrote this? It can't be a pirated book, can it? On his first day of clearing the hallway, he ended up with almost 20. There's no way it could be so few. Moreover, the book also mentioned that necromancy can only transform corpses up to 3 levels beyond oneself. Any more, and the corpse could collapse or lose its mental connection and go out of control after the transformation. But none of these problems had occurred with Wu Heng. He's currently at level 4, and his highest, Ba Dong, is a 12-level skeleton. The information in the book clearly didn't match his experience. Wu Heng frowned, feeling something was not quite right. Either the book was wrong, or he was incredibly gifted, a natural-born necromancy genius. But his academic performance had been not that good since he was a child, so the possibility of him being a genius seemed slim. As Wu Heng planned to continue reading onwards, Xiao Xiao floated over from the sky, pointed to the north, and said, "Uncle, the ant who makes iron spears is coming over." Li Ya Heng? He did ask them to speed up the production of iron spears, but they didn't have to deliver them every day, did they? The zombies around had been cleared, but who could say that zombies from afar might not slip in? If they get infected, there would be no one to teach the skeletons how to use these tools. Where is she? Before Xiao Xiao could answer, Li Ya Heng's voice came through the walkie-talkie, "Are you there? I've brought over the iron spears I made yesterday." "Okay, I'm coming out now." Wu Heng walked out the north gate and saw Li Ya Heng and the long iron spears on the tricycle. "There are a total of 35. Li Ya Heng said. "Well, I'm fairly satisfied with this efficiency." Wu Heng waved his hand, and several skeletons walked out, carrying the iron spears and moving towards the back. Li Ya Heng did not leave, and asked again, "Do you still need information on the mutated zombies?" Wu Heng turned to her and asked, "What information do you have?" He had mentioned the matter of the mutated zombies to Li Ya Heng 2 days ago. Could there already be news so soon? He was quite curious about her source of information. Li Ya Heng nodded. Survivors in a certain area communicate some news in a fixed frequency. Last night, a survivor said there were mutated zombies in our vicinity. Yes, he said that a few of them were trapped in the second hospital's pharmacy, and there were mutated zombies outside. They were hoping that someone would come and rescue them. I didn't respond, I just noted it down. As Li Ya Heng spoke, she was careful to observe the expression on Wu Heng's face. Hospital. The second hospital was the only large hospital in the area. Its medical standards were just average, and for serious illnesses, one had to go to the city. This place could only handle minor ailments. That kind of place could produce some mutated zombies, it seems plausible. Wu Heng thought for a while, it might be a good idea to check it out. He could also take the opportunity to level up his status. He was about to reach level 5. He said directly, "Don't leave yet, we will go together in a moment." "Ah. Hey? I don't have to go, do I? I might just slow you down." Li Ya Heng trembled in fear, her face filled with horror. She wished she could slap herself and shut up. What was she saying? Wasn't that just throwing herself into this mess? "It's okay, you just come in, we'll go together later." Wu Heng continued. Jianyi and Jian'er had already come over, pushing the cart Li Ya Heng was on, and entering the community. Li Ya Heng had no choice but to follow quickly, carefully avoiding some skeletons. The skeleton troops went out from the east gate and entered the main road. There were many cars crashed together, the whole road was like a car scrapyard, full of horrifying car wrecks. The skeleton troops marched on. Wu Heng asked Li Ya Heng about the cause of the zombie outbreak. She did not know much about it, only that the zombies suddenly broke out, as if randomly chosen. 1 second a normal person, the next second it turned into a zombie. She had been lucky there was no business in the auto repair shop at the time. She survived. Li Ya Heng and the others from the auto repair shop survived by grouping together. Only 2 kilometers away from the hospital on the main road, it was even closer than the building materials street. The skeleton troops did not delay, clearing the zombies that rushed out along the way while moving forward. There were far fewer zombies on the main road than inside the community. And they were scattered, not hard to deal with. When they could see the sign of the hospital, the skeleton troops stopped and began to rest on the spot. From a distance, they could see a large number of zombies gathering in the open space in front of the hospital building. different from the disordered zombies. They seemed to be wandering in fixed positions. Among them were 2 mutated dogs also pacing around the yard. The mutated dogs and the zombies did not burst into conflict, coexisting peacefully. Wu Heng was slightly surprised, then looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, go to the hospital and see. Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded, slowly fading away, disappearing. Hospital, warehouse. A tightly closed door separates the room and the corridor. The square room was about 20 square meters, full of various medicine boxes and a dirty corner. It was already hard to breathe in the room, filled with nauseating smells. Currently, 2 groups of people were standing in the room. On one side, 1 man and 2 women were wearing slightly dirty white coats, on the other side were 2 men, one in a black shirt and gold chain, the other in a security uniform. Each of them was holding a scalpel and a syringe with a needle, staring angrily at each other. Don't go too far, we let you in, saved you from being eaten by zombies, but now you are repaying kindness with ingratitude. A female nurse said angrily. The man with the gold chain flipped the scalpel in his hand and sneered, what's the point of saving lives at times like these? When we run out of this glucose, we won't survive. Rather than that, I say we enjoy ourselves before we die, bring some mutual pleasure. As he spoke, his eyes sized up the nurses in front of him. There were still some food and glucose sufficient enough to keep them alive. Afterward, the radio didn't contact anyone, the food was gone, completely insufficient to keep the people in the room alive. Anyhow, everyone was going to die, might as well let himself enjoy a bit before. You bastards won't die well. One of the nurses cursed. Ha 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 ha. We're all going to die. The man with the gold chain laughed, looking back and saying, bro, let's go together, don't kill the old man, I want him to watch us. The man behind him was a bit hesitant, but eventually nodded. Who cares anymore in times like these? Go. The man with the gold chain rushed forward with his scalpel. However, as soon as he moved forward, he abruptly stopped. He fell backwards, quickly retreating and creating a distance. A blurry figure appeared from the corner. No fighting, Uncle is here to save you. Chapter 67, Infighting among the survivors. Everyone was staring, terrified, at the phantom floating in the air. They never imagined that something like a ghost would suddenly appear at this time. And it could even talk. The gold chain-wearing man, who had been so aggressive just moments ago, declaring that he wanted to have a blast before he died, sat on the ground, continuously moving backward. With a loud crash, he bumped into a shelf behind him, stopping his movements. The nurses on the other side were also holding their mouths tightly, preventing themselves from making any noise. The whole storeroom suddenly fell silent. Damn it, there are really ghosts in this world. The gold chain-wearing man said, supporting himself up by the cardboard box. He moved next to another security guard. The 3 groups of people, in the tight space of the storeroom, formed a triangle of opposition. The nurses huddled together, crouching in the southeast corner, the gold chain man and the security guard stood in the northeast corner, but Xiao Xiao floated near the west. Each kept a distance from the others, their eyes filled with caution. What are you doing? Xiao Xiao felt that the atmosphere wasn't right and asked curiously. What are you? The gold chain man asked, his hand holding the scalpel was already soaked with sweat. Xiao Xiao looked at him and said, I'm Xiao Xiao, my family owns the Heng silver store. Oh. The man casually responded. Then he immediately stepped forward and the scalpel in his hand suddenly stabbed at the phantom. The scalpel pierced through the phantom like a balloon, causing it to disperse abruptly. The man with the gold chain smiled, turned around, and shouted, this is a projection they made. Don't be fooled. Act directly. You make the first move. Right. The security guard glanced at the phantom and then directly pounced on it. Fight them. The doctor across the room shouted, leading the nurses to rush forward. Xiao Xiao's figure regrouped aside. Meanwhile, the 2 parties were already wrestling together. Clang! Bang bang bang! The wrestling parties knocked over the shelves on both sides, scattering a large pile of items. Glass medicine bottles fell onto the floor, creating a continuous sound of shattering. Roar! From the corridor outside the door came the roar of a zombie. More and more footsteps began to gather towards them, pounding on the tightly closed door and windows with force. Both parties were startled. The same thought raised in their minds. We're done for. Hang in there, I'll go get my uncles to save you. Xiao Xiao shouted, then turned and phased through the wall to leave. Outside the hospital, the skeleton squad remained unmoved. A few zombies that rushed over were killed one by the group of skeletons. How did you hear the radio message? Wu Heng looked towards Li Yaheng. He discovered the radio that received the message when he inspected the bus. He was also curious about how other people received messages. This was something he didn't really understand. Li Yaheng replied, "My father liked to modify his old car, he installed a radio in it, so he could listen to broadcasts. You heard the distress message from him on the car radio. Yet, with the world being like this, everyone is trying to establish contact with the outside world, waiting for rescue, or hoping to find if there were people who survived." Li Yaheng continued. It was lucky to survive, but simply clinging on was also a kind of torture. It will get better. Wu Heng reassured softly. At that moment, Xiao came floating in from a distance, shouting, "Uncle, I found survivors. They are fighting, and there are lots of zombies outside." Wu Heng and Li Yaheng were both stunned. They immediately understood what Xiao Xiao meant. The survivors were fighting among themselves. "Let me see." Wu Heng gestured, and Xiao Xiao directly entered his body. The scene appeared in his mind. First, the group of zombies outside the hospital building. There were 200 or 300 zombies outside the building alone, and 2 mutated dogs could be seen among them. Once the fight started, the numbers could only multiply. Just like what Wu Heng saw from afar. Ordinary zombies and mutated dogs did not engage in battle, but maintained a peaceful coexistence. To him, their relationship seemed similar to that between a skeleton and a skeleton dog. This was not a good sign. Then, Xiao Xiao's point of view became somewhat chaotic. She went straight into the hospital building, passing swiftly through its walls. Zombies were visible as they wandered the corridors and inhabited the rooms. At some unspecified floor, she caught a glimpse of survivors. The sudden appearance of Xiao Xiao startled them. Shortly after, the survivors began to fight, which attracted the attention of the zombies. Even if he were to lead his troops into the building now, it would take some time. By then, it was likely that everyone would already be dead. What's going on? Li Yaheng hesitated before cautiously asking a question. Along the way, she found the man before her not as intimidating as she thought. At least, he wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. A few survivors started fighting and attracted the attention of zombies. "It seems unlikely they will survive," Wu Heng replied. This, Li Yaheng wanted to say something, but couldn't. What a fate these people have! The skeleton army had already reached the hospital's door, and they chose this moment for internal strife. After enduring for so long, they fell just one step short of survival. Sigh. She exhaled, feeling helpless. Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao, instructing her to fly into the sky for a lookout. Then, he directed the skeletons to cautiously advance a certain distance before beginning to implement his strategy. Indeed, there were quite a number of zombies inside the hospital. Charging indirectly would result in some losses, so a simple plan was needed. He found a building and positioned his troops against its wall, their spears pointed forward. Once preparations were complete, he turned to Basin and said, "Basin, lure those zombies here, but be careful." Basin squeezed out of the skeleton crowd and walked towards one of them. Very quickly, there were sounds of hurried footsteps and the roaring of zombies. Trailing behind Basin was a large crowd of zombies. Howling as they rushed forward, their forms grotesque. Wu Heng gripped his magic wand, prepared for battle, while Li Yaheng's face turned pale, her legs involuntarily trembling. Reaching close proximity, Basin swiftly pushed his way into the mob of skeletons, quickly making his way to the back. Raising his magic wand, Wu Heng released the grease skill instantly, covering the ground with sticky grease. Throwing out a flammable object, a large fire blocked the two factions with a whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The zombies were drowned in the sea of fire. However, very soon, zombies engulfed in flames charged out and impaled themselves on the arranged spears. More and more zombies rushed out, pouncing on the skeletons. The two sides immediately clashed. The noise of battle, the sound of chopping and slashing, the crackling of burning fire, filled the entire area. The sounds of fighting, in turn, attracted even more zombies to converge here. Endlessly they came. After casting a witchcraft arrow, out of the corner of Wu Heng's eye, he saw two mutated dogs. They dragged away a skeleton from the team's flank. Violently shaking their heads, they tore the skeleton warriors to shreds, leaving a pile of white bones behind. Then they continued, seizing the next opportunity. Catching the skeletons off guard, they rushed forward, grabbed hold of a skeleton and fiercely yanked it out. They resumed their frenzied biting. "It's you guys I've been looking for." The purpose of Wu Heng's trip was the mutated zombies. He had been worried that the two mutated dogs would run away as soon as the battle began. Glancing at the few skeleton dogs and cats around, he said, "Go, kill those zombie dogs and bring back their corpses." 4 dogs and a cat dashed out of the mass of skeletons. The mutated dog that was in the distance, tearing apart a skeleton, heard the approaching footsteps. It lifted its head just in time to see the skeleton dogs pouncing on it. Before it could react, the skeleton dogs had knocked it down and they began biting each other. Tangled into a ball. Chapter 68, Big Head Zombie. Li Yaheng watched in surprise at the scene unfolding before her. It was her first time observing a battle between skeletons and corpses. The sight was horrendously bloody. A severed arm of a zombie hung in the rib cage of a skeleton, while zombies ferociously bit the skeleton's ribs. The shocking visual was stronger than anything in a movie. Survivors who lived through this had already adapted to the physical and mental strains of this apocalyptic environment. Still, the current events induced a chilling dread. Wu Heng once again released the grease skill, igniting a blazing fire. The zombies' attack became more ferocious, like incoming tidal waves, constantly smashing into the skeleton's formation. The skeletons were also relentlessly retaliating, repeatedly killing the charging zombies. The boundary between the two camps gradually formed a line composed of corpses and bones. Just as Wu Heng thought that everything would be okay if they continued to resist. Suddenly, the attacking zombies underwent a change. Groups of zombies evaded the fire in front, even bypassing the position of spear soldiers, flanking on both sides, launching intense attacks. Like a ceaselessly contracting compressor, squeezing the skeleton group from both sides. At the same time, zombies also rushed into the passageways of buildings on both sides, broke windows and jumped directly into the center of the skeleton formation from above. While crushing a bunch of skeletons underneath, they began to engage in combat. In an instant, the skeletons became disorganized. Wu Heng and Li Yaheng watched the scene before them in surprise. The zombies were beginning to use tactics. How was this possible? There must be something influencing these zombies. Wu Heng's gaze quickly scanned the entire battlefield, seeking the reason for the sudden change in the zombies. He had battled with zombies many times. If zombies had tactics, he would not have survived till now. There must be some problem somewhere. As Wu Heng scanned, his eyes suddenly focused. At the rear end of the zombies, a small group of zombies surrounded a peculiar zombie. Please visit Sitehistories. C0M maybe Y0 U will ENJ0Y the captivating SH0RTST0RIES. Its size was no different than a human's, but the oversized head looked oddly grotesque. Like an inverted gourd, placed on a person's head. "That's a commanding zombie," Li Yaheng suddenly said beside him. "What commanding zombie?" Radio broadcasts describe specific traits of zombies, stating that one called the commanding zombie has a distinctively large head, and it can control a certain number of zombies, Li Yaheng quickly explained. Wu Heng understood. In other words, the actions of these zombies were being controlled by this big-headed zombie. To change the situation, they needed to kill this big-headed zombie. But it was clever enough to stay at a distance, beyond the range of skills and handguns. "Bahudong, can you kill it?" Wu Heng asked. Bahudong looked around and slipped into the building behind him. Then, with a loud bang, broke through the glass on the 3rd floor, leaped directly out of the range of the majority of zombies. Using his fists and feet together, he sent nearby zombies flying. Then he charged towards the location of the big-headed zombie. The big-headed zombie had special abilities, but not much guts. Seeing the towering skeleton getting closer and closer, it became somewhat uneasy. Zombies around started to hinder the approaching Bahudong, but were all knocked flying. The big-headed zombie slowly backed away. Intending to retreat, it moved slowly and seemed unsteady, teetering and tottering as it walked. In haste, an ordinary zombie crouched down and hoisted the big-headed zombie on its back. Then turned and fled into the distance. The moment the big-headed zombie fled, the attacking horde of zombies instantly became disorganized. Immediately, Wu Heng gave the order, "Attack!" With a loud crash, the skeletons charged out from their original position and directly pounced on the retreating horde of zombies. In an instant, Chaos ensued again. Big guy skeleton, rushing to the front, wielding his arms non-stop, chased after the zombies with other skeletons. The skeletons clung tightly to the back of the zombie horde, sticking to them like a plaster, pressing even tighter as they retreated. As if they had resolved to run away, the zombies didn't look back and fled into the distance. Only when they were attacked would they stop and retaliate. Li Yaheng followed the skeletons and rushed forward. Her mind was still in a whirl. Chasing after the horde of corpses to fight? That wasn't necessary, was it? Meanwhile, Wu Heng followed behind, glancing at his panel. Level 4, 6454/6500. Chase them! Wu Heng continued to shout. Ahead, zombies carrying Big Head Zombie were fleeing, with Bahudong pursuing from behind. Behind Bahudong was the fleeing zombie horde, and behind the horde were skeletons holding kitchen knives, their bones clattering as they ran. They ran in a large group along the road. Gain experience +4. Your level has increased to level 5, Intelligence and I, Constitution and I, unlocking proficiency in arcane training, spiritual power has increased. Finally reached level 5. Wu Heng was overjoyed and immediately issued an order, defense. Whoosh! The advancing skeletons stopped the chase and began attacking the zombies rushing out from both sides of the lane. Having chased down this path, they couldn't even see the hospital anymore. If they continued chasing, they wouldn't know where they would end up. After killing the zombies who rushed out from the lanes, Bahudong walked back from a distance. Looking back at the direction he came from, it seemed he had made a small detour to avoid the zombies behind him. But he failed to kill Big Head Zombie. He had to be more cautious in the future, their abilities were too strange. Wu Heng gestured and the skeletons began to tidy up the scene, carrying the corpses back the way they came. Hospital. There were no traces of zombies in the yard in front of the building. They entered the registration hall. Some zombies scattered about were all killed by the skeletons. Wu Heng looked around and asked, "What can we loot from the hospital?" Li Yaheng replied, "Medicines. Medicines are important at this time. Also, alcohol. We need alcohol to disinfect when obtaining the corpse core." Besides the medicine. Aside from the medicine? Maybe some equipment. Wu Heng nodded and turned his gaze to Xiao Xiao, asking, "Xiao Xiao, where are the survivors you mentioned?" "Upstairs. Let's go check it out." They went upstairs and entered the storeroom that Xiao Xiao described. The door was wide open, filled with cluttered items and traces of blood. Walking in with the skeletons, the sound of crushed medicine bottles and paper boxes echoed under their feet. "See where that radio is?" Wu Heng said. Li Yaheng nodded and began to search around. Just as the two were looking around. Clang! A sudden noise made everyone turn their heads abruptly. Wu Heng gestured to Basin, who went over and moved away the pile of debris. There beneath was a piece of equipment resembling a freezer. "Open it!" Screech! As the cover was lifted, a girl clad in a nurse's uniform was curled up inside. Before she could speak, she spotted the skull leaning in to look at her. In an instant, her eyes widened in extreme despair. Chapter 69, You won't sacrifice yourself, will you? Xiao Xiao floated over from above, pointing at the cabinet and shouting. "Uncle, there's another living person here." "A living person?" "Basin, step back a little." Basin backed off a bit. Wu Heng continued, "Are you still alive? If you're alive, then come out." I'm still alive." A trembling voice echoed from inside the cabinet. Then, a somewhat petite female nurse stood up. Cradling her arms, she carefully watched the people and skeletons standing in the room, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Wu Heng looked her up and down, asking, "Are you injured?" "Not just bite or scratch wounds from zombies. Any wound, once it contacts zombie blood or decaying flesh, could potentially be infected. So we have to be careful." No, when the zombies rushed in, I hid in here, then I think the cabinet fell, trapping me underneath." "Come out." The nurse came out. "Turn around." She obediently turned around. There didn't seem to be any signs of injury. Wu Heng continued, "Li Yaheng, Basin, take her aside and check for wounds." "Oh, all right." Li Yaheng nodded, then turned to the nurse and said, "Come, follow me." After not too long, Li Yaheng led the nurse back. She said, she was checked. "No injuries." Wu Heng nodded and asked, "What's your name?" "Wang Ke." "Where is your communication equipment?" The nurse pointed underneath the fallen shelves, saying, "It was there before. Go and check." Basin stepped forward, moving boxes, bottles, and jars aside, revealing the equipment. It was the old army green color, obviously a dated piece. "This one?" Wu Heng asked. "Yes." "Take it out." Wu Heng continued, "You can distinguish some medicines, right? Take Li Yaheng and gather some commonly used ones. We'll leave soon." The two women left to find medicines in the dispensary. Wu Heng found a cardboard box and put the radio equipment into it. He had the skeleton carry it, and continued to wander around the hospital. "Actually, there's quite a lot of things here, but not many that I can use. Unless I really plan to open a hospital." After circling around twice, the two women came back, carrying 2 cardboard boxes. After confirming there's nothing else needed, everyone went downstairs together. They left the hospital building. They had the skeleton carrying the corpses, and they started to head back. They returned to the complex. All the bodies were thrown on the pile of corpses on the side. Wu Heng continued, "The information this time was very accurate. What do you need? I'll see if I have it. If someone contributes, they should get some rewards." Li Yaheng didn't hesitate, or perhaps had thought about it beforehand. 111 Take food. Wu Heng nodded, directing the skeleton to bring over a bag of rice, a box of beer, and some bottled pickles and canned fish. He placed them on her tricycle. Seeing the food taken out, Li Yaheng was utterly captivated. After swallowing her saliva, she promptly said, "Thank you." In truth, she didn't exert much effort this time. At most she acted as a guide, and followed the skeleton in running after the zombies for a while. Other than getting thoroughly scared, there wasn't much else. Now she can get so much food, she's definitely hit the jackpot. Wu Heng looked at the delighted Li Yaheng, continuing, "This radio equipment will be kept at your place for now. You can use it to communicate with the outside and collect information on nearby mutated zombies." Li Yaheng thought for a moment, felt there was no disadvantage to her, so she nodded in agreement. "Okay, you need information on every type of mutated zombie. If you can discern the type of zombies, that would be best. Vague information is also fine." "All right, I understand." She was no longer surprised at Wu Heng searching for mutated zombies. He was the one chasing after mutated zombies and hordes of zombies, after all. You can't compare him to an ordinary survivor. In his eyes, mutated zombies are the prey. As Li Yaheng was nodding, she glanced at the nurse in the distance and asked, "What about her? Take her with you. See what she can do and assign her some work." Wu Heng also glanced at the saved nurse. She appeared young, and had a petite build. She couldn't do any heavy work. But as a nurse, it's actually quite important, she at least knew some first aid knowledge. It could come in handy if anyone gets injured, catches a cold or gets a fever. Wu Heng didn't need potions himself. The potions from Blackstone Town worked faster, and a single bottle could annihilate disease. It was Li Yaheng's team that needed them. "All right, I'll head back first," said Li Yaheng. "Go ahead." Li Yaheng gave a slight bow, called her nurse, and pushed her car to leave. After the duo left, Wu Heng directly checked his attribute panel. Name, Wu Heng. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 5, 26/14,000. Attributes, Strength 12, Agility 19, Constitution 20, Intelligence 18, Perception 10, Charisma 13. Specialties, Spear Specialization, Basic, Arcane Training. Skills, Bone Manipulation Skill, Acid Splash, Grease Skill, Dancing Light Skill, Decay Ray, Corpse Preservation, Communicate with the Dead. Arcane Training. The caster's skills are enhanced, reducing spiritual power consumption when casting. He had unlocked specialty called Arcane Training at level 5. This kind of specialty that he could unlock himself was somewhat different from those he had before. According to the description of the specialty, it enhanced the power of skills and reduced the consumption of magic. For him, it was a very practical specialty. After reviewing the attribute panel, Wu Heng ordered the skeletons to drag the corpses of the 2 mutated hunting dogs from the pile of bodies. The 2 mutated dogs were bitten to a bloody pulp, a grim sight. He directly cast Bone Manipulation skill. As the flesh slipped off, 2 skeleton dogs slowly rose. Skeleton hunting dog, level 5. After shaking off the rotten meat from their skeletal frames, they trotted over to the side with their heads wagging. They rummaged through the rotten meat and easily found 2 level 1 corpse cores. He rinsed them with alcohol, then found a plastic bag and wrapped them up directly. Once he returned to Blackstone Town, he could continue making potions to enhance his physical attributes. Xiao Xiao took the skeleton dogs to play off to the side. Wu Heng then took out the Book of the Undead and continued reading. He was looking for explanations in the book about transforming corpses. Even if he slowly transformed one corpse at a time, he would never be able to convert all the population of this planet in his lifetime. He wondered if there was a more efficient way to convert them. At Little East Auto Repair, Li Yaheng returned to the garage with her cart. Everyone stared in surprise at the rice, beer, canned food, and pickles on the cart. They probably had forgotten what canned meat tasted like. Seeing it now, they unconsciously swallowed their saliva. Then, the youngest man yelled in surprise, "Sister Hong, where did all this food come from? You didn't sacrifice yourself to get this for us, did you?" Li Yaheng glared at him, slapped him on the back of his neck. "What bullshit are you talking about? I exchanged this for information." Then she moved aside some goods and continued, "This is Wang Ke, he'll be living with us from now on. He's a nurse from the second hospital, we'll rely on him if any of us get sick or injured in the future, so take care of him." "No problem." Everyone nodded immediately. Then they asked about the situation while walking into the garage. Blackstone Town. Wu Heng went to the professional association to inquire about his potions commission, confirming that there were no results yet. He then released a commission for the creation of potions using level 1 corpse cores. Level 1 corpse cores should be done sooner. The potions could be made in a day or two. After he had released the commissions, Wu Heng left the town directly and headed for the black market. Draped in a black cloak, he squatted down in front of a familiar stall. Wu Heng directly asked, "I want to buy the Dead Bones Battlefield skill book." While flipping through the book of necromancy, Wu Heng found the content he needed. In addition to individually casting bone manipulation skill, there were 2 other ways to convert corpses. One was a skill called Dead Bones Battlefield. When cast, it could directly convert corpses within a certain range into skeleton soldiers. It was a mass conversion skill. The development of this skill was due to the inability to efficiently transform corpses during racial battles. After all, what a battlefield lacked the least were corpses. Converting them one by one would achieve nothing. They couldn't convert them faster than their enemies could kill them. Hence, necromancers developed this skill, which could be learned at level 5. He had just reached level 5 today. The other method involved a special building enchanted with necromancy magic, called the burial ground. Once the corpses were thrown in, they could be automatically converted into skeletons. However, the requirements for creating a burial ground were relatively high. It required a lot of materials and the engraving of specific runes. Comparing the two, buying a skill book for himself to learn was the quickest way. After all, flipping to the last page to unlock it was much faster than creating a conversion-type building. The stall owner in a black robe didn't raise his head but replied in a hoarse voice, "I don't have it." "Don't screw around. I'm serious about buying," Wu Heng said. Chapter 70, Someone called him King Yama. The other party did not respond, maintaining a heavy silence. Wu Heng furrowed his brows and further inquired, "Are you sure you don't have it?" "I don't." "Then where can I buy it?" "How would I know? Damn it! If this guy doesn't have it, where else can he go to buy it in Blackstone Town?" He swept his eyes over the entire black market, his gaze landed on the Snake Badge Consortium. He stood up, strolled around the crowd, and directly went upstairs. In the private room, a middle-aged man with a mustache greeted him with a smile. "Sir, how may I be of assistance?" "I'm looking to buy a skill book." "Sir, do you know the name?" the middle-aged man continued to ask. Wu Heng nodded, "Dead Bones Battlefield, a necromantic magic book." "Very well, sir, let me record that for you. We will promptly start gathering it at our local branches, and if unavailable, we will directly call it in from our headquarters." "How long will it take?" "Hope it's not like his purchase of the corpses, where he didn't get any news for a very long time. Transporting a skill book isn't difficult as they don't require special handling. We should be able to give you a result within 3 days." "Okay." Wu Heng nodded with satisfaction. This skill is a high level one and quite scarce on the market, so the price will be higher. How much? You need to pay a deposit of 30 silver coins. The total price, including transportation and acquisition costs, should not exceed 120 silver coins. Deal, I can accept that. Wu Heng agreed immediately. Basin, who was by his side, cheerfully paid. The middle-aged man respectfully accepted it, filled out the consignment note skillfully, and then stamped it with the company seal. Once the transaction was completed, Wu Heng stood up again and descended the stairs. He had no plans to carry on browsing and left the place straight away. Little East Auto Repair. After a hearty meal, they assembled the brought-back radio. Once the sound from the radio came through, everyone broke into a smile. After all, it was a task from the skeleton. If they didn't do it well, not only would their food be deducted, but they risked being slaughtered in anger. Today, Li Yaheng mentioned the story of how the man and the skeleton hunted down the mutated zombie and the horde of zombies. That was goddamn terrifying. Alright, everyone, get back to work. Spearhead, concentrate on manufacturing. We can get more food in exchange, so none of us will go hungry. Li Yaheng lightly clapped her hands and said. The men got up, and one of them suddenly said, Sister Heng, we're running low on gas. Use it for now. When we're almost out, we'll go find some more. All right. After the others left, Li Yaheng turned to Wang Ke and said, there are just 5 of us here. You'll stay with me and that older sister from just now at night. The conditions are as they are. Do whatever you can to help, and if you can't, just monitor the radio. All right, thank you, Sister Heng. Wang Ke replied somewhat cautiously. No one asked if they had any other relatives or anything like that. So much time had passed since the end of the world, everyone knew the reality of it all too well. Asking would only reopen old wounds. Sister Heng, is that man who can command the skeleton the superpowered man they mentioned on the radio? Wang Ke asked quietly. Probably. Li Yaheng replied. Were you also saved by him? Saved? Li Yaheng shook her head. No, we just met. He provides us with food, and we make some tools for him. It's more like a collaboration. Will he hurt us? He shouldn't, but it's best to maintain a peaceful relationship. We still depend on him for food. Oh. As the two of them chatted in low voices, there came a sudden inquiry from one of the radio channels, is there any friend from the second hospital out there? If you can leave the hospital building and head 500 meters east into the alley, we can assist you in leaving. The two chatting suddenly fell silent. It seems that yesterday's cry for help from the hospital did have some effect. A doctor, considering the current situation, is also an important profession. Some survivor teams are willing to risk taking them out. Of course, the first step is to get out of the hospital. If the army doesn't come, no one can break into the hospital. Since this side didn't respond, a man's voice came from the device again, no one is responding, something may have gone wrong. It's hard to survive in a crowded place like a hospital. Damn world. Another woman's voice followed. Wang Ke looked at Li Yaheng, who nodded. Wang Ke picked up the somewhat old-fashioned microphone and said, I'm from the second hospital, I've been rescued. She didn't say we, she just said I. She doesn't know how to explain. When she was asking for help, there were quite a few people, but now only she was rescued. You were rescued? Did you run out? Yes. How did you get out? How could you possibly leave such a place? Are you sure you're the one who asked for help from the second hospital yesterday? It's not the time to joke. Wang Ke glanced at Li Yaheng beside her, and said into the radio, someone went into the hospital to save us. Entered the hospital? How is that possible? Is it the rescue team? No. Just other survivors. That's impressive. Can we get to know each other? Maybe we need to take care of each other in the future. Wang Ke continued to look at Li Yaheng, unsure whether to say something and also unsure of the other person's name. Li Yaheng whispered, all I know is that some people call him King Yama. Wang Ke frowned, but thinking about the skeletons and ghosts around the man, she felt that this name was quite fitting. But still, she picked up the microphone and said, some people call him Yama. The radio fell into silence. All the survivors listening to this channel were frozen in their seats. King Yama? Actually, someone was using that name. Seeing no one was talking on the radio, Li Yaheng took the microphone and said, a big head zombie commander has been spotted east of the second hospital. Friends nearby, be careful. If you have information about mutated zombies, remember to communicate and contact each other. Okay. Okay. Let's survive together. The next day, when Wu Heng was heading home after breakfast at the pub, he saw the landlord, Ludger, waiting at the door. Next to him stood a middle-aged woman wearing a beige linen dress and an apron. Unlike the mature and seductive woman known as Slither, the woman next to the landlord is clearly from a civilian area, being simple and cautious. Hearing the footsteps, the landlord and the woman turned their heads to look at the same time. "Good morning, Mr. Ludger." Wu Heng smiled. He had a decent impression of his landlord, Ludger. It's not that his character is of high caliber, but he doesn't really manage the house here and seldom comes to find him unless there is something major. The last couple of times, the situation was too serious, which led him to meet to discuss it, but other than that, he barely comes by and doesn't want to manage it. "Good morning," Ludger replied, then swiftly said, "There's something I need to talk to you about. Let's go inside." Wu Heng opened the door and let the two of them in. He opened a bottle of iced tea, poured 2 cups and handed them over. Before Wu Heng could ask anything, the landlord spoke first. "This is Mrs. Bucamila. She lives in the crowded northern sector, working in a textile factory." Wu Heng looked strangely at Ludger. He was pondering over why he brought the woman here. After introducing the woman, the landlord introduced Wu Heng. "This is who I've told you about, Wu Heng. He is a core member of the professional association, and the reason our crowded area is so stable is that he lives here. Think about it, others would have moved out long ago, but those staying chose to take care of ordinary people like us. Very reliable." The landlord wanted to say more, but seeing Wu Heng staring at him, he swallowed his words. He looked at the woman next to him and said, "You can talk to Wu Heng." The woman stood up, gave a slight bow. Her eyes were red and filled with desperation and urgency when she raised her head. "Mr. Wu Heng, I hope you can help me, I really have no other way." Chapter 71, Investigation of the Case. Indeed, they needed him for something. "What's wrong? Tell me what happened, I will help you if I can," Wu Heng said directly. "My son is missing, he left the day before yesterday and hasn't come back since. We've looked everywhere he usually goes, and some other children have said they saw a man with a full beard and a red mark behind his ear take him away." The woman spoke quickly, her words somewhat scrambled from her panic. But he understood the gist of it. Someone had kidnapped a child. Due to the squad of professionals, Wu Heng was no longer as cautious as he had initially been, but that did not mean that the security in the crowded area had improved. The crowded area was still chaotic, fights, robbery, and theft were frequent occurrences. However, now that he had gained some power, such incidents rarely happened to him. National professionals, without a good security system, had left this place still in chaos. "Where are the patrol guards?" "The patrol guards approached me today and said that they found the man. He was wanted by the city hall and was killed during the arrest. There has been no information about my son since." "How do you want me to help you?" Wu Heng continued to ask. The woman gingerly took out a money pouch and pushed it across the table, saying, "Can you help me gather some information and see if I can find my son? Even if we can't find him, knowing whether he's alive or dead would suffice." Wu Heng glanced at the money pouch on the table and pushed it back. "I can help ask around, but I can't guarantee anything. Keep your money for now. We'll discuss it when there's news." "Thank you so much." The woman rose and bowed again. Wu Heng nodded, "You should go home first. If I hear anything, I will let Mr. Ludger know and he will contact you." "Okay." The woman thanked him repeatedly and left the room with the landlord. After giving it some thought, Wu Heng also tidied up his things and went out with Basin. Frankly, he didn't really want to get tangled up in this. After all, such matters could easily lead to troubles and dangers for him. But seeing things happen right before his eyes, he couldn't really stay indifferent. At least for this matter, he should try to see what he could do. In the central area, next to the flower bed in front of the association's entrance, Yuli, with a small bag slung over her shoulder, hurried over. She frowned at him. "You needed me for something. Brought you some snacks." Wu Heng took out some treats and handed them to her. Yuli's face lit up before she eyed him warily. "What do you want?" "If you don't make it clear, I won't accept them," she said, licking her lips. Wu Heng glanced around, then whispered, "Actually, I do have a favor to ask, I need a partner. What do you mean by partner? Let me explain. Today, my landlord, the one who told you about kicking the door, brought someone to ask for my help in an investigation. Wu Heng roughly explained the situation and continued, you know me well, I'm good in combat, but investigating cases isn't my strong suit. From all the people I know, you seem to be the most fit for it. Yuli took some chips, munching on them as she asked, what is it that you're saying? Let's investigate this together. All right, how shall we proceed? Yuli agreed readily. Wu Heng leaned in closer and asked, is there a way to get into the guard's morgue? Why would we go into the morgue? Of course, it's a matter of great importance, just tell me whether we can do it. Break into it. I can transform into a bear and barrel in, you follow behind and knock everyone out. Yuli said bluntly. Wu Heng was at a loss. If that was the plan, he could have just put on a mask and stormed in himself. Do we have any other way? A way that won't land us in trouble afterwards. Wu Heng said as he took out a box of yogurt, stuck a straw into it and handed it to her, have a sip, it'll help clear your mind. Yuli took a sip, then turned her head away and suggested, how about I steal a search warrant from my aunt? Ah! Good idea, I must say you're really smart. Wu Heng immediately agreed. All right, wait for me, Yuli said as she turned around and ran off. Before long, Yuli ran back. She patted her bag, indicating for him to hurry up. Wu Heng nodded, and the two of them quickly left side by side. The guard's corps, the morgue. Yuli stood at the front, a document in her hand, saying, this is stamped by the association. We need to inspect the body inside. Two guards at the entrance looked at the two of them and at the strange man with a round helmet behind them. What are you investigating? Why haven't we received any news? One of the guards asked. What do you care what I'm looking into? Can you catch criminals or conduct investigations? Yuli shot back immediately. The guards didn't expect the young lady to have such a temper. They gave the document another look and said, all right, go in. After all, they were only a couple of bodies. Who would steal them? Yuli strutted in with her chest out, Wu Heng and Basin trailing behind her. They entered the cold hallway and walked some distance before they got to the place where the corpses were stored. In a closed space made of bluestone bricks, there were a few iron beds, each covered with a linen cloth underneath which lay a corpse. Which one is it? Yuli asked. Big beard, there's a red mark behind the ear. Oh. The two of them and a skeleton started to check each one in turn. Over here, come quickly. Wu Heng strode over and saw the corpse lying on the wooden bed. Big beard, there was a mark behind the ear. Is it him? It should be him. How do you plan to investigate? Do you want to perform an autopsy? I have a way. Stand behind me, Wu Heng said. Yuli stood behind him. Wu Heng immediately cast Communicate with the Dead, and necromancy enveloped the body in front of him. The next second, the pale corpse suddenly opened its eyes and sat up straight. Yuli was startled and clung onto his arm. Wu Heng looked at the corpse and asked directly, where did you take the child you stole? The corpse turned its head towards them and said, I sold them to a human trafficker, each for 100 silver coins. Who is the human trafficker? I don't know. He always covers his face when we meet. I just collect the money and don't bother with the rest. How do you guys get in touch? The corpse answered, every time I catch someone, I will sit in the bar for a while, and he'll send someone to give me the location where we'll meet. Which bar? Red-faced mermaid. One last question. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then continued to ask, does he have any distinguishing features, or how do you know the person is the one you're doing business with? He speaks with a southern dialect and smells of smoke. After speaking, the corpse fell back onto the iron rack with a bang. Not moving, not exhibiting any signs of life. The corpse looked even more withered than before. But no other peculiarities presented themselves. What's happened to him? Yuli pointed and asked. Wu Heng said, it's a kind of necromancy that allows the dead to answer questions. You can do that? Yes. Let's go. We'll head out first. When they left the morgue, the guard stopped them again. Wait a moment. What? Yuli shot back, hands on hips, glaring at him. The guard glanced at his companion and said, you keep an eye on them. I'm going to take a look inside. After speaking, he turned around and left. He quickly returned, Alright, there's no issue, you can leave. Humph. Yuli snorted, and the two of them with a skeleton walked off into the distance. Once they were far away, Yuli asked again, how are we going to investigate next? Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, it's not entirely without leads. The person has a southern dialect and smells of smoke. Oh, then what? How to find this person? You check with the vice executive to see if he knows this person. I will go to the bar for an inquiry. We'll split up and regroup at my house for dinner. Okay. The two of them split up in the central area and carried out their plans. The red-faced mermaid bar. At this time, there wasn't much of a crowd in the bar. It was quiet, with the barkeeper still cleaning up. Only after sundown would the place liven up. Wu Heng pushed the door open to enter and sat down in a corner. The woman carrying a tray walked over. When she saw his face, she turned to leave. It was the server he had met before, Bella. Wu Heng directly said, 2 cloudy cocktails. He took out 2 silver coins and handed them to her. The woman looked skeptical, hesitated for a moment but eventually took the money and left to prepare the drinks. Soon, the woman came over with the drinks. Sir, your cocktails. Wu Heng nodded. As he saw her leaving, he immediately said, wait, keep me company for a little chat. Sir, I have work to do. Have a drink. You don't want us to have a standoff here, attracting the attention of others, right? Chapter 72, The Same Goal. The woman hesitated, then sat down at a nearby table, looking irritated as she blurted out, what exactly do you want? Last time, the 4th squad was making arrests in a tavern. Wu Heng came in to gather intelligence, acquiring some news from her. Even though no one knew, she did not want to get involved. Provision of intelligence to guards and professional squads could incur the wrath of freelance mercenaries and some gangs. And then she would no longer be able to work in the tavern. This is your share from last time. A money bag was stuffed into her hand from under the table. Bella, feeling the hefty money bag in her hand, her eyes widened in surprise. What are you talking about? The bounty from the last intelligence you provided. No one knows, don't worry, whispered Wu Heng, leaning in close. Someone had noticed this exchange. A gaze came their way, followed by a shout, Bella! What's wrong? Bella, with an indifferent expression on her face, squeezed out a smile, nothing, just a friend of mine. I'm joining him for a drink. Seeing she knew the person, no one else paid any further attention. But Bella's hand, hidden beneath the table, was still gripping the money bag tightly. What are you really trying to do? Don't get me into trouble. Bella tucked the money bag away and spoke directly. I can't hurt you, Wu Heng continued. Have you noticed a man, probably, speaking with a southern accent and always has a smell of smoke around him? Bella frowned and shook her head. Think hard, Wu Heng urged. As you know, the tavern is always bustling, and aside from ordering drinks, there are no opportunities for small talk, let alone noticing any particular smell. A pub, where various scents all mix together, wasn't an ideal place to identify someone by their odor. Continuing, Bella said, but I've heard that there is indeed a group of mercenaries from the south, and they've rented a warehouse in the west. Wu Heng's eyes lit up as he asked, is there any other information? That's all I know. Thanks. Standing up, Wu Heng headed for the exit. Bella put away the money bag and walked toward the newly arrived guests with her tray. Nightfall descended on the West Warehouse district. Wu Heng, Yuli and Basin were swiftly weaving through the maze of alleys. Are you sure it's here? Yuli asked. After they finished dinner, the two of them hurried over here based on the information Bella provided. I'm not sure. Let's check it out first. Okay. Chatting in hushed voices, they quickly crossed the alley. However, just as they had passed through, whoosh! A flock of birds approached, landing on rooftops or circling in the sky. Those are the ranger's birds. We've been spotted, whispered Yuli. At the same time, the sound of footsteps could be heard from one side. Wu Heng instantly drew his gun, and Yuli was also prepared for a fight. In the moonlight, the figure of the squad leader, Enel, appeared before their eyes. What are you doing here? Yuli asked in surprise, a frown creasing her brow. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? What are you skulking around here for? Demanded Enel. Why should I tell you? Enel glanced at the pair. Come on, the vice executive wants to see you. The vice executive? Wu Heng and Yuli exchanged looks, confusion apparent in their gazes. It seemed that they had gotten entangled in some sort of incident. They followed Anil inside a nearby building. In the large room on the first floor, the members of the 3 squads, aside from the 4th, had gathered, along with some guards. The small room was now somewhat crowded due to its packed occupants. Wu Heng and Yuli followed Anil upstairs. As the door opened, 3 professional squad leaders and the guard commander were seen inside the room. There was also Vice Executive Slither sporting leather armor and with a cheetah crouched beside him. The door closed. "What are you doing here?" Slither asked sternly. Yuli nudged him with her elbow. "You tell him." We received intelligence that someone stole a child from the civilian area. We traced it all the way here," said Wu Heng plainly. The other squad leaders exchanged glances. The 2 most recent additions to the squad, investigating a case privately. "What did you find?" Slither asked. "The person who stole the child sold him to someone with a southern accent. We suspect it may have been the work of that foreign mercenary group who recently arrived here, so we came with Yuli," Wu Heng replied. "Travel this far to save someone?" "Investigating, not sure if they are involved." "How many days have you been investigating?" "Started this morning." While they were exchanging these words, the other squad leaders exchanged surprised glances. Although they had different cases on their hands, they all pointed in the same direction. That same foreign mercenary group. However, they had been investigating for quite some time and had used numerous informants to get some leads. These 2 new recruits had traced the case here in just one day? Slither was about to say something when a voice came from the outside. "The target has been located in the 4th house. There are currently around 8 people that we know of." Have everyone prepare." "Yes." Slither glanced at the duo. "You don't need to worry about this matter. We'll handle it. Just stay put." "Okay." It was clear the others were about to go apprehend the culprit. Leaving this to them was better and it would also spare them the risk. Slither left the room with the rest of the squad leaders. Wu Heng and Yuli stood by the window, watching a large group of people rapidly assembling from all sides and rushing towards a distant building. After some thought, Wu Heng quietly released Xiao Xiao, who invisibly followed the squad as they quickly departed. Yuli sat down at the table and yawned. "We have been searching and searching, only to bump into them in the end." "That's quite good actually," Wu Heng reasoned. "We won't have to risk breaking in to save someone now. We can leave it all up to them." "That's true." Yuli nodded, but then something seemed to strike her. She banged on the table. "Wait a minute, they are all taking action together. Why didn't we know about it? Aren't we on vacation? After capturing a wanted criminal last time, what vacation are we talking about? Why didn't they take us along? Are you crazy? Being on vacation is the best. They are ostracizing us." Meanwhile, professional squads and guards quickly maneuvered in the dark. While surrounding the target building, the guards also blocked all the roads around it. Boom! Anil kicked open the courtyard gate, and the squad members entered one by one. Opposite to them, the door to the building opened, and several people armed with weapons emerged. The man at the front was of medium build, with lean cheeks. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, showing no significant fear amidst the encircling crowd. "What's the meaning of this, Blackstone Town?" he asked nonchalantly. Slither, in the front, scanned the man from head to toe, and said coldly, "The town hall and the local association suspect that you are involved in dangerous activities in Blackstone Town. Come with us please." The man's eyes narrowed as he glanced over everyone present. "We were merely conducting some business. Could there be a misunderstanding?" "We also hope it's just a misunderstanding. This is just a simple interrogation," Slither continued. The cheetah at Slither's side paced back and forth, staring ahead as if ready for a hunt. "Fine, we will cooperate," the man finally consented. Suddenly, 2 round objects rolled from behind them and stopped before them, emitting white smoke from their fuses. Chapter 73, She Can't Hit Me, Right? The rumble of thunder appeared, like the signal to begin the war. Whoosh! The crossbowmen who were already armed fired off their arrows and crossbow bolts. They pierced the night sky, shooting towards the opposing side. Thud thud thud! The sounds of arrows penetrating flesh rang out as the mercenaries on the other side immediately had 3 or 4 men fall to the ground, hit by arrows. Before they could cry out in pain, they were hit again by several arrows and fell silent. The fuse at the feet had been burnt to the end. Team 2's captain, Talisa, stepped forward and swung the wand in her hand. 2 balls of energy instantly enveloped the fuse of the thunder roll and turned it into solid ice within a second. Boom boom crack. The thunder roll exploded with a dull thud like a dud firework, only creating a web-like crack in the ice with a small amount of smoke seeping out from the cracks. The battlefield remained unaffected. You have made a mistake. I am very angry now, which is not a good thing for your town. In the room, the man's voice from the conversation just now could be heard. Whoosh. From the room across, the sound of arrows slicing through the air could be heard. All squad members dodged while counterattacking. Prepare the poison fog thunder. Team 1's leader, Enel, shouted. Slither glanced at him and shook his head slightly. According to the information from Wu Heng, there might be children inside, and the poison fog thunder could cause irreparable damage to young children. However, this shout still had a deterring effect on the people inside the room. Babies, suck the blood of those men outside. Go, all of you, go out. A man's whispering voice could again be heard from inside the room. Buzz. Under the dim moonlight, a thick cloud of smoke seemed to surge out from the doors and windows across, accompanied by a buzzing sound, covering the entire courtyard in an instant. Be careful of the poisonous insects. The scout standing on the wall shouted loudly. Everyone's faces changed immediately. The poisonous insects, like dark clouds, had obscured the moonlight overhead. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of venomous insects enveloped several guards. Ah! It hurts, help! What are these things, all bugs? The guard fell to the ground, rolling and scratching his body while beginning to remove his armor. He pulled out handfuls of poisonous insects. Pull him back! The leader of the first team shouted. He tore a scroll open and a flame crawled along his long sword. Then he swung his sword obliquely, and with a whoosh, a crescent-shaped flame was launched into the sky. The second team's leader took a deep breath, her chest bulged as she tilted her head back and exhaled a white mist into the air. This turned into raining down beads of frost that froze many of the black flying insects in their paths. The rest of the team either used skills or scrolls. At the same time, those who were covered with bugs were pulled back to the rear of the squad for help in dealing with the poisonous insects. They're trying to escape. The ranger, who shared vision with a bird, shouted. A few figures burst out from the house in front and rushed towards the walls on either side. Whoosh! The arrows were fired again. In an instant, several of the figures were pierced through. Kuro! Slither called out quietly. The cheetah at his feet transformed into a streak of light, charging out rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of a man. It leaped up, knocked the man down, and bit through his throat. Then quickly, it rushed towards another man, clamped down on his ankle, and harshly yanked him down from the wall, biting into his throat. One of them ran away. The ranger continued to shout. Teams 1 and 2, follow me and chase them. Team 3, clean up the battlefield, search for children. Whoosh! Everyone got into action according to the orders. Humph! If it wasn't for Yuzd suddenly coming over, my aunt would have been the executive of Blackstone Town. Yuli crossed her legs, feeling indignant. The association appointed him, you make it sound like you were the one being assigned. Wu Heng plainly stated. It should have been my aunt to begin with, it was only because Yuzd was suddenly assigned here that he took over the position, you know nothing. Yuli said resentfully. Slither did have some influence in Blackstone Town. He had connections in both the underworld and mainstream society. Such a person must be given a position, otherwise, letting her be a criminal gang leader would be even more trouble. Oh, is that so? Wu Heng replied casually, no longer interested in arguing about it. Who became the executive, he didn't care. It had nothing to do with him. HMMPH, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Yuli leaned in, continuing, that skill of yours that lets the dead talk is pretty useful, makes investigating murders simple, doesn't it? That may be true, but we absolutely can't let anyone know. If the murderers learn about it, destroying the bodies won't help them either. When a pile of mashed flesh starts talking, it's pretty terrifying. Ew! That's really disgusting the way you put it. Just a metaphor. We need to keep this secret, silently making big moves. Alright, I'll join you for investigations next time. While the two were talking, Xiao Xiao, in his invisible form, flew straight back into his body. The next second, the scene from the recent battle came to mind. Thud. At the same time, a sound of a heavy object falling came from outside the window. Wu Heng and Yuli looked out the window to see a medium-sized man had directly climbed into the courtyard. Yuli furrowed her brows. Wu Heng drew his gun straight away and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing sound of gunfire sliced through the night sky. With the effect of the hunting ring, his shooting accuracy had greatly improved. In an instant, several bullets hit his body. Basin leaped down from the second floor, pouncing on the shot enemy. Yu also reacted, instantly turning into a carrion crow and flying down, then turning into a huge bear, rushing towards the man. The man looked in horror at the scene before him. He couldn't understand why there was an ambush here. Thump, thump, thump. The giant bear rushed forward at a fast pace, directly pushing the man against the wall. The man's body slid down the wall. The giant bear crouched and its paw loudly hit the man's chest. At this moment, Slither also rushed in with his team, glanced at the body on the ground, and slightly waved his hand. Immediately someone came forward to check. He's dead. Slither also sighed in relief. He glanced at Yuli and Wu Heng. He spoke to the team behind him, check the area, clean up the battlefield. Everyone scattered immediately, starting to act according to the command. Soon, the squad and the guards finished their tasks. All enemies were killed, and no other suspicious targets were found. The enemies' bodies were loaded onto carts, ready to be transported back. Their leader, Tulisa, led Wu Heng to another cart, pulling open the curtain to reveal 3 figures inside. The 3 children are safe, just passed out. Tomorrow, have their parents collect them from the town office. Oh, okay, thank you, Captain Tulisa. Next time there's trouble, consult with your leader first. Don't go running around with Yuli. The vice executive will likely contact you tomorrow. Tulisa continued. Wu Heng glanced back and saw Yuli boarding the carriage. She didn't forget to wave goodbye to him. Wu Heng also waved back. Tulisa let down the curtain, continuing, let's go, be careful on your way back. Okay. The squad left, escorting the cart. Wu Heng also left with Basin, heading towards the crowded area. The next day, Wu Heng went to see the landlord first. He told him about finding the children and that they can be picked up from the town office. He found all 3, so he asked the landlord to see if anyone else was missing, they could go together. Hearing this news, the landlord was somewhat surprised. The guards hadn't found them and had encouraged the parents to give up, but Wu Heng managed to find them. That too, so quickly. He had underestimated his tenant. After a round of awkward praise, the landlord went to notify the children's mothers. Wu Heng, too, planned to return to the zombie world. However, just as he started walking, he saw Yuli standing in the doorway, her eyes a little red. Are you looking for me? My aunt is looking for you. Ah? Because of yesterday's incident? Yuli nodded. Did she hit you? Yuli nodded again. Well, she can't hit me, right? Chapter 74, Offering the Special Item. Walking out of the crowded area, the Money Cat's carriage was parked at the intersection. Wu Heng climbed onto the carriage, and Yuli slowly followed him. She carefully sat down on the wooden step, which had been cushioned with a thick pad, wincing in pain as she did so. Slither glanced at him and said quietly, "You had my child steal things." As suspected, she was here to confront him. Wu Heng coughed lightly and immediately explained, "It wasn't stealing, it was just that matters were pressing, and you, vice executive, were not there at that time, so I had to take it first. I believe you would have agreed if you were there. You think you're good at making excuses? Not like that. Since you took it, let's talk about what you plan to offer in return." Slither continued. "How about considering it a purchase?" Slither gave him a look and nodded, "All right, the vice executive inquiry certificate, 500 silver coins, not expensive, right?" "All right, I'll go get you the money," Wu Heng said directly. Slither was taken aback, looking at him with some doubt. Considering his living environment and daily habits, he didn't seem like the type who could easily produce such an amount. "The price has gone up, 1,000 silver coins." Wu Heng frowned at her, understanding her implication. Asking for money was just an excuse. She, who owned a money cat and was a vice executive of the association, couldn't really be asking for money from him. "What would you, vice executive, like to do?" You'll know when we get there. The carriage proceeded steadily and directly arrived at the association. They passed through the hall and corridor to the association's morgue. Slither's gaze rested on one of the corpses. I need to ask him a few questions. Wu Heng understood. From the beginning, she had intended to have him communicate with the dead. He glanced at Yuli, who was following behind. The latter pointed at her own butt, mouthing, "No choice, it hurts too much." "All right, next time you need me just say so, it's my duty to alleviate your burdens, Vice Executive." "You're quite the smooth talker, let's get started. I can only ask 5 questions, think about what you want to ask beforehand." He released his magic skill right after speaking, wrapping the body in necromancy magic. The next moment, the corpse lying on the iron bed sat up abruptly, its gaze falling on a few figures nearby. Wu Heng signaled that they could begin. Slither asked directly, "What was your purpose for coming to Blackstone Town?" "We sold a special item." "What kind of special item?" "A sacrificial mask, it can enhance the effect of the sacrifice." At these words, everyone's expressions turned serious. Sacrifice? They immediately thought of the children who had disappeared the day before. "Who did you sell the special item to?" Slither continued. "It was a commission from the Snake Badge Consortium, we only provided the item, we don't know who it was ultimately given to." Snake Badge Consortium. Any matter that involved the Snake Badge Consortium generally couldn't be investigated further. Even among the consortium members, the identities of the buyer and seller weren't known, everyone was disguised. "Do you have any other plans in Blackstone Town?" "No more, we plan to stay a few days and then leave." This was the 4th question, and everything they wanted to know had been clarified. Only one question was left. Slither thought for a moment, then asked, "What is the purpose of your kidnapping children?" "I like boys." After saying this, the body fell back onto the iron bed with a thud. Only this last answer was a bit unexpected. It had nothing to do with that sacrificial mask, it was just his own preference. "All right, let's leave," said Slither, heading out. It seemed she had gotten what she needed from this case. The group exited the morgue. Slither continued, "This matter is over. The acts of child trafficking and killing criminals will be reported by me, you can expect merits and rewards to be issued." "Thank you, Vice Executive," said Wu Heng, expressing his gratitude. Slither nodded, looked at Yuli, and commented, "Don't learn the bad things, try learning something good for once." Then she turned around and left. Wu Heng and Yuli headed to the team's rest area. As soon as they entered the room, Yuli yelled, "Give me a healing potion, my butt hurts." Wu Heng handed her a bottle of healing potion. After downing it in one go, she finally sighed in relief. He sat grumpily aside, glaring at Wu Heng, "Why am I the only one getting beaten up? I am a mage, can you bear to see a mage get beaten?" "What are you talking about, why should a druid get beaten up?" "All right, I'll bring you something tasty tomorrow to make up for it," Wu Heng said. "Deal." The two chatted for a while, and Wu Heng listened to her account of what happened when she went back last night. They both left at noon to attend to their own matters. Stepping out of the association, he suddenly halted. He quickly returned to the front desk in the lobby and said to the female staff member, "Could you check on the status of the tasks I delegated?" He almost forgot about his main concern. She began to flip through the record book, "It's done." "Please wait a moment." Wu Heng nodded, waiting aside for a bit. Quickly, she returned with 2 boxes. She said, "Mr. Wu Heng, both of your tasks have been completed. One is the newly formulated potion and its recipe, and the other contains 2 bottles of detoxifying potion." "Both tasks are done?" A joyous expression crossed Wu Heng's face, he didn't expect both potions to be completed at the same time. The first was the synthesis and formulation of the level 2 corpse core, which had just concluded a long period of tests, and the second was the detoxifying potion from the level 1 corpse core, which was completed faster as the recipe was available in advance. "Great, thanks. Considering the difficulty of potion crafting and the cost of the materials, you still need to pay 115 silver coins, the staff member reminded him. "Okay." Wu Heng took out the money and handed it to her. Then, he stowed away the potions and left the association. He returned to his residence. Wu Heng placed the new potion on the table. It was different from the detoxifying potion of the level 1 corpse core. This time, the potion was somewhat larger. The bottle was about the size of half a palm, containing a pale blue liquid. Guard Wisdom Detoxicating Alchemy Mixture. Description: a mixed potion made for specific toxins. It can guard one's sanity and has various effects such as removing toxins. Unlike the detoxifying potion of the level 1 corpse core, this potion has now gone through a name change. It's now called a compound. The description showed numerous effects. It seemed impressive albeit unintelligible. Heading back to the zombie world, he removes the level 2 corpse core from the organ jar. After disinfecting it with alcohol, he raised his head and gulped it down. Strength +8, Constitution +5, Agility +2. The system prompt appeared instantly. Before he could enjoy the good news, a severe stinging pain quickly covered his entire body. It felt like numerous steel rods pierced his skin and boiling water was bubbling in his marrow. Then, an uncontrollable surge of rage emerged. He could clearly feel his sanity fading bit by bit. Without any hesitation, he opened the mixed potion bottle and gulped it down in one go. The moment he swallowed the potion, energy quickly spread throughout his body. The pain gradually eased, and the rage disappeared completely. Wu Heng lay down on the ground, taking in deep breaths. It took a while before he propped himself on basin, and slowly got up from the ground. This punishment isn't something ordinary people could withstand. After standing up, he went to the mirror. Looking at himself from the left and right, the muscles on his body were more defined, exuding a stronger sense of power. It seemed like he had grown a bit taller as well. Could it actually promote secondary development? After checking himself out in the mirror, he was quite satisfied with the results. His attribute values had been boosted by 15 points in one go. The effect was truly stunning. However, it was mentioned on the radio that superpowers could emerge, yet he hadn't noticed any changes in himself. Zzz. As Wu Heng was rummaging through the drawer, looking for a tape measure to confirm if he had grown taller, a burst of electric sounds came from the walkie-talkie nearby. Shortly after, a woman's voice came through. "Hello, is anyone there?" Wu Heng picked up the walkie-talkie. "Yes, who are you?" The voice certainly wasn't Li Ya-heng. "I'm Wang Ke, a nurse from the second hospital. Sister Hong and the others went out this morning and haven't returned, they may be in trouble." Chapter 75, Teaching You on Behalf of Your Father. "Wang Ke? The little nurse we rescued from the hospital last time." Wu Heng picked up the walkie-talkie and directly asked, "What happened?" "We're running out of fuel for the generator. Sister Hong went out this morning to find gasoline. She told me that if she didn't return by noon, she might have run into some trouble and instructed me to find you," the voice on the other end explained. "Gas stations are not usually located near residential areas, and at best you can extract some petrol from a car. Given that Li Ya-heng owns an auto repair shop, extracting fuel from tanks shouldn't be hard. She has cleaned out the local zombies so she should not encounter any danger. If she was just going nearby to get some fuel, she should have been back by noon." "How many of them went out?" Wu Heng asked. 5, Sister Hong and 4 other guys. "Where did they go to extract the petrol? Do you know the location?" "I only know they headed north. There's a place where many cars have crashed into each other, so it's a good source," Wang Ke continued. "If they went north, that means they took the road leading to the construction materials street. There are quite a few wrecked cars along that route, meaning they would have had plenty of petrol to scavenge." He continued on the walkie-talkie, saying, "All right, I understand. You go back first and wait. I'll go and check." "Oh, okay, thank you." After ending the radio communication, Wu Heng started to suspect that Li Ya-heng and team might have run into some danger. Her auto repair shop is near the road. Even if they went north, it shouldn't have taken them this much time. Were they surrounded by the undead? Or did they encounter some other danger? He packed away the organ jar carefully. The remaining 2 level 1 corpse cores would have to wait until he returned. The continuous ingestion of corpse cores is also a burden on the body. Also, Li Ya-heng and her team certainly have their uses. As the number of his skeletons increased, he still needed them to provide weapons. He provided them with food in exchange for the needed spears, which was a great symbiotic arrangement. He needed to, as much as possible, avoid any danger to them. Quickly getting prepared, he called the skeleton team on the roof to start moving downstairs. He asked Xiao Xiao to scout towards the north while he led the team straight out of the residential area, progressing northwards alongside the road. On the way to the construction materials street, stood a string of scrapped and crashed cars. Li Yaheng and her group had their hands securely bound behind their backs. They were propped up against the side of a wrecked saloon car with a few barrels of gasoline nearby. Not too far away, 4 middle-aged men were searching for supplies inside a shop by the street. Li Yaheng was exchanging escape plans with her companions using her eyes. At this point, a few men from a distance started returning. The leader of the group was a burly man with a basketball shape. He had a grim face, wore a blue stab-proof vest, carried a cleaver in his hand and had a pistol tucked into his waist. His gaze swept over the group, lingering on Li Yaheng for a few seconds. He asked, "Little East Auto Repair? Is old Li still alive, or are you the sole survivor?" "Yang Dabin, we were just passing by. We too leave this place to you, let us go." Li Yaheng stared coldly at him. Li Yaheng knew the man in front of her. Yang Dabin, a notorious local thug who was often locked up for a few days for all sorts of wrongdoings. She didn't expect such a person to survive, and even thrive in these tough times. "Easy there. We're all familiar with each other. In these end times, it's only natural we catch up when we meet." Yang Dabin said, glancing at the barrels of gasoline and asked, "Collecting gas? Is there a shelter you're planning to reach?" No one answered him. Li Yaheng merely shifted her gaze away. Bang! Yang Dabin's face changed, then he lifted his foot and kicked the person nearest him in the head. The person's head jerked backward, hitting the door of the car they were leaned against with a loud thunk. The loud noise frightened everyone. They all immediately looked around and only let out a sigh of relief after confirming that no zombies were attracted. The person that was kicked groaned and laid flat on the ground. "You should answer when I ask something. Or else, don't blame me for not having a sense of nostalgia and feeding you all to the zombies." Yang Dabin spoke coldly and continued, "Why are you collecting gasoline?" "We've received news of a survivor base," Li Yaheng answered through gritted teeth. "Oh? Where is it?" Yang Dabin and others turned to look at her. Li Yaheng said, "In the Changjing district. As long as we can get there, the army will protect the survivors." "Is that true? Why would I lie to you? If you let us go, we can go there together." Li Yaheng careful looked at him and continued. "Go there? Haha, why would I go there? The army will be there and then there won't be any good days for me." Yang Dabin patted the gun at his waist and blurted out. Unlike timid survivors, Yang Dabin was daring. After collecting a few survivors nearby, he began to send people out to scavenge. Others may see this as an apocalypse, but to him, this was freedom. Perhaps with his courage and ability, he might be able to achieve something. Even if he wanted to find a base, he would look for one where his powers were near equal, and where he might have a say. Going to the army, wouldn't it be like walking into the lion's den? "You're crazy!" Li Yaheng cursed. "Cao!" Yang Dabin cursed back and continued, "Has everything to eat and use been scavenged by you?" All the nearby shops had been thoroughly scavenged. Except for the moldy vegetables and meat in the fridge, no food was left. Li Yaheng gazed at him, "Do you think we have the ability to do so? I didn't say anything about the zombies here, but did you take all the supplies?" "No." "Then how did you know there are no zombies here, and sneaked here to steal the petrol?" Yang Dabin asked again. "The same way as you," she replied defiantly. Yang Dabin cursed out of frustration. This attitude and tone of voice. Clearly she was messing with him, talking nonsense. "Brother Yang, why waste words with her? We're all ghosts here, let's get over with this and discuss the remaining matters when we get back," the man holding the chopper behind him urged Yang on. His eyes, however, were fixed intently on Li Yaheng. Yang Dabin chuckled, saying, "All right, hold her down for me. After I'm done, it'll be your turns." "Cool." The men moved forward, yanked Li Yaheng up, and pressed her face down on the hood of the car. Seeing this, the rest of the Little East Auto Repair crew's faces changed. They immediately began to resist. But with their hands bound, they had been squatting for so long that their legs were numb. They were knocked down again with fists and kicks. "What do you think you're redoing? Yang Dabin, you bastard, you won't die easy," Li Yaheng cursed loudly as she struggled. "Such a fiery temper. Today, I'll teach you some manners on behalf of your dead father." Yang Dabin laughed loudly, beginning to unbuckle his belt. The other men from Little East Auto Repair, their faces bruised and bloody, also began vociferously cursing, yet they were powerless to intervene. Just as he was unbuckling his pants and reaching his hand towards the woman in front of him, Suddenly, a dense number of footstep sounds came from a distance. Everyone turned their heads around. They saw several skeletons, each almost as large as a tiger, rushing in their direction from far away. The sound of bones clashing, rattling noisily. Cao. We're seeing a ghost. Chapter 76, Highest Physique. Yang Dabin and others watched with alarm at the scene unfolding before them. A skeleton is starting to run? No zombies came, but a bunch of running skeletons did. However, Li Yaheng and others were brimming with joy at the sight of the approaching skeletons. Brother Yang, stop staring and run, someone shouted suddenly. As he turned around, he noticed his underlings had already run a considerable distance away. Yang Dabin quickly reacted, preparing to take off running. But just as he swung his leg forward, he tripped over his trouser leg, hastily stabilized himself, held up his trousers, and continued to flee. As he ran, he shouted, "Cao, wait for me. Those people will act as bait, we still have time." But when he casted a glance back, he saw the skeletal monsters bypass Li Yaheng and the others directly. Just like they had targeted their prey, they zoomed straight towards them. Damn it! What the hell is that? Yang Dabin cursed and hastened his escape. However, how could a human's speed compare to that of a skeleton? In no time, the distance between them was less than 5 meters. Yang Dabin gritted his teeth, cursed his fleeing underlings, and without looking back, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out. Bullets whizzed through the hollow skeletons and hit the ground. This was, after all, their first time using guns. Furthermore, while guns had a strong deterrent effect on survivors, said intimidation was non-existent if they missed their shots on zombies and skeletons. Whump! The first skeleton dog knocked him to the ground, and the rest piled on, ferociously biting. After a couple of bites, they continued to chase the remaining few who were fleeing. Soon after, agonized wails echoed from afar. From behind, Wu Heng arrived with the team of skeletons. Seeing the few people who were tied up, he ordered, "Untie them." A few skeletons with basic souls stepped forward and cut their ropes. The freedom was returned to them. Thank you. Li Yaheng heaved a sigh of relief, adjusting her clothes. The rest of the people also expressed their gratitude and stood cautiously to one side. What's going on? Wu Heng glanced into the distance. We were collecting gas here, and they suddenly charged out with guns. We couldn't do anything, Li Yaheng said, looking somewhat distressed. If it wasn't for Wu Heng's timely arrival, it would be hard to say what would have happened to them. But it definitely wouldn't have been good. Did you know that man? Wu Heng continued to ask. He came to repair his car when I was still running the shop. He's a local ruffian, said Li Yaheng. Wu Heng nodded, without pursuing further. Some time had passed since the world's end arrived. There were those who chose to unite and face hardship together, and there were also those who chose to unleash their innermost darkness. It wasn't really strange. Soon, several skeleton dogs returned, dragging bloodied corpses along the ground. The man was obviously dead, with only one hand remaining that still clutched the gun, drenched in blood. Wu Heng looked at the people beside him and said, "I will guard you, go get the gas. We'll leave afterwards." Li Yaheng nodded and led the others, carrying their cans, towards the parked cars ahead. They began to withdraw the gasoline from the fuel tanks. Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to drag the man's body aside, then cast communicate with the dead. The corpse jerked upward, its eyes staring in Wu Heng's direction. Where did the gun and bulletproof vest come from? I killed 2 zombies and took it from them. Are there only 2 sets? Yes. Aside from those who came out with you, are there any others? Nobody else. Having nothing more to ask, he dismissed the necromancy spell. The corpse immediately slumped back onto the ground. Wu Heng picked up the gun and commanded, "Remove the vest." Jianyi and Jianer stepped forward and removed the victim's bulletproof vest. Last time, when he ransacked the Public Security Bureau, he didn't see this type of vest. Either he didn't spot it, or it simply wasn't there. Shortly after, the remaining skeleton dogs returned, dragging the leftover bodies along. Wu Heng continued to remove the second bulletproof vest and gun. Waiting in place for a while, Li Yaheng and the others returned carrying oil drums, which were not many, and it did not seem like it would take a long time. The oil drums were placed on a cart, and they walked in the direction they had come from. Wu Heng said, this stab-resistant suit is for you. Thank you. Li Yaheng expressed her gratitude. Tomorrow, you come with me, and we'll go to the gas station to get oil. Li Yaheng nodded, okay. At the intersection, they went their separate ways. Back to the residential area. Wu Heng took out 2 level 1 corpse cores and a detoxifying potion. He took out one, disinfected it with alcohol, and swallowed it directly. Strength +1, agility +1. Hey? There was no heart-piercing pain like the last time. The patterns on his arm were not as severe as previous times. They only appeared and then slowly faded away. He felt like the improvement in his own constitution was making the level 1 corpse core's effect on the body lighter. It could also be interpreted as his own resistance strengthening. The effect of the virus seemed to have weakened. Thinking about it, he still opened the potion and tilted his head back to drink it. Just in case any accidents occurred. After all, these were all his own speculations. Sitting and resting for a while, he continued to take out the second level 1 corpse core and swallowed it. Strength +1. Only an increase of 1 point? The effect is decreasing. The worst level 1 corpse core could increase at least 2 points of attributes, but the second one only increased by 1 point. As the attribute reached a certain value, the effect of the corpse core began to decrease. He opened the detoxifying potion and tilted his head back to drink it. Immediately checked his attribute panel. Name, Wu Heng. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 5, 272/14,000. Attributes, Strength 22, Agility 22, Constitution 25, Intelligence 18, Perception 10, Charm, 13. Expertise, Spear Expertise, Beginner, Arcane Training. Skills, Bone Manipulation Skill, Acid Splash, Grease Skill, Dancing Light Skill, Decay Ray, Corpse Preservation, Communicate with the Dead. It looks like it really does have something to do with the value. The 3 attributes of Strength, Agility, and Constitution have all reached above 20. And the effect of the corpse core and the impact of the toxins are both beginning to weaken. According to the normal attributes, Constitution determines resistance to various harmful toxins. Now that his Constitution reached 25, his body began to resist the toxins brought by the level 1 corpse core. This is forcing me to kill level 2 zombies. Wu Heng muttered to himself, and then continued to focus on his attributes. His own development path seemed to have gone off track. Such a good mage, yet intelligence is only at 4th place now. Instead, Constitution was the highest. In the existing spell systems, there doesn't seem to be a meat mage. No, my reliance is still necromancy, I still have to work harder on magic. Wu Heng whispered to himself. The red-faced mermaid bar. Bella was carrying a tray of drinks, serving beer to the customers at their tables. As she was about to turn away, she heard a conversation. Did you hear? The warehouse district in the West City was encircled and suppressed by a professional squad and a security team. There were huge flames, making quite a scene. I wonder who they were trying to catch. A muscular man with a beard spoke after drinking a mouthful of beer. That place is all warehouses of several factories, they were probably catching thieves. No way, catching thieves wouldn't require that many people. The same table's companion rebutted. At this moment, a man wearing leather armor at the next table turned around and said, I know some of the situation. Then you tell us. The man scanned the curious crowd with a smirk and said, a few children from the crowded area disappeared, and the security team couldn't find anything. The mother of the children went to a member of a professional squad. In the night, they surrounded and suppressed the warehouse, and the next day, the security team sent the children back. Really? Would they care about this matter? Why would I cheat you? Now everyone in the crowded area knows about this matter. Bella, holding the tray, looked back at the men who were talking, her eyes filled with surprise. Chapter 77, Trap Bracelet. Bring them up here, secure them to the railings, Wu Heng instructed. A few skeleton warriors possessing souls hauled the scavenged plastic mannequins onto the roof. They secured them to the railings using iron wire ropes, creating a series of upright human-shaped targets. You guys should practice your spear work on these targets passionately for a while, Wu Heng ordered directly. After several battles, the number of level 5 skeleton warriors had increased to 77. This number was beyond what Wu Heng had expected. After all, upgrading the skeletons' levels was incredibly difficult in the phase before. A skeleton would barely level up before being smashed to bits in the ensuing battles. Resultingly, the rise in the skeleton warriors' ranks and constant depletion intensified a vicious cycle. But recently, the situation had started to turn for the better. Skeletons gradually started to reach level 5 and unlock basic souls. These plastic mannequins were sights seen from a clothing store on the roadside, which were collected aptly for the skeleton's training. The mannequins ran scarce, so even assorted rags and curtains were transformed into human-shaped targets. Weapon proficiency could be unlocked through training and actual combat. The skeleton warriors should find unlocking the proficiency easier. Given they didn't need to sleep or rest, it made sense to simply train whenever free. A few days of training should pretty much unlock it. Hearing Wu Heng's orders, the level 5 spear-wielding skeletons moved in front of the targets and started making thrusting motions. Pu, pu, pu. Iron spears poked into the plastic, producing a series of mild unusual sounds. Observing the scene for a while, Wu Heng also returned to rest in Blackstone Town. Back in his Blackstone Town living quarters. After having instant noodles for dinner, he took out the book of the Greyhawk swordsmanship, reading it while practicing his sword swings. Having boosted his strength and physique, he distinctly felt the differences from before. His arm did not tremble after a sword swing, and his movements had become more accurate. Movements that were difficult to make previously, could now be executed with ease. So, that's where the problem was. No wonder progress in the Greyhawk swordsmanship was slow, it all boiled down to inadequate attribute points. He jokingly argued in his mind that as a mage he had disproportionately prominent physical strength and stamina. But he also knew that it was a good problem to have. Strength had influence over melee effects and affected muscle burst and personal carrying capacity. The carrying capacity was equally critical. Donned in leather armor now, he could definitely wear heavy armor in the future and blend in the skeleton squad. Killing him would then prove a tougher challenge. Physique was even more important, in fact, it was vital to every occupation. It represented the body's condition and resistance to all kinds of adverse statuses. A higher physique provided better resistance to toxins. People with a weak physique, or glass cannons in gaming terminology, found themselves on an easy path to death, often before they even saw their enemies. He continued practicing in his room until late at night, refreshed himself briefly, and then climbed into bed for sleep. With all this money at my disposal, shouldn't I hire a couple of mates or something? Should I apply through the association to go somewhere where necromancers are not surveilled? Thinking this in his mind, he gradually drifted off to sleep. The next day, Wu Heng stepped out for breakfast. When he returned, he saw an association worker walking out of the alley. The two ran into each other head-on and halted surprised. "Mr. Wu Heng, Captain Atruk needs you to come over," said the worker promptly. "Is there a task?" "I'm not very clear on that," the worker answered with a smile. "All right, I'll head over immediately." The association worker nodded and left first. Wu Heng went back to his room to prepare, carrying essentials like the handgun and the gas mask, before setting out for the association. Upon arrival at the association, he walked down the corridor towards the team resting room. As he pushed open the door, he saw that the other 3 team members were all present. "Captain, is there a mission?" Wu Heng asked directly. Atruk shook his head and said, "No mission. I've bought a magical item. Kavina and Yuli are both here today, so I figured I'd call you over to take a look." Captain Atruk was always training in the association's training room, which made it easy to find him. However, the rest of the members rarely came to the association, even Kavina, who would occasionally drop by, spent most of her time on personal matters. "Okay, fine." Wu Heng sat down. Yuli, on the other hand, was winking and grimacing, seemingly trying to convey something. "In our last battle report, we noted we need ways to restrain the enemy. I bought a tool that could prove useful, let me walk you through its functions, then pay heed during our battles," Atruk said. "Right." Several people nodded. Atruk took out a silver bracelet from a shelf and placed it on the table. "This is a trap bracelet. It can unleash an illusion ray, causing the target to be trapped in an illusion." Wu Heng set his gaze on the bracelet. Trap silver bracelet. Description: a magic tool engraved with the spirit illusion technique. It can release a wave of illusion against a single target. The effect of the illusion depends on the target's mental resistance. It indeed was an illusion tool. While he had heard of it, this was the first time he had seen it. In reality, this tool has limited utility. The effects aren't very pronounced on high-level professionals. So after the target has been disrupted by it, we should quickly capture or kill it, Truck added. Wow, this must have cost a lot. Yuli asked. It was rather expensive, but we must spend where necessary, especially to compensate for the shortcomings in our team, Truck continued. Yuli conceded, nodding in agreement. Wu Heng thought for a moment and asked, Captain, should we encounter these kinds of restraining techniques, what should we do? These kinds of effects generally fall into two categories, trap-like and mental disruptions. Trap-like ones include the Druid's entangling technique and Mage's web technique. As long as you have enough strength and stamina, you can escape, although it would require some effort. Mental disruptions rely on spiritual power, the stronger it is, the less impact you'll experience, Truck explained. Wu Heng, why don't you study the web technique? Yuli pointed out. Why don't you know the entangling technique? It doesn't fit with my path. Me neither. Watching the two of them, Truck added, our current enemy is enough for the bracelet to handle. Be vigilant of the enemy being influenced when we have missions. Understood. The three of them nodded. All right, there's nothing else. I'll check if there are any commissions in the next few days, we can potentially take one. Recently, the association organized team members to perform several capture missions. But there doesn't seem to be anything for Team 4 to do. It seems that Truck is planning to take up some tasks himself. The three nodded, had a brief chat, and then parted ways. Wu Heng, are you going to the black market? Yuli asked, coming closer. No, I'm busy today. I'll go when I have time. See ya. Wu Heng promptly returned to the crowding area, tidied up a bit, and went straight to the zombie world. Zombie world. Wu Heng led his skeleton squad and directly left the residential area. Outside, he contacted Li Yaheng. They had agreed to look for fuel at the station today, although they were delayed in the morning. After waiting on the road for a while, Li Yaheng rode over on an electric tricycle equipped with a bucket. Inside the bucket were 2 iron oil drums. Even on the main road, the going wasn't smooth. Just a few steps down, a pile of wrecked cars blocked the road. Large vehicles couldn't get past unless one took time to move or ram the cars out of the way. However, this small tricycle could traverse the pedestrian path. The only concern was whether it could carry the full oil drums. The two of them briefly exchanged a few words and then their team set off. They passed through the residential area and entered the main road, continuing to move east towards a petrol station. When passing a section of the street lined with KTVs, the number of zombies increased slightly, but it was only about 34. They easily killed these zombies. Have there been any updates on the radio? Wu Heng asked. Li Yaheng replied, there's been nothing particularly useful being broadcasted. The main station encourages people to stick together and to stay away from densely populated areas as much as possible. But these are pretty much common sense. The real challenge lies in surviving. And the survivor's base? Wu Heng continued. Li Yaheng glanced at the surrounding skeletons and continued, in the south of the city, there is a base formed within a prison. They are calling for survivors to join. A prison? Wu Heng frowned. Had the prison not been infected by the zombies? But that kind of location, with fences and electrical nets, indeed made for a good defensive position. According to themselves on the radio, they have rifles and sniper rifles that can defend against zombie attacks. Chapter 78, Horde of Corpses. Hearing Li Yaheng say that, it seemed that the prison really was a good place to defend against zombies. The location was far away from residential areas, and the prison guards were equipped with guns and bullets. Perhaps, the prison even had its own power supply system and never lost electricity. Thinking this way, a place like this really seemed like a great choice. Are you planning to go there? Li Yaheng nodded, we're still considering it now. Wu Heng definitely wouldn't seek out any survivor camps himself, it'd just make him uncomfortable to go there. However, he did hope to have some living people on his side. To help accomplish tasks that skeletons couldn't do, or bring a breath of life. Wu Heng didn't say much more, continuing to lead his army forward. When they passed areas with serious car accidents, he let the 3-meter-tall big guy zombie move the damaged vehicles, allowing the 3-wheeled vehicle to continue on its way. Along the way, they saw a sign for a gas station up ahead. Wu Heng said to Xiao Xiao perched on his shoulder, Xiao Xiao, go check if there's any danger at the gas station, especially inside the buildings. Okay, sure. Xiao Xiao floated in the air and quickly flew off into the distance. Not long after, Xiao Xiao flew back from afar. She said, "There are some zombies, nothing weird. I want to see for myself." Wu Heng still felt uneasy and decided to take a look himself. Xiao Xiao huffed and dove into his body. In his mind, the conditions of the gas station appeared. There were 2 private cars parked near the fuel pumps, few zombies roaming aimlessly about the open area, and no trace of zombies inside the station. There were less zombies here than he had imagined. He let Xiao Xiao come back out and ordered to move forward. The team slowly approached the gas station, and skeleton warriors went up and toppled all the zombies to the ground. Wu Heng made a round inside the gas station, inspecting the surroundings. The gas station had 6 fuel pumps in total, 4 for gasoline, 2 for diesel. The 2 sedans each occupied 1 fuel pump, and their drivers had obviously turned into zombies, killed outright by the skeleton. Wu Heng approached the fuel pumps and saw that they were completely non-functional. Even if he tried using them, no fuel would come out. "How should we get the fuel out?" Li Yaheng replied, "We need to dredge it up from the oil well under the station." She then picked up a crowbar from the vehicle's bucket, pried open a well cover on a concrete platform, and a strong odor immediately gushed out. Wearing a mask, she took out an extra long scoop she'd welded together from reinforcement bars in a tin can and dipped it in. She scooped up a large spoonful of gasoline and carefully poured it into a barrel next to her. "Oh, wow! If you don't know this method, you really wouldn't know how to get gasoline from a gas station." Li Yaheng began scooping up gasoline, little by little. She worked slowly. Wu Heng went into the station next to her to see if there was anything worth looting. On the counter, he saw sausages and boiled food, but they were all moldy and furry. The rest of the shelves were completely empty, probably because survivors had been here before. There was nothing worth looting, so he returned outside. He instructed the skeletons to help Li Yaheng continue scooping up gasoline. They had already filled up the first barrel, so they brought over a second one and continued filling it. They kept working until the afternoon when they finally felt like they'd gotten enough. "That's about it." Li Yaheng stood up and resealed the oil well. The skeleton warriors worked together to put the barrels of gasoline back onto the tricycle. The vehicle started to tilt to one side. Having no choice, Wu Heng could only have several skeletons push the tricycle forward towards the residential area. This much gasoline should be enough for Li Yaheng and her group for a while. When they got back near the housing estate, they dropped Li Yaheng back at the auto repair shop. Wu Heng himself also returned to the residential building. He sent the skeletons back to the rooftop to train, while he himself headed to Blackstone Town. Black Market. Wu Heng and Basin, clad in hefty cloaks, ascended to the second floor. After showing their emblems, they were led to a private room. A middle-aged man with a goat beard followed them in, holding a flat wooden box in his hands. "Sir, this is the item you commissioned." He placed the wooden box on the table and slid it toward them. Wu Heng opened the box, revealing a very old book inside. Dead Bones Battlefield. Description: within a maximum range of 60 feet of the spellcaster, it infuses deceased creatures' bones or bodies with tainted fake life forces, summoning them as undead creatures. Bone manipulation skill subject: turn into skeletons, control corpses subject, transform into zombies. It releases up to 80% of the caster's spiritual power to ensure the spirit doesn't exhaust. Upon seeing the skill book and its description, Wu Heng's heart instantly filled with joy. Finally, it arrived. The Snake Badge Consortium's efficiency is better than that of the association. "Sir, for the procurement and transportation costs, you'll still need to pay the remaining 72 silver coins," the middle-aged man said with a smile. It's obvious that the client was very satisfied with this commission. "Basin, money," Wu Heng said. Basin took out a money bag and handed it directly to the man. The man poured out the silver coins and counted the amount. "Do you need any more assistance, sir?" "Not at the moment." Wu Heng got up and went outside. The middle-aged man followed behind him, escorted him to the staircase, and waved goodbye. Wu Heng entered the crowd at the first floor and started to stroll around the stalls. The black market was still buzzing, selling all kinds of strange items. Many of the items were parts of various monstrous beasts or wild animals. One could only think that if alchemy wasn't so advanced, everyone in this world would have been wiped out a long time ago. After making a round, Wu Heng found it odd that the black-robed man who sold him the corpse wrap and organ jar was not at his booth. Sold out? Or changed location? He wanted to continue to look for good stuff to buy, but he couldn't find any booth that seemed like his. After roaming for a while without finding anything useful, he returned to Blackstone Town with Basin. Upon returning to his residence, he closed the door tightly. He took out the skill book and started to read. Zombie World. West of the second hospital. The night was gloom, a foul smell tainted the cool breeze. A dense swarm of footsteps was gradually approaching, horrific roars echoing through the night sky. On top of the commercial building, 4 survivors were leaning by the windows, their faces filled with terror as they looked at the zombies below. The streets where their gazes swept were filled with encircling crowds of corpses. Damn it, why are there so many zombies gathering? What the hell is going on? A middle-aged man cursed, swallowing his saliva nervously. Are they migrating? Another one said. Zombies wouldn't know about migration, unless something is guiding them. Just as the words fell, another person said, that one in the back. Isn't that the big-head zombie from the radio broadcast? The mutated zombie that can command ordinary zombies. Everyone looked toward the distance, and saw a large-headed zombie slowly advancing under the escort of a horde of zombies. Indeed. Someone swallowed his saliva. Suddenly realizing, he said, it's the big-head zombie that escaped from the second hospital mentioned in the radio broadcast. It's heading towards the second hospital. The remaining people also widened their eyes, looking terrified at the scene below. At this moment, the big-head zombie in the distance suddenly lifted its head and roars at the commercial building. The horde of corpses started to boil, becoming tumultuous. Then, they madly rushed toward the building ahead. The faces of the 4 survivors changed dramatically. "CAO, we need to run." Chapter 79, Love, You Don't Understand. The next day. After having breakfast, Wu Heng traveled through the boundary door to the zombie world. Having confirmed that nothing special happened last night, he headed downstairs with his skeletons. He let Xiao Xiao out to play by herself. Wu Heng headed directly towards the piles of zombie corpses stacked like mountains. Here lay the untransformed bodies, forming a slope between 2 buildings. It was the zombie world and the profession of necromancer that made him accept the presence of corpses and the dead. Otherwise, the hellish environment before his eyes might scare people to death. He held his magic wand and directly released the newly unlocked skill, Dead Bones Battlefield. The moment the skill was released, a grey and white halo rapidly spread from his body, sweeping over the piled-up bodies nearby. Whoosh! The next second, the flesh of the corpses started to fall off. One by one, skeletons slowly climbed up from the hill of corpses. Their flimsy footing caused them to roll down the slope. Wobbling, they stood up and entered a standby state. After the spell was cast, Wu Heng entered a kind of zoning out state. It was like he's entered sage time, his mind was empty, not wanting to think about anything. This is probably because the skill description stated that it would consume 80% of his spiritual power. But the effect was indeed efficient. His gaze fell again on the standing skeletons and he made a rough count. There were about 300 to nearly 400 skeletons standing up at once, transforming about a quarter of the pile of corpses. According to the Book of Necromancy, a normal transformation would only result in about 100 skeletons. It seemed that his spiritual power was indeed a bit higher. Go over there. Wu Heng commanded. The standing skeletons walked to one side. Jianyi, Jian'er, distribute weapons to them. Jianyi and Jian'er followed the order and started taking out kitchen knives to distribute to the approaching skeleton warriors. Wu Heng drank 2 bottles of spirit potion and sat aside for a rest. Then he continued to release Dead Bones Battlefield. This time, only over 100 skeletons stood up and joined the ranks. How much extra spiritual power he had was difficult for him to gauge. It seemed that even after resting for a while, he didn't recover much. Wu Heng sat aside, watching the Book of Necromancy while waiting for his spiritual power to recover, occasionally releasing the skill, increasing the number of transformations. Regardless, it was much faster than transforming them one by one. In the afternoon, Li Yaheng brought over the iron spears. Due to 2 days of backlog, she brought over 240 today. Wu Heng glanced at them, then took the skeletons to pick up the food. When bags of food and cans were being moved down, Li Yaheng's face showed uncontrollable joy, and her eyes were shining. The radio can contact the outside world and also hear about the situation in some places. Food is a resource that every survivor's camp lacks, even if the main station is promoting the identification of wild grass and vegetables that can alleviate hunger. Right now, even if their small camp is not the richest camp, they don't have to worry about food and drink. Perhaps in a few more days, they could all gain some weight. The original plan was to exchange some food from Wu Heng, modify the car, and then head to the nearest survivors' camp. But now, everyone was beginning to waver. Some were afraid of Wu Heng, who could control so many skeletons. Yet, they also felt it was safer to work under his protection, where they had food and drink. It was a difficult decision to make. Thank you. Li Yaheng sincerely expressed her gratitude. You have a deal to uphold too. You also need to speed up your progress. Wu Heng replied. Li Yaheng nodded, and then continued, I want to accept some nearby survivors. Wu Heng gave her a glance. He had no problem with accepting survivors, as more people meant more hands to work. But for Li Yaheng and her group, they would have to share a lot of food. Can you control that many people? Not everyone might be willing to follow the rules. Wu Heng reminded. Only the nearby ones. If there are people who can come over, we will offer them temporary shelter. Okay, I have no problem with that. Good. The two chatted for a while before Li Yaheng headed back with the food. Wu Heng also returned to the neighborhood. After studying his skills for a moment, he decided to head back to Blackstone Town first. In the afternoon, Blackstone Town. As soon as Wu Heng stepped out of the crowded area, he saw Yuli facing him, eating a baked cake as she walked along. Seeing Wu Heng, she waved from afar. What are you up to? Wu Heng asked. I'm looking for you. What are you up to? Yuli asked back. I'm headed to the shop. Did you need something from me? No. Let's go, I'll accompany you. She's come to eat at his place again. The two of them headed towards the shopping street together. At Deer Antler shop, Wu Heng bought more than 20 bottles of spirit potion in one go and had Basin carry them. Yuli looked at him curiously. She asked, what are you buying all these potions for? Wu Heng wasn't interested in taking on quests or researching any magic. She was curious, wondering why he bought so many potions. They didn't even taste good as drinks, certainly not as good as the red tea at his place. They're for someone else. Oh, you're a pretty good person, nothing like a necromancer. You should be a priest, giving blessings to people every day. It's just a vocation. Kindness depends on the person. Hey! Yuli suddenly grabbed him and pointed ahead, isn't that the captain? And Tulai saw as well. Following her pointing direction, Wu Heng saw Captain Atruk and the second team leader, Tulai saw, walking side by side on the street. Neither was wearing armor and both were dressed casually. They were standing close together, laughing and chatting. Captain! Yuli was about to greet them when Wu Heng suddenly covered her greasy mouth. Don't shout. What? Why are you covering my mouth? Don't interrupt the captain's important moment. What important moment? Wu Heng gave her a glance and said, Love. You'll understand when you're older. Yuli was startled, then she asked somewhat surprised, do you mean them? Can't you tell? I see it now. Yuli said in realization. Let's go this way, let's go back for dinner. Okay. The two of them took a slight detour to avoid disturbing the happily conversing captains in the distance, and headed home. The next day, Zombie World. Wu Heng stood before a pile of corpses, starting to execute his skill. The grey energy circle spread out, and the skeleton slowly stood up. The sensation of his mind going blank struck him again, making Wu Heng feel somewhat fatigued. He took out a few bottles of potion and gulped them down. After burping, he continued to cast Dead Bones Battlefield, transforming all the remaining corpses. The stacks of bodies have all been transformed into skeletons. They were densely packed in the open space in the middle of the building. After Jianyi and Jianer handed out weapons, Wu Heng roughly counted there were about 2,500 of them. It's not a small contingent at all. If these skeleton soldiers appeared near Blackstone Town, it would give the folks in the town hall sleepless nights. His own skeleton army had begun to take shape. Just as Wu Heng was about to lead the skeletons out for some monster hunting and leveling up, Xiao Xiao fluttered over from afar and shouted, Uncle, it's not good. A whole lot of zombies are coming. Chapter 80, Big Head Zombies Return for Revenge. So many zombies? Wu Heng glanced at the skeletons in the compound. Could there be more than me? Where did you see them? Wu Heng still asked. At my house's shop, so many zombies. Xiao Xiao said. Wu Heng didn't bother much with her, letting her roam around except when he had to go out and deal with zombies. Otherwise, she'd just play with some skeleton dogs. After all, as a ghost, she wasn't in any danger. Let me see. Xiao Xiao dove into his body and the images became apparent. The narrow road was jam-packed with zombies all over. Ahead of the entire parade of zombies were those adorned with some iron shovels and knives, creating clanging noises as they moved. And behind them were the horde of zombies that came following the noise. Damn! Seeing this scene, Wu Heng was quite taken aback. So many zombies were attracted in this way. He had just amassed so many skeletons, and before he could even upgrade them, he had to face so many zombies. He replayed the scene in his mind again. In the middle of the zombie horde, Wu Heng saw a familiar figure. A Jinner mouse head, it moved slowly and its head wavered left and right because of its weight. Is it here for revenge? This big-headed zombie was engraved deep in Wu Heng's memory. It was the mutated zombie that controlled the horde outside the hospital. According to Li Yaheng, it was called a commander zombie and could control a certain number of zombies. But the zombie horde that Xiao Xiao saw greatly exceeded the number controlled by the big-headed zombie. It controlled a few zombies to make noise and led the horde here. The intelligence is quite high. It actually used this method. Releasing Xiao Xiao again, he said, "Go get Li Yaheng from the mechanic's shop." "Oh, okay." Xiao Xiao turned and flew away straight away. Soon, Li Yaheng's voice came over the walkie-talkie, "What can I do for you?" The walkie-talkie had a communication range. It couldn't reach the residents from the mechanic's shop, so she had to walk near the crossroad to be able to make contact. "Yeah, wait outside the residence for me." "Okay." When Wu Heng saw Li Yaheng outside the residence, she was wearing work gloves with an apron around her body. It appeared she was working and had been called out. Wu Heng walked up and said directly, "The big-headed zombie that escaped last time is coming with a horde." Hearing this, Li Yaheng's face dramatically changed. "What? How is that possible?" It was the first time she had heard about zombies seeking revenge. They are near the eastern Heng silver store now and can be seen from the rooftop in about half an hour. Li Yaheng was completely panicked and her hands started trembling. "It's that close." Meanwhile, she was cursing her bad luck. Just a few days of good meals and now a horde had appeared. She turned to leave and prepare to escape but then thought of Wu Heng and immediately asked, "What should we do?" Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "Let your people prepare barrels of gasoline. As for the rest, don't worry. If we can't stop the zombies, I'll delay them so you can get a chance to escape." Blind evacuation is also very dangerous. Roadblocks, attracting hordes by driving, and some mutated zombies all pose potential threats. So, we shouldn't evacuate blindly. But right now there is no alternative, she immediately agreed. "Okay, I'm going to prepare right now." The ground was slightly trembling, the sound of dense and disorderly footsteps was getting louder and closer. On the sweltering road, a dark horde of zombies was approaching. Seeing it with his own eyes was definitely different from Xiao Xiao's perspective. The zombie horde was dense. There were at least a few thousand of them. Looking at the skeletons in front of him, Wu Heng was speechless. What a stroke of good fortune, or maybe not. The good news was that they had managed to transform all of the corpses before the zombie horde arrived. The bad news was that the horde arrived just as they finished the transformation. Would they annihilate his skeleton soldiers once again? "You stand here, and you, over here." Wu Heng started positioning his skeleton soldiers. Spears to the front. Shish shish shish. All the spears were pointed forward. Wu Heng also positioned himself at the back of the formation, waiting for the horde of zombies to draw near. Atop a residential rooftop, two men, their faces pale, lay prone on the roof, carefully observing the situation on the ground. They were survivors from the local cultural center up north. They noticed that there were fewer zombies in this area and came over to search for supplies, only to get trapped here without finding much. Although they had not been spotted by the zombies yet, the concentration of the undead below and the stench of rot were enough to induce a suffocating sense of dread. All of the zombies were on the move, advancing toward the same direction, regimented and disciplined like a proper army. They commented on how it was impossible that the vicinity could be safe with all the zombies gathered here. What's going on with all these zombies? Why are they all heading in the same direction? A bearded man was staring intently at the advancing horde. Could there be some sort of gathering place for the zombies to launch an attack on humans? The other man, slightly younger, was wearing thick black framed glasses. I remember there was an auto repair shop around here with survivors. Could they have attracted the zombies' attention? I highly doubt that, there are too many for that to be the case. The bespectacled man continued. Wait a minute, what's that over there? Doesn't that look like a whole bunch of bones? He pointed to where the zombies were heading. At the end of their line of sight, there was a vast army of skeletons, their numbers comparable to the zombie horde. Armed and positioned to face the zombies. Damn it, we've got skeletons to deal with now, on top of the zombies? What the hell is happening to the world? On the street, the horde of zombies, in a state of frenzy, trampled over wrecked cars. Roar! An uproar of hissing and roaring erupted, as the horde launched their charge. Like a flood spreading out, the horde filled up the entire street in an instant, baring their teeth and claws as they rushed toward the skeletons. The chaotic sound of running mixed with ear-deafening roars. The reek of rot permeated the surroundings. Wu Heng watched solemnly as the horde of zombies approached. As always, he released his grease skill when they got close enough. Then he threw a fire source out. Hush! Flames surged, instantly engulfing the front-line zombies. Yet more zombies bypassed the fire in front of them and pounced on the skeleton unit from both sides. Kaboom! Bang! The horde of zombies crashed into the skeleton army like a massive wave, immediately toppling the front row of skeletons. The skeleton squad started to counterattack. Spears and cleavers ceaselessly thrusting and slashing, slaughtering zombie after zombie. Wu Heng, standing in the back, released his witchcraft arrow, killing zombies one by one. Zombies began to climb the walls, forming monstrous human pillars. With a thunderous crash, they plunged into the ranks of the skeletons. An intense battle ensued. Limb and bone debris, foul blood, and severed heads, flew around in the chaos of the fight, splattering on the walls on either side. In the midst of the fierce battle, Xiao Xiao flew back from the direction of the zombies. Uncle, I found that big head creature, Xiao Xiao said and then directly crawled into Wu Heng's body. Information was shared on the screen. Inside a building in the distance, the big head zombie was standing by a window, staring out. There were more than 10 zombies in the room. So you are here. Wu Heng looked toward a rooftop on the side and then pointed at a residential building in the distance. Chapter 81, It's Hard for Humans to Live. Little East Auto Repair Shop. Sister Hong, everything's packed and ready to go at any moment. Wang Ke hurriedly approached, his face flushing from nerves and busyness. Li Yaheng glanced at the direction of the residential area and said, No hurry, let's wait a bit more. Qiangzi walked up from behind and added, We shouldn't wait any longer. There are so many zombies, we could also stand still and fight for several days. Let's just move at once. The rest of them turned their gaze to Li Yaheng as well. The current way of human life was to hide from zombies, surviving and waiting for an opportunity. Avoiding head-on conflict with zombies. Ordinary zombies were tough to handle, let alone the horde of corpses at hand. The person controlling the skeletons was not planning to leave, and they had no way to deal with him, but now they still had time to leave on their own. Sister Hong, didn't King Yama say that he wouldn't need us afterward? Let's leave here first. I think the odds of holding back the zombies aren't looking good. Another man wearing a peaked cap also tried to persuade her. He seemed older, but still called her Sister Hong. Li Yaheng kept gazing in the direction of the battle, thought for a moment, and then said, Let's watch a bit more. If we leave now, we might lose a source of food. Life would be even tougher then. Let's wait a bit more. If the zombies are about to win, we'll take that man and leave together. Everyone furrowed their brows, but they said nothing more. Since Li Yaheng wanted to wait, they would wait. But considering the current number of zombies, and the fact that the battle was attracting new ones, the chances of victory for the skeleton side seemed slim. Evacuation seemed inevitable. They all went downstairs again, continuing to reinforce their vehicles and see what other preparations they could make. The main battlefield. The horde of zombies moved like waves, crashing time and time again into the skeleton ranks. They pushed and tore at each other, zombies at the back stepping on those in the front, claws flailing as they lunged at their enemies. The skeletons also persistently swung their weapons, knocking down or puncturing the zombies charging towards them, killing them in waves. The big guy skeleton swung its arms like pendulums, throwing back the zombies around him. The skeleton dogs and cats also swiftly ran among the skeleton ranks, dragging zombies into the crowd and biting through their throats and skulls. The battlefield had extended from the front lines into the bulk of the skeleton troops. The skeletons in the front were being overwhelmed by zombies. Through the gaps, one could still see the struggling and fighting skeletons. This was not just a horde brought by the big head zombie, but also zombies attracted by the battling sounds. The louder the sound, the more the zombies from all around converged on the area. Wu Heng raised his hand, launching an acid splash and a witchcraft arrow, then glazed at the residential building in the distance. All was still over there. Yet, one could make out the big head zombie standing behind a window and the common zombies guarding outside the building. The skeletons were falling too quickly. This made Wu Heng start to worry. Don't mess this up. The conditions on the battlefield force him to modify his plans urgently. If he continued to drag this out, he could likely face danger as well. Once he realized this, he immediately drew out his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Amid the noisy scene, the gunshot sound was still shockingly loud. After the gunfire, skeletons holding plastic buckets filled with liquid appeared on the edges of the rooftops on both sides, their eye sockets burning with a dull blue flame. Having a glance at the situation below, they directly threw the buckets from the rooftop. Boom, boom, boom. Plastic buckets smashed into the horde of zombies. A large number of zombies were knocked over by the impact, and the liquid from the shattered buckets splashed everywhere. A heavy smell of gasoline immediately filled the air. Zombies were knocked down, starting to gather towards the two sides of the wall, attempting to climb up along the wall. Plastic buckets continued to be thrown down, about 5 or 6 in total. Then the skeletons on the rooftop took out glass bottles stuffed with cloth, ignited them, and the flame lit the cloth up. They then tossed these bottles to the places where the gasoline buckets had shattered. Boom bang! The Molotov cocktail shattered on the ground, instantly igniting a massive fire. Flames spread rapidly in all directions, billowing up to a height of more than 2 meters high. A considerable number of zombies were engulfed by the fire. They struggled and screamed, but they were ultimately swallowed by the flames and turned into ashes. However, the zombie horde's attack quickly adapted. The swarm began to disperse, sidestepping the areas in flames, and continued to charge forward. The zombies roared, and flames soared into the sky. Abandoned cars exploded in the blaze one after another, the deafening sound echoing in the ears. However, the fire did serve as a perfect obstacle. It caused the horde to scatter. Skeletons crawled out from the pile of corpses and continued to hack at the incoming zombies. On a distant rooftop, a burly middle-aged man and a bespectacled man, their bodies rigid, gazed in astonishment at the battle unfolding in the distance. At first, when they saw the zombies attacking the skeletons, though surprised, they merely thought that two creatures from the underworld were fighting. It was like watching dogs fighting each other. It would be ideal if both sides could just wipe each other out. But as they watched, they gradually sensed that something was not right. The zombie horde began to divide its forces. Some charged head-on while others climbed or used a ladder to attack the skeletons from within. This series of maneuvers left the two men dumbfounded. Zombies were actually using tactics. At the same time, it further reinforced the idea that the zombies would eventually triumph. The skeletons were already at a numerical disadvantage, their defeat was only a matter of time. But when they saw the skeletons on the rooftop throwing down barrels and Molotov cocktails, they were hit with an even more significant shock. Holy shit! The skeletons have a backup plan! The bespectacled man exclaimed. This was not just a tactic, it was a strategy, right? Just what on earth was going on? In the apocalyptic world, the reason humans were still surviving was largely because these zombies lacked intelligence. Their behavior and modes of attack were more akin to devolved beasts. Humans gradually found ways to deal with zombies. But now, it seems that they had underestimated these creatures' abilities. Able to make their own weapons, these skeletons are somewhat terrifying, the burly man spoke. The man in glasses swallowed hard, before continuing, can we really survive in this world? Who knows? We should be more cautious. Let's take this information back and warn everyone to beware of these monstrous skeletons. Okay. In front of a residential building, behind the zombie horde. Over 20 zombies, frenzied and restless, guarded the building's entrance. From time to time, they were attracted by distant explosions. They roared and quickly quieted down, regaining their posts at the entrance. Suddenly, a figure slowly appeared in the empty space in front of the hallway. The iron-grey skeleton, half of its body draped in decaying yellow linen, came into view. The surrounding zombies all paused for a moment. The next second, they roared angrily and charged. Thump! With a swing of fist, the first zombie's head exploded, its body flew backward and knocked down the other zombies behind it. Bahudong quickly rushed into the hallway. Two mutated dogs, baring their teeth and growling, leaped down from the stairs and lunged. With a shake of fist, the mutated dogs hit the back wall and slid down, paralyzed. Bahudong quickly arrived in front of a room. With a thump, he kicked open the room's door. His gaze fell on the big head zombie, who was surrounded by even more zombies at its center. Chapter 82, Even the real Yama has to bow 3 times. The bloated, deformed big head, with his wide-open eyes, stared at the skeleton that had suddenly burst through the door. He couldn't seem to figure out why the other party had suddenly appeared here. Why did they know he was hiding here? Roar! The big head zombie let out an angry roar, the zombies around him following suit with their collective growls. They directly charged forward with their teeth bared and claws ready. Bahudong also stepped forward quickly, throwing punches and kicks, knocking the charging zombies off their feet or smashing them into a pulp. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies in the room were dead. However, the zombies outside were still banging on the anti-theft door. Big head zombie, helplessly leaning against the corner of the wall, watched the massive skeleton slowly advancing towards him. Step step thud. The big head zombie tried to circle around, but after just 2 steps, he lost his balance and fell flat on the ground. Bahudong walked up to him and violently delivered a kick to his head. Boom! The enormous skull exploded like a balloon, the thick, filthy blood splattering the walls and floor. Main battlefield. The battle on both sides was still ongoing. Zombies were falling in clusters in pools of blood, skeletons also fell like cut wheat. The battle had turned into pure attrition. In the end, it would all come down to who had more surviving soldiers. Wu Heng stopped using the witch arrow skill and grease skill, he stood still in the team, waiting for the progress of the next plan. He surveyed the battle in front of him. Experience gained plus 55. Summoned creature skeleton boxer gained experience plus 20. Suddenly, experience notifications for Bahudong appeared. An increment of 20 was not something one could attain by killing ordinary zombies, it indicated that a second-level mutated zombie had been killed. Simultaneously, the organized wave of zombies suddenly started to become chaotic. Even though they were still charging forward, they'd lost their original order, scattering everywhere, crossing through fire and even being attracted to the exploded cars, violently hitting the remains of those cars. Wu Heng looked up towards a residential building in the distance. In the window where Big Head had originally been, stood Bahudong, holding the body of the big head zombie. From afar, Wu Heng gave him a thumbs up. Then he ordered, "Attack!" Whoosh! The skeletons initially defending the position suddenly sprang into action, launching a charge. The charging zombies were knocked off their feet, and the butcher knives in the hands of the skeletons repeatedly rose and fell, killing the zombies. The 3-meter-tall big guy swung his arms wildly, sweeping the zombies off their feet. Wu Heng followed the skeletons, advancing to the initial battle zone. He raised his magic wand and cast the Dead Bones battlefield. The grey ring of light spread out in an instant, several skeletons crawled up from the ground and joined the ranks, charging towards the zombies. Avoid the flames! Seeing the skeletons walking towards the flames, Wu Heng hastily yelled. The fire had been burning for a while, its intensity had decreased, yet there was still plenty of flammable material burning. If the skeletons stepped into it, they'd probably catch fire more easily than the zombies. The skeleton army started to contract into thin rows, walking around the flames and continuing to kill the zombies on the other side. Wu Heng opened his backpack, took out several spirit potions and drank them down. Following this, he again cast Dead Bones battlefield, and a large number of skeletons joined. He continued to drink the potions and cast the skill. The skeletons crossed the sea of flames and charged madly at the zombies. The butcher knives were swung down repeatedly, chopping the zombies down to the ground. At that moment, the battle began to shift. Skeletons pushed the zombies in retreat. Continuously swinging their knives, they brought down zombies who couldn't lift their heads again. Damn! What is his background? Forget calling him King Yama, even the real Yama would probably have to bow 3 times before daring to pass by him. On a rooftop directly behind the battleground, several guys from the auto repair shop watched the fight in the distance. The battle had changed so quickly that they were struggling to keep up. Initially, the zombies had the upper hand. They thought the zombies would win and planned to just drive away. Then the gasoline drum was thrown, and a large flame engulfed acres of zombies. At that point, they thought victory was possible but assumed King Yama had also suffered no small loss. Maybe all the skeletons were defeated. But now, the skeletons were on the offensive, slaying zombies into disorderly retreat. Needless to say, the skeletons would definitely be the final victors. These zombies look like they've suddenly gone haywire, Wang Ke asked quietly from the sidelines. The skeletons' counterattack began after the zombie horde became chaotic. Although they didn't see what happened, they felt like something had been orchestrated. At the moment of the zombies' turmoil, the skeletons launched their charge. The commander zombie mentioned on the radio is what drew the zombie tide here. Perhaps that zombie died, causing the zombie horde to become chaotic, Li Yaheng explained. The others glanced at each other. Last time, when they met with the big head zombie at the hospital, Li Yaheng had told them about it. They were surprised at the time that the skeletons were chasing and killing the mutated zombies. Now this zombie returned to retaliate with reinforcements, but the result was the same, still completely obliterated by the skeletons. Just terrifying. Sister Hong, are we still leaving? I mean, once our food supplies are sufficient, are we still leaving? Qiangzi asked. Li Yaheng fell silent for a moment, then said, let's see how it goes first. No rush. Unload the stuff from the car. If it's safe, we won't be in a hurry to leave. Okay. The few of them nodded and headed downstairs to return to the auto repair shop. On another rooftop, a big bearded man and a spectacled man leaned against the railing. The burly man lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke and said, just now it seemed like there was a person among the skeletons, directing the skeletons. The man with glasses also added, I saw it too, but I'm not sure if it was a person or a human-like creature. I think it might be the superpowered man the radio mentioned. The man with glasses pushed up his glasses. If it is a superpowered man, then perhaps there's hope for mankind, but the chances are slim. I mean, how could someone develop superpowers so quickly? The big bearded man glanced back downstairs, extinguished the leftover half of the cigarette, tucked it back in his wrinkled cigarette box, and said, anyway, we have survived another day. There are not many zombies left. Let's go back first. We can find out more about the situation through the radio later. Right. The two men stood up cautiously and began to walk downstairs. Time ticked away, and the fight was nearing its end. Skeleton dogs and skeleton warriors were encircling the remaining zombies. Bahu Dong returned from the opposite side. His chest bone was hanging with neatly folded corpse wraps like a towel hanger, holding Big Head's corpse with one hand while dragging two mutated dogs with the other hand. As the team's strongest combatant. From the beginning, Wu Heng planned to set him outside to take down this Big Head zombie. Otherwise, in a head-on confront, if the zombies were at a disadvantage, this Big Head zombie would just turn tail and run, which would be really hard to stop him. When the time comes, leading a horde of corpses back for revenge would be even more troublesome. Fortunately, this time, everything went smoothly. Bahu Dong had flat out killed him. Looking at the corpse dumped in front of him, Wu Heng couldn't help but feel curious. He wondered what type of skeleton this Big Head zombie, who was feeble and shaky when walking, would transform into. Chapter 83, Big Head Ghost Spirit. 3 mutated corpses were discarded at his feet. Interestingly, 2 of them were mutated dogs, suggesting a high mutation rate in dogs. His gaze fell back on the big-headed zombie. Its head was brutally kicked apart, resulting in a horrific death. The strengths and weaknesses of the big-headed zombie were clear. It could remotely control other zombies, but close combat and movement were its weak points. Once Bahudong got close to it, killing it was not a problem. Leaving Bahudong and some nearby skeletons to guard him, Wu Heng cast the bone manipulation skill on the big-headed zombie alone. Necromancy magic slowly enveloped the corpse. The summoned creature exceeds the caster's ability range. Instability factor increases. The slightly unstable prompt appeared, indicating that the corpse's level was above 5. Flesh on the big-headed corpse gradually flaked off, revealing the stark white bones that stood to attention. The striking skull appeared as if it was topped with a balloon. The eyes were far larger than those of a regular skeleton, and flickering within them was a bluish flame of soul fire. Skeleton Spirit Demon, Level 10. The name had changed to Spirit Demon. That was somewhat different. When Big Guy at level 11 had been transformed, the prompt still called it a Skeleton Warrior, only its attributes had been enhanced. But now, this big-headed skeleton before him had a completely new name. The big-headed skeleton turned its hollow skull slightly, as if observing its surroundings. Skeleton Spirit Demon, Level 10. Level, 10, 0/52,000. Attributes, Constitution 14, Strength 12, Agility 6, Intelligence 16, Perception 15, Charm 5. Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Expertise, Soul Mutation, Biological Aberration. Abilities, Soul Commander, Hive Mind. Soul Mutation, Intelligence +4. Biological Aberration, Intelligence +1, Perception +1, Agility 3. Soul Commander, through mastering soul nodes, can issue commands to many soldiers of the same faction. Hive Mind, skeleton spirit demons within the range belong to the same soul node. Their mental induction can be transmitted to neighboring skeleton spirit demons at any time to jointly establish a primary brain. Looking at the big-headed creature's attributes, Wu Heng frowned slightly. The overall attribute value was weak. In terms of physical fitness, it was not much different from an ordinary zombie, with agility as low as 6 points, a bit too low. Intelligence and perception had increased to 16 and 15, which were relatively high among converted skeletons. That was understandable, since the big-headed zombie was already physically weak and its main feature was controlling other zombies. However, this was excessively weak for a level 10 creature. Looking further down, apart from the 2 expertise areas of mutation, 2 new abilities were added. Soul Commander can issue commands to soldiers of the same faction through soul nodes. This ability, which allowed it to control zombies, was preserved after conversion. It felt like a good ability, as it could issue commands to the skeletons. The second ability, called Hive Mind, felt more like the ability of a Zerg in StarCraft than a zombie ability. The introduction mentioned that it could transmit mental induction to nearby skeleton spirit demons to establish a unified primary brain. Wu Heng read it several times and sort of grasped its intended meaning. In other words, the skeleton spirit demons within range had established a WeChat group, where they could share any information. If that was really what it did, then this spirit demon had a significant role. It could establish an extensive network and achieve information sharing on that network. From now on, you'll be known as Number 1 Big Head, Wu Heng assigned it a name on the spot. The skeleton spirit demon gave no response and simply stood still. Come out and stand to the side. Big-headed skeleton followed the order, obediently standing to one side. Although its movement remained slow, its head, now a mere skull, was no longer heavy. It no longer wobbled after taking a few steps as it had done before. Picking up the kitchen knife of a skeleton beside him, he searched the ground and found a level 2 corpse core. He put it into a plastic bag and continued to use bone manipulation skill on the other 2 mutated dogs. 2 level 5 skeleton dogs stood up, shook their bodies, and ran to one side. Wu Heng found 2 more level 1 corpse cores in the corpses. 3 corpse cores, 1 level 10 skeleton, 2 level 5 skeletons. The gains were quite good. After transforming 3 mutated zombies, he cast his eyes on the street. The entire street was in ruins. Wrecked cars emitting thick smoke, flames, heat waves, bodies covering the ground. It was like a road leading to hell. It was ghastly and terrifying. Wu Heng glanced at Big Head Skeleton on one side and said, "Have the skeletons bring back the bodies." The next second, all the skeletons that had been waiting on the spot began to move, dragging the bodies of the zombies on the ground, and walked towards him. It really worked. And the effect was not bad either. This Big Head Skeleton might be more useful than he thought. Continuing, he said, "Have the skeletons pile up the bodies inside the community, the rest put out the fire." The skeletons began to divide their forces. Some were dragging bodies into the community, while others began to collect some soil to put in the street fire. With the Big Head Skeleton, he just needed to stand still and command. After all the bodies were dragged into the community, the buildings on both sides were charred by the fire. The windows on the first and second floor were already shattered, the fire was put out separately. It took a lot of time to clean up the battlefield and finish the work. Now it seemed almost done. Wu Heng then said to the Big Head Skeleton, "Take some skeletons, clean up the zombies nearby, don't hurt humans, if humans attack first, you can counterattack." The great battle attracted a lot of zombies, making the surroundings a bit chaotic again. It needed cleaning up, and at the same time, he had to remind the Big Head Skeleton not to kill the guys at the auto repair shop. The entire skeleton group had soul skeletons practicing spears and swords on the rooftop. The big head skeleton, commanding about 500 ordinary skeletons, went around the community to patrol and kill zombies. Returning to Blackstone Town, Wu Heng washed himself and changed his clothes. When things were mostly sorted out, he went straight to the Associators Association. Upon entering the small squad's break room, it was empty. It felt like the work atmosphere of the entire 4th squad was terrible. No one came to the association anymore. He filled out 3 corpse core orders in the restroom and submitted them to the reception in the main hall. When he returned to the restroom to retrieve his stuff, he saw Slither, clad in a long dress, leading a cheetah coming towards him. Vice Executive. Wu Heng took the initiative to greet her. Seeing you in the association isn't an easy feat. Slither said. Our squad is on vacation, so we don't come often. Wu Heng made an excuse. Slither looked at him curiously, and then asked, "Got a girlfriend?" "No, why ask?" Wu Heng did not understand why she suddenly said that. Slither looked him up and down and said, "It feels like you're different. I thought all of you in the 4th team were looking for girlfriends." This guy was really well informed. He must have discovered something about the captain. If I were to look for one, it would be someone like the vice executive. Wu Heng said directly. "Oh? You like older ones?" Slither raised her brow. "No, I just like beautiful ones." Slither's mouth curled up a bit, as if she appreciated this sentence. "Kid, I think you just want to deceive me for money," she said. Chapter 84, Encircling the Necromancer. After exchanging a few words with Slither, they said goodbye to each other. He went straight back to the crowded area, without wandering around outside. He came back a bit late today and there were more people in the tavern at this time. The place was a mess. It was all rough men, so he boiled some noodles for himself. Now that his constitution was high, he didn't worry about these things being low in nutrition. While eating the noodles, notifications kept popping up. Experience gained +2. Summoned being Skeleton Warrior, experience +3. Experience gained +2. Summoned being Skeleton Warrior, experience +5. Experience gained. Since he returned to Blackstone Town, his experience accumulation had never stopped. It must be Big Head Skeleton, commanding the skeleton crew to sweep away zombies in the vicinity. He had thought of this method before. But the other skeletons with souls did not have this effect. Ordinary skeletons could not execute orders at all. Now Big Head Skeleton could solve this problem. And the effect was not bad. It felt like he was sitting at home counting money. He also completely broke away from his old way of fighting alongside his skeletons every day. Given the chance, he should make more big head skeletons and lead them in monster hunting expeditions. Finishing the instant noodles, Wu Heng continued practicing Greyhawk swordsmanship. Wielding the long sword in his hand, he made a series of complete actions. Zombie World, Auto Repair Shop. Doors and windows were sealed, making the room a bit stuffy. Is anyone at Little East Auto Repair Shop still alive? A question came through the radio frequency. Sitting at the table, Wang Kai turned to look at Li Ya-hung. The latter frowned, took the microphone and asked, "This is the auto repair shop. What's up? They're still alive. Damn, they can even survive this. Did they create these skeletons?" "Shut up, they can hear us." Debates could be heard from the other end of the radio. You could hear the surprise, and them discussing the skeletons. After a few seconds of silence, the other side asked again, "Did you see the battle between the skeleton group and the zombie group today?" Li Ya-hung and Wang Kai exchanged glances. They weren't the only ones who knew what was happening here. "We saw it. There's some distance between us and them." Li Ya-hung answered. "Do you know where those skeletons come from? I mean, is it a superpowered man?" The two were somewhat surprised. These people weren't too far from the battle site when it happened, so they might have seen something. Li Ya-hung thought about it and said, "I don't know. We barely got out of there. Who would be able to figure it out?" But they really didn't dare to disclose about this. After all, they were living under the protection of the skeletons. Unless the skeletons gave their permission, they wouldn't dare to disclose. The other side once again fell into a brief silence. "Those skeletons are somewhat dangerous. Be careful." "Thanks, we will." Then, the other side continued, "Do you have enough food?" Li Ya-hung immediately became alert. In these times, food was as valuable as gold. Who would casually ask about a house's gold? What's up? If you have food, we can trade. The other side said directly. The two shelters aren't far apart. If they made an appointment, they could actually carry out some exchange or trade. What are you offering in exchange? I have medicine here. We can trade for that. In a situation like this, medicine is also an essential. We don't need it. The other side didn't think they would refuse so resolutely and fell silent again. Then they asked, what do you want? Li Yaheng almost laughed and said, contact us again when you have figured it out. The other side fell silent once more. Just when Li Yaheng put down the microphone and was about to leave, a voice came from the radio again. We're from City South Prison. If you've got food, we can trade. Feeling that their food situation couldn't be revealed, Li Yaheng promptly corrected herself, we don't have much food either. We can trade for guns, rifles, or sniper rifles. Li Yaheng was shocked. But she still said, if we find enough food, we can trade with you. Good. The next day, Wu Heng got up early. After breakfast, he headed to the zombie world. There was a higher pile of corpses in the center of the residential area. Yesterday's battle with the horde of zombies, all the bodies are piled up here. Wu Heng glanced at it and directly released the dead bones battlefield. A large number of skeletons stood up directly and walked into a line on the side. He chugged 2 doses of medicine, continued to release his skill, increasing the number of skeletons. To the other magic world, he is the necromancer who has the most soldiers. In the afternoon, Li Yaheng rushed over. She directly said, yesterday someone asked about the skeleton on the radio, they seem to have seen it fighting with the zombies. They haven't found out anything, have they? No, they just asked if it's a superpowered man, I said I don't know, and then they didn't bring up the matter again. Don't divulge it for the time being. Li Yaheng continued, also, someone wants to exchange food, they said they have a shotgun. Hearing this sentence, Wu Heng turned his head to look at her and asked, where? City South Prison. It's a bit far, we'll talk about it later. Okay. After Li Yaheng left, Wu Heng went back to the residential area to continue converting the pile of corpses. In the afternoon, he returned to Blackstone Town. As soon as he came out of the boundary door, he saw the letter peeking out from under the door. Written on it that there's a mission from the association, to go to the professional association. Another mission. It seems that after the last Church of Divine Punishment, the 4th squad has not been assigned a mission. After filling his stomach with a bowl of noodles, he started stuffing necessary items into his backpack. The magazine was full, and he also carried an ample amount of spare magazines. When everything was ready, Wu Heng took basin and left for the professional association. When they entered the hall, the other 3 squads were all gathered in the hall. It seems to be another group operation. Wu Heng saw the position of the 4th squad and went straight over. Truck and Kavina were waiting on the side, while Yuli was holding something, leaning against the wall and stuffing her mouth with food as she watched the surroundings. Captain, will we be holding the fort? Wu Heng asked as he approached. Truck frowned, understanding what holding the fort meant in his words. Then he said, listen to the executive's arrangement, we are not sure what the mission is yet. Oh, okay. Wu Heng stood aside waiting along with them. Yuli approached and said, don't worry, I'll protect you when the time comes. We're outnumbered, so we might be holding the fort. Like last time, isn't staying behind more dangerous? Wu Heng was startled, that seems reasonable. It wasn't long before Yuzd, the executive, and Slither, the deputy executive, walked out from one side. All the squad members stopped chatting, and the hall quieted down instantly. The executive said, Blackstone Town received news that a necromancer's traces were spotted. We need to cooperate with the guards to kill him, we do not need to capture him alive. Everyone was taken aback, and a few people looked back at Wu Heng's direction. It seemed as though they were observing his expression. Wu Heng didn't look sideways, not bothering to look at others. What do other necromancers have to do with me? I always abide by the law. The executive waved his hand, and everyone followed him outside. There was no mention of anyone staying behind at the association. It seems that there are other arrangements. Each squad met up with the guards outside, rushing together towards the outside. Night fell, and the formidable group left the city, rushing towards a secluded mansion in the east. As they approached the destination, the team began to slow down, and a ranger dressed in leather armor came out of the dark forest. He spoke in a low voice, "The target is inside, and has not come out until now." Slither looked serious, whispering, "They didn't detect you, did they?" "Don't worry, they definitely didn't detect me," the ranger patted his chest and assured him. Because of Yuli, Wu Heng was beside them. Hearing their conversation, Wu Heng had a bad premonition. Slither nodded his head, returned to the rear to discuss the situation with the executive and several guard captains. He came back swiftly after that. He directly ordered, "Attack, surround them, and leave no survivors." Wham! Everyone instantly sprung into action, rushing towards the mansion up ahead. Chapter 85, Carrion Necromancy. Whoosh! Flocks of birds took to the sky, flying towards the estate. The guards and the professional team quickly approached the openwork iron gate of the estate. The inside of the estate was dim and silent. The leader of the guards glanced at the ranger beside him. The ranger controlled the birds to circle above, saying, "There's no danger in the courtyard." He signaled those behind him. Immediately, some people in leather armor, with short swords hanging from their waists, stepped forward and started fiddling with the lock of the iron gate. With the sound of a crisp click, the gate opened in response. The leader made a slight gesture, and the guards quickly entered the estate, surrounding the central stone castle. The members of the professional team also quickly followed suit, all ready for battle. "Welcome friends from Blackstone Town." Torches lit up on the balcony of the second floor of the stone castle. A figure in a black robe, of average build, appeared before the crowd. Leaning on the stone railing of the balcony with both hands, he looked down at those gathered below without any surprise or panic. Wu Heng moved closer to Basin. That necromancer had indeed discovered them long ago. The man in the black robe, with his hands on the stone railing, continued, "I know the purpose of your visit, but you've got the wrong target. I'm not the necromancer you're looking for. I can give you some clues." Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, a cold light arrived with a thunderous speed. With a muffled thud, it accurately hit the front of the man in the black robe. Wu Heng was startled and abruptly turned around, only to see a man in leather armor in the dark behind him. His longbow still trembled slightly. Turning back to look at the balcony, the man in the black robe was shot in the chest and his body suddenly leaned back, but his hands still clung to the stone railing in front of him, forming an odd posture. The next second, under the stares of everyone, the man in black slowly straightened up and snapped off the arrow in his chest. Part of the arrowhead still lodged in his body. A substitute? Or some special constitution? He is still alive? The man in the black robe turned his gaze back to the crowd, his voice growing colder. "It seems you are bent on making me a scapegoat. Very well then, you all stay and become my minions." The next second, the ground inside the estate began to shake violently. One after another, hands speckled with decaying flesh, broke through the soil and appeared from the ground. Densely crowded, like bamboo shoots sprouting all over the ground. "Kill him!" Yust ordered again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of arrows and crossbow bolts shot towards the second floor. The man in the black robe retreated deeper into the stone castle, at the same time saying, "Enjoy this feast of slaughter." His figure disappeared into the darkness. The flesh-ridden carrion covered the entire estate. Under the eyes of Blackstone Town, so many corpses had been collected. "Slither, leading guard, join me in storming in and directly killing the necromancer. The others clean up the carrion in the estate and seal off the surroundings. Don't let any suspicious person run away," Yust commanded to those around him. "All right." Everyone nodded in agreement, acting according to the order. Yust and others rapidly rushed towards the main entrance of the stone castle. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps sounded. 4 giant humanoid monsters slowly came down from the second floor of the stone castle. Each close to 4 meters tall, with long arms reaching past their knees, elongated and sharp claws, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and grey eyes without pupils. "It's giant demon carrion," Slither softly warned. The others nodded. Above the corridor, the man in the black robe followed behind the giant demon carrion, walking down at a leisure pace. "Slither, the secret speaker of the association. I won't destroy your corpse, at least not before it rots," he said. "Attack!" Yust let out a low growl, and with a flick of his wand, he unleashed an energy beam, shooting it forward. The giant demon carrion on the other side, after getting hit, had large chunks of rotten flesh blasted off, revealing even more decayed internal organs. At the same time, the others also launched their attacks. The close combat fighters were swiftly charging up the stairs with their weapons. The ranged ones, readying their bows, fired arrow after arrow, whistling through the air towards their target. And the two massive decaying corpses standing guard at the stairs, swinging their bulky arms wildly, attempted to crush the oncoming fighters. The robed figure in the rear, while dodging the fired arrows, used his wand to conjure and shoot magic lasers toward the enemy. The roaring cacophony filled the ancient castle for a moment. Outside the castle, the guards and professionals, engaged in battle with the emerging carrion. The sounds of fighting and swords-piercing flesh echoed throughout the courtyard. One after the other, people succumbed to the sword and fell, letting out moans of agony. Wu Heng, raising his hand, released witchcraft arrow to knock down the three advancing carrion. Basin quickly ran forward, his short blade pierced the skull through the eye socket, eliminating them. The carrion here are different from usual zombies. Although they also lack intelligence, they can use weapons. The occasionally high-ranking ones even possess particular occupations. They are Necromancer's servants, a type of undead vastly different from Wu Heng's skeletons. Although they aren't as capable as the guards or professionals, they still require caution in dealing with them. Roar! Yuli, transformed into a brown bear, hurled the carrion one by one, smashing the rest of the rotting corpses. Clang! With a crisp sound, Truck stepped forward, his long sword blocking a strike from a corpse towards the brown bear. Be careful! The brown bear nodded, once again its massive paws swung, flinging several carrion. At this time, Tulisa, the leader of the second squad, moved towards them along with her team. She asked, "Is everything all right?" Truck answered, "We're fine." The members of the two squads congregated, continuing to crush the carrion around them. On the other hand, the guards, who were even more efficient in killing their enemies. They formed a tight formation, able to withstand more carrion. The battle continued, but the number of carrion gradually decreased as they were wiped out by the black stone townside. Bang, bang, bang. Just when most of the carrion fell, the situation took another turn. The corpses of those killed exploded one after the other. Thick yellow smoke filled the whole manor as the bodies burst apart. Under the yellow fog, almost simultaneously, everyone among the guard and the squads began coughing violently. Their bodies showed signs of poisoning and weakness. Be careful, it's the Necromancer's evil explosion skill, the gas is toxic. It was written in the Book of Necromancy. Necromancers could use corpses to release poisonous gas, affecting living creatures. It seemed that this skill had been embedded into the bodies of the carrion, creating a combined effect. After the carrion died, their bodies would explode, releasing this gas. This aspect was indeed an advantage over mere skeletons, which lack a secondary release of poisonous gas. Hearing Wu Heng's warning, members of the two squads started to find ways to avoid inhaling the toxic gas. Wu Heng held his breath, quickly opened his backpack, took out an unopened gas mask, tore off the outer packaging, and put it on his face immediately. As the rotting corpses exploded in succession, the fog engulfed the entire mansion yard. Chapter 86, The Undying Body. At a distance of about 3 meters, it was difficult to detect the figure of a companion. Basin, determine the locations of the squad members. Wu Heng put a hand on Basin's shoulder, charging off to the front with him. Ahead of them were guards, fallen and weak from exhaustion. There were few who had brought anti-toxin equipment, as gas masks were not widely used in this world. Wu Heng quickly found the rest of his team members. Kavina had put on a plague doctor mask. Truck, along with several members from the other squad, had taken out scarves to cover their mouths and noses. Let's retreat first, Wu Heng stated outright. Given the current circumstances, fighting was impossible. The poison gas didn't affect carrion, but living beings couldn't stand it. Cough cough. My aunt, cough cough. Yuli said, coughing hoarsely. You're nearly dead, and you're still harping on about your aunt, Wu Heng remarked. Yuli ignored him, transforming into a raven and attempting to fly towards the building. Wu Heng grabbed hold of her leg, saying, "You retreat first, I'll go check on your vice-executive and the others." Yuli looked at him before nodding, "All right." All the squad started to retreat, and the sound of dragging bodies could be heard echoing through the toxic fog. Wu Heng continued, "Go check on the stone castle over there." Leaning on Basin's shoulder, they advanced towards the stone castle. The stone castle's main hall. Poisonous fog surged through the doors and windows, filling the hall instantly. The few people in combat either wore protective equipment or released protective scrolls to prevent the fog from harming them. Still, it significantly affected their performance. Crack! The cheetah was struck by the giant demon carrion and flung into the stair railings, breaking them and falling to the ground. Following that, the giant demon carrion holding 2 guard leaders rolled down the stairs, crashing into the wall behind with a loud bang. The giant demon carrion lifted its massive arms. After throwing one person away, it began to rain blows onto the chest of the remaining guard leader. His breastplate was deformed, and his mouth overflowed with fresh blood. He struggled, coughing ceaselessly. The others paled significantly. Watching as their comrade was about to be beaten to death, they realized that it was too late to rush over. Right at that moment, the sound of gunfire rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets hit the giant demon carrion's body, causing it to stagger slightly. The severely injured guard leader rolled away through the struggle, creating some distance between them. Rushing into the hall with Basin, Wu Heng's muffled voice called out from behind his mask, "Hold off these corpses for me." The priest and the guard leader immediately reacted, rushing towards the giant demon carrion again to prevent them from getting close to the staircase. The figure in a black robe noticed the people rushing in. Seeing the ordinary leather armor, he sneered. "Are you trying to show off even at a time like this?" Wu Heng didn't reply but continued to advance, changing his gun magazine as he went. Then he started pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The barrage of bullets hit the target continuously. The sudden onslaught choked off his mocking words, forcing him to retreat under the rain of bullets. As his black robe tore apart from the gunfire, the man in the black robe stared at his exposed body in disbelief. He lifted his magic wand and shot a fireball technique towards the other, sending a flaming ball directly at them. Basin quickly switched positions to shield Wu Heng. His body was blasted open by the fireball, scattering a shower of flames. "You have a necromancy attendant too?" the man in the black robe exclaimed in surprise. Wu Heng didn't respond but simply continued shooting at a faster pace. The bullets seemed to flow out endlessly, riddling what remained of the black robe until it resembled a tattered cloth. "My servants, protect me!" the man in the black robe shouted loudly. However, the surrounding carrion was being held at bay by the others. Seeing the man wielding a bizarre weapon charging at him, the necromancer released a large cloud of black fog before turning and running towards the staircase. Wu Heng and Basin quickly followed. When it came to speed, both Wu Heng and Basin were faster than the necromancer. Due to fear of an ambush, Basin was sent to lead the way. They quickly caught up to the man in the black robe, stabbing a dagger into his body from behind. The necromancer stumbled and fell to the ground. Once the black robe came off, a face resembling that of a mummified corpse was revealed. Wu Heng's eyes widened in shock. The man in front of them was a necromancer. Why would he look like this? "Have you gone mad, helping them?" the necromancer roared loudly. Wu Heng didn't stop, he kept pressing the trigger. Within moments, bullets shattered the man's head into fragments. Experience gained plus 77. Phew. The emergence of the experience notification signified that the man had indeed died. Beneath his gas mask, Wu Heng let out a sigh of relief. He squatted down and began to fumble through the contents of the man's bag. Just as he began searching, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed up from below. He randomly grabbed what seemed to be a skill book and stashed it into his bag. As Wu Heng stood up, he saw Priest Just and several others rushing into the room. Upon seeing Wu Heng and the body on the floor, they all also let out a sigh of relief. "Wu Heng, you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Wu Heng replied, standing up. Just glanced at the corpse and continued, "We'll bring the corpse with us when we leave. Leave the rest to the guards." "All right." Outside the estate, chaos had already broken loose. There were groups of guards lying on the ground. Coughing and vomiting, the injured areas began to rot immediately. Everyone was consuming potions. This nights must have cost them a fortune. The fact that so many of us couldn't capture just one individual, could also be considered a failure to some extent. Yuli rushed to check on Slither first, then ran over, shouting in surprise, "You killed the robed mage." The rest of them paused. Then, they all turned their gazes toward me. When I got there, her opponent was almost done for, so I just delivered the final blow, Wu Heng fabricated casually. "The odds must be in your favor to run into that." Soon, the executive and vice-executive came over. The limping cheetah hobbled over, and Yuli squatted on the ground, looking at it pitifully. The executive said, "All right, we'll leave this place to the guards. Let's depart first." The necromancer's body was handed to the guards. The professional team, on the other hand, began to return to Blackstone Town. Yuli looked much better now. She chased after Wu Heng and said, "I suddenly thought of something. He was a necromancer as well, and you killed him. Doesn't it make you a traitor within our profession?" "Damn." On returning to Blackstone Town, the executive told everyone, "When you return, nurse your injuries. Today's operation was quite successful. Your merits and rewards will be recorded. All right, go rest." Everyone dispersed, walking back to their spots. The sky was beginning to brighten. Wu Heng returned to his residence, told Basin to guard the door, and went to bed. Knock. 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 The door was being struck urgently. Wu Heng opened his eyes. It was day already. Basin was still sitting at the dining table, looking at the door. Hearing the knock, he immediately stood up, alert and vigilant. Even sleeping was being disturbed. "Who is it?" Wu Heng called out. "If it's not something important, tell them to come back later." "Wu Heng, have you had breakfast? Let's have breakfast together." Yuli's voice came from outside the door. "Good lord! It's great being young, so full of energy." Wu Heng opened the door and saw Yuli standing there, still with faint traces of bruises on her cheeks. "These must be from yesterday." He stepped aside, letting Yuli walk in. Curiously, Wu Heng asked, "Aren't you tired?" Yuli sat at the desk. "What's to be tired about? I can go several days without sleep." "Come in then, is your aunt mistreating you? Not even providing you with food?" "You're very rude." Yuli sat beside him and continued, "My aunt has left. Yesterday we killed the necromancer, solving one of Blackstone Town's problems. Otherwise, the Kingdom and Alliance would have sent in a re-investigation team. Oh, no wonder both the town hall and the executive are in such a hurry. Scared of inspectors from above coming, et. Yes, should be." After Wu Heng prepared 2 bowls of noodles, he returned to the table and flipped through the book he had obtained yesterday. Book of Necromancy Volume 2. It was the one he had found on the dead body yesterday. He had thought it was a skill book, but it turned out to be the 2nd volume. While waiting for his noodles, he began to read it. This 2nd volume was much thinner, but its content was much deeper. Among them, one topic mentioned was about the transformational issues of a necromancer. Generally, the characteristic and skills of close combat professions can all be preserved after the transformation. But things were a bit different for a mage and certain special professions. A false soul injected by necromantic magic changes the magical element of the body. Meaning, if you transform a mage, regardless of their previous school of magic, they'll only be a necromancer after transformation, as they can no longer sense other magical attributes. Moreover, the power of certain professions like priests and sorcerers comes from the divine. Whether it's a gifting or a transfer, it doesn't belong to them personally. They too can't preserve this power after transformation. In the case of priests, their transformation often leads to collapse, so the Book of Necromancy specifically advises against transforming those with God-related bodies. There's no benefit, it just invites trouble. Wu Heng continued to flip through to the next page. Pure soul, ancient organ, special bloodline, converge on a body can be transformed into a necromancer's power and refine a corpse into a ghost, creating an undead body. Looks like necromantic power can be gathered artificially. Maybe like the necromancer seen last night. Though the notion of being undead is tempting, not being a human nor a ghost isn't really acceptable. Moreover, these items are not so easily acquired. The pure soul refers to souls, which are normally invisible and can pass through walls. Trying to catch them is virtually impossible. The ancient organ, not just anybody can acquire that. While having these thoughts, Wu Heng furrowed his brows. He had only participated in a few arrests since arriving in Blackstone Town. The first was in Mining Village, where they brought back a sealed ghost infant, and in the second one, Bahu Dong's organ had already gone missing. Could this be a coincidence? A chill rose up his spine. Yuli, who was eating chips on the side, noticed Wu Heng's serious expression. Holding her chip, she didn't dare to put it in her mouth. She asked softly, "What's wrong?" It's nothing." Wu Heng glanced at the book again and casually asked, "Have we arrested any criminals with special bloodlines in Blackstone Town recently?" I don't know. But she still tried hard to recall. Isn't the last one who stole the kid a magician? Chapter 87, Is there any more wish left? Yuli opened the instant noodle lid and asked while slurping, What's wrong? Nothing. Wu Heng then replied. He still found it hard to believe the records in the Book of Necromancy. What a coincidence it was. He hadn't been in Blackstone Town for long. The series of missions he had accepted strangely matched the records in the book. According to the owner of the mining village, someone had taught him how to raise spirits 3 years ago. Since it involved spirits, it was concluded that a necromancer was behind it. Therefore, the mastermind behind this must have started planning at least 3 years ago. Once the infant spirit was obtained, Bahu Dong from the Church of Divine Punishment and the magician who steals children had their heads delivered in a row to Blackstone Town. All of this made him quite suspicious. The necromancer who died last night was probably the stall owner he met in the black market. Seeing the goods he sold, and the large number of carrion he had transformed, he was likely a necromancer for a long time. But he had no chance to lay out and collect these things. So why did he die? What did you say when you just came in? Wu Heng asked Yuli. What did I say? Yuli looked up at him with noodles hanging from her mouth. You mentioned something about what your aunt was doing. Oh, my aunt went out for work, so I came to hang out with you, Yuli replied. You also mentioned something about the necromancer. What was it? Wu Heng continued. Yuli frowned and then said, Oh. The kingdom and the guild take this matter very seriously. If they don't catch the necromancer, they're going to send an investigation team. The kingdom indeed placed great importance on necromancers. They were forcing Blackstone Town to reach a conclusion. Therefore, a necromancer had to die. Wu Heng felt a chill run down his spine. What's wrong with you again? Yuli asked again. Wu Heng wanted to share his findings with her to reduce his psychological pressure. But in the end, he closed his mouth. It wouldn't be too hard for Secret Speaker to control all information about Bahu Dong and the magician who steals children, together with Slither's power in Blackstone Town. It wouldn't be too hard to lay out plans either. It's nothing. I just wanted to chat. Wu Heng closed the book in his hand and smiled. Aren't you going to eat? Yuli looked at his instant noodles. Yes. He opened the lid, chatted with Yuli while eating his noodles. Noon. Someone knocked on the door of their residence. The guild had informed them to go to the guild to cremate the bodies. The number of dead bodies last night was not small, and given the weather and the threat of the necromancer, the bodies needed to be burned as soon as possible. However, Wu Heng had already suspected that the necromancer was just a scapegoat, and this felt like someone was intentionally trying to get rid of the evidence. But for all this, he had no substantial evidence. Moreover, people from the guild and the town hall were no longer reliable. He and Yuli went to the guild. When they entered the lounge, Atruk and Kavina were already there. Seeing them come in, Atruk smiled and said, Wu Heng, these are the books found in the stone castle of the necromancer yesterday. Our guild can give them to you first to look at, just return them after you finish. Consider it a reward for the assignment. With that, he took out a few skill books and put them on the table. There were 3 skill books in total. They were all old and yellowing, and looked older than him. Corpse Manipulation Skill, Evil Explosion Skill, Fireball Technique. 2 belonged to the Necromancy faction, and the Fireball Technique was an attack skill. Corpse Manipulation Skill is a spell that enslaves carrion, belonging to the same category as his own Bone Manipulation Skill. The difference isn't too significant. However, carrion naturally has a serious plague effect, so among living and necromancers, the Bone Manipulation Skill is more commonly used. Evil Explosion Skill is the same move that made corpses explode and release poisonous fog last night. He didn't think much of it when reading the introduction in the Book of Necromancy. But the effect at the scene was a bit exaggerated, seems quite useful against the living. The Book of Necromancy also recorded a corpse explosion technique, which caused the corpses to explode with enormous force. It was practically an invincible move. If the carrion rushed up and you hit it, it would chase after you. If you killed it, it would still explode and kill you. Last but not least, was the fireball technique, which was a high-level skill, different from the basic ones in the game. It would generate a stream of flames and burn everything around. Overall, except for corpse manipulation skill, the other 2 were quite good. Oh, good, thank you. Wu Heng took the 3 skill books. Atruk continued, the rewards and merit for this time will be distributed after being calculated, which may take some time. Okay, we're not in a hurry, Yuli answered readily. Truck nodded, looked back at Wu Heng, and said, your merit should be higher. If you can get another level 3 merit, you may be appointed as the team leader by the headquarters earlier, and then you could have your own team members. Our team is good enough, Wu Heng responded. Yuli thought for a moment, then asked, leader, what about our merit? We will also have ours, but it would be less than Wu Heng's. After all, the Necromancer was killed by Wu Heng in the end, so his merit would be higher. As for the rest, if they didn't show any special performance, they would also have merits, but not as high. Chapter 88. If the merits are the same, then this item would be useless. Oh, that could work, Yuli thought for a moment and then said, you can be the captain, and I'll be your vice-captain. Wu Heng gave her a disdainful look and said straightforwardly, now you can have the captain give you the title of vice-captain, why wait until my turn? No, your skills are too poor, you need someone to help you. I don't know who is the poor one. The group chatted in the room for a while. All the teams started to gather, preparing to incinerate the corpses. The bodies had been placed outside the city. The teams just had to go there, verify the identities, and proceed with the incineration. Team 4 left the city and arrived at the incineration spot directly. After a truck confirmed the bodies, finding no issues, all were piled on the constructed wood stack. Wu Heng looked at the bodies, cast a grease skill, and then lit the fire. Whoosh! The fire blazed up into the sky. Everyone quickly retreated, maintaining a certain distance. After all, these were summons of a necromancer, no one could assure that there wouldn't be another corpse explosion or toxic gas release. The fire blazed up into the sky, and the kindling crackled. With the fuel from the grease skill, they didn't need to add more wood, the bodies were burnt nearly to ashes. After the bodies were burned, the scene was tidied up, and the team began to return. Yuli was arm in arm with Kavina, chatting and laughing. It seemed that after the death of the necromancer, everything returned to normal, having no effect on anyone. After returning to the association, each team went home to recover from their injuries. Yuli was called away by her aunt. Wu Heng went directly to the front desk of the main hall to inquire about the preparation of the corpse core detoxifying potion. The staff began to flick through the logbook. He smiled and said, Mr. Wu Heng, both potions have been prepared. Please wait a moment. Both were ready. With a recipe, the preparation of the potion was quite efficient. It was much quicker than research and development. Soon after, the staff member came back. He was holding 2 boxes in his hand. Mr. Wu Heng, these are the potions you commissioned, the staff member respectfully placed the boxes on the table. Upon opening the potion box, Wu Heng saw the 2 potions inside. Customized antidote potion guard wisdom antidote mixture. After making sure there was nothing wrong with the potions, he paid the remaining balance. Taking the potions, he left the association directly. After returning to his residence, he closed the door and had Basin stand guard at the door. Wu Heng placed the level 2 corpse core and the potions on the table. After a simple clean-up, he swallowed them directly. A surge of immense spiritual pressure rushed into his brain, as if there was an invisible force tearing at his sea of consciousness. Damn it, the symptoms are different. Wu Heng instantly felt something was wrong. The symptoms were totally different from the last time he took a level 2 corpse core. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately opened the potion and gulped it down. Regardless of its efficacy, he had to drink it first. A refreshing sensation instantaneously charged into his brain, but it only relieved some of the spiritual pressure. The sensation of his spirit being constantly stretched and torn still persisted. The buzzing sound filled his ears, his vision blurred. Skeleton Basin, who was spiritually linked with Wu Heng, started to tremble with a rattling noise, as if it were about to fall apart. It's no good. Wu Heng, suppressing the pressure, opened the other 2 bottles of the customized antidote potion and gulped it all down. The common potion also had some effect. Wu Heng held his head with both arms, his teeth clattering. It seemed like an eternity had passed. An unclear prompt appeared in his ears. Perception +5, Intelligence +7, Charisma +5. Unlocking ability, Enhance Will. After the pain, Wu Heng took big heaves of air. Beads of sweat the size of beans damped his shirt and landed on the ground with a drip sound. The pressure on his mind gradually began to lessen, and in return, he gained a stronger perception ability. Even without deliberate observation, he could sense everything in the room. The effect of the corpse core was significant, but for a moment just then, he really thought he was going to die. If he did become a zombie, he probably would have been a level 2 zombie. In the zombie world, he might have been able to mix in as a leader, but in this world, he was likely to be killed, his body sent for research, and his remaining parts to be sold on the black market. It was somewhat frightful. Taking in a deep breath, Wu Heng straightened up. He started to review the attribute changes brought by the corpse core. The first were the increases in perception, intelligence, and charisma. These 3 attributes, unlike physical constitution and strength which display themselves physically, were latent attributes. Intelligence directly affects a mage's spell casting, as well as influencing their memory and cognitive abilities. Every mage is a scholar, meaning the profession of a mage has an intelligence threshold, requiring the understanding of various books and recorded content. Perception is the quantification of intuition and insight, and charisma represents personal temperament, which is also important in mate selection. For instance, if you win over Slither, you would be a well-off member of the upper class in Blackstone Town. The last is unlocking an ability. Enhance will. Personal will is enhanced, establishing a will barrier, resisting and dissolving negative effects that infringe on personal will. Wu Heng furrowed his eyebrows. According to the wording of the modern world radio, it seems he had unlocked a superpower. However, this superpower appeared to be a passive ability. It may have some use in another world, but in the zombie world, the effect might not be significant. Even Big Head Zombie didn't seem to affect his will. It was different from the superpower he had imagined. It didn't seem particularly useful. But, having it is better than not having anything at all. He had no choice but to accept it. In the future, by collecting more corpse cores, he might continue to unlock other superpowers. After tidying up his surroundings a bit, Wu Heng changed into clean clothes. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked again. As Wu Heng buttoned up his shirt, he opened the door. He thought it was Yuli coming to find him for dinner, only to find an association staff member standing at the door. The steward has requested your presence. The steward? All right. Wu Heng nodded, assuming that it was because of the merits and rewards for this task. Truck had said that his merits would be much higher than others. After a simple organization of his thoughts, he went out the door. He stepped out of the alley and told the landlord that if the curly-haired girl came by, tell her that he has gone to the association. After saying this, he walked towards the association with Basin. At this time, there were hardly any people in the association. The hall was empty and a little cold. Wu Heng went to the steward's study room, knocked on the door, then entered. The entire study was still neat and tidy. Steward used. Sit, the steward said with a smile. Wu Heng sat down next to him. Yuzd continued, how do you find the association? Not bad, pretty good. Your rate of growth has even surprised me. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat the Necromancer last night, Yuzd said lightly, leaning against the chair. It was just luck. Wu Heng looked at him, feeling Steward's tone was a bit strange today. It was like he was about to release the restrained excitement in his heart. Yuzd, leaning on his cane, stood up and continued, do you have any other wishes? Chapter 89, It seems like I've seen a ghost. A wish? A bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. He reaches out for the pistol at his waist, only to find the entire study enveloped in a light screen. He feels paralyzed, unable to move even a finger. Basin, standing next to him, freezes in place as if being put on standby. Your progress is rapid. In a short period of time, I may find it hard to control you. Now, Yuzd no longer resembles a humble gentleman. Despite his upright attire, white gloves, and walking stick, he exudes an air of cunningness. Like a venomous snake hiding its fangs. What do you mean by having no grievance? Wu Heng asked. Yuzd merely smiled. You guessed. Are you referring to you wanting to become a corpse ghost one? Yuzd went stiff, his eyes full of surprise. It seems you've gathered some knowledge through other means. So there was indeed an internal traitor. All pieces fell into place. Yuzd had been suddenly transferred to the remote Blackstone town, taking Slither the vice-executive's place, which also aligned with the time frame where the mine owner was bewitched and started raising dead infants as spirit infants. It appears he deliberately ended up in this isolated place, setting this scheme. And the entire professional association, along with the Blackstone town guards, were unknowingly serving him. Collecting the items he required and delivering them to him. The person that died the other night had become a scapegoat, marking the end of the entire case series. He could now proceed with his plans uninterrupted. Wu Heng felt shocked but forced himself to stay calm. He said, as a vice executive, "Do you not feel ashamed of causing the deaths of so many people in the mining village? I am more curious about where your hometown is. Everything here is written by the strong. Do you know what the ones seated on the throne have done? This is a world where man eats man. If you don't eat others, they will eat you. Like you and me now," Yuzd replied with a smile. "Why do you want to become a corpse ghost?" Wu Heng continued. Yuzd glanced at him without showing irritation, slowly peeling off one of his gloves, revealing a hand covered in pustules. "What choice do I have? I just want to survive. You've collected everything you need. Why did you come for me? I'm not of a special bloodline," Wu Heng continued to ask. Yuzd focused his gaze on him, his eyes filled with anticipation, and slowly said, "I found another method that would allow me to occupy a new body. Young, highly talented in magic, unaffiliated, the perfect body." Wu Heng understood. Originally, his plan was to refine himself into a corpse ghost using materials possessing an undead constitution that was neither human nor ghost. But Wu Heng's advent had altered his intent. He viewed Wu Heng as a replaceable body. Killing him would cause no fuss as he had no background. And his reference to high talent likely pertained to fast learning of magic. "You want to take over my body? You're very smart." Wu Heng continued, "Why? Wouldn't the efforts to collect the materials and your work before becoming a corpse ghost be wasted?" No. That's too ugly. I don't want to become like that. Actually, my body is not in good condition too." Yuzd waved his hand dismissively, "You've known what you should have known. Let's not waste any more time." Saying so, he threw out the walking stick in his hand. The stick fell in the center of the study, standing upright. A pupil materialized on the jewel at its end, scanning the room. The next moment, circular halos spread from the walking stick, forming a formation. Yuzd, on the other hand, turned his hand over and took out several objects from mid-air, placing them in the middle of the formation. Standing in front, Yuzd, in his aging body, whispered, "Don't you have any wish left? After all, you are the one I brought into the association. You can be considered my trusted subordinate. Go to hell." Sigh. With a sigh, Yuzd, as if suddenly devoid of his soul, slumped to the ground. A blue soul shot out from the crown of his head, rushing towards the young body on the other side. Outside the door, Yuli, carrying her chips, walked forward. Upon their arrival at the vice executive's office, they saw a team captain, Enel, guarding the door. Yuli glanced at him and asked softly, "Have you seen Wu Heng?" Enel squinted his eyes, staring intently at her. Yuli felt a bit nervous, took a step back, and said, "What? I just asked a question, what do you want?" Enel said, "He left, if you go after him now, you might still see him." Yuli knitted her brows, glanced back at the hall, but then turned around to leave, muttering, "So what if he left, what's with the long face?" However, as she left, something felt off. Turning around, she headed towards the vice executive's room, entered, and shouted, "Auntie, go check on Wu Heng, something seems off." Inside the study, the formation, with its overwhelming suction power, was continuously converging on Wu Heng's body. The blue phantom was forcefully extracted from his body, becoming wisps of thin smoke, constantly stretched out. Yuzd's ghostly figure, full of expectations, hovered nearby. Whoosh! The next second, the blue ghost was directly pulled out of the body, merged into a pot next to it. Yuzd's ghost immediately rushed towards the body in front of him. However, the next second, Yuzd stared incredulously at the body in front of him. He saw a pair of eyes, still staring at him intently. What's going on? Doubts filled his heart, but he had already immersed himself into this body. The next second, he felt that Wu Heng's spirit was protected by a barrier. And a tremendous pressure beyond description was enveloping and compressing him. It was spiritual power, like a torrent about to tear everything apart, enveloping his soul. Yuzd was shocked, realizing an error might have occurred. He struggled forcefully, trying to leave this body. The blue ghost drilled out from the body, its face still filled with fear. "No, Wu Heng, no!" Pop! The phantom before his eyes shattered like a balloon, dissipating in the air. Clang! The wand in the middle falls to the ground, the formation disappears, and Wu Heng's body immediately regains mobility. How did you come up with the idea to compete with the Necromancer for the soul? If it were any other method, maybe Wu Heng would have no way to counteract it. But when it comes to souls, the focus of a Necromancer's training is soul manipulation. He went over to a container on the side and opened it. A tiny soul floated out from inside. It looked left and right exaggeratedly, then said, "Uncle, I think I just saw a ghost, floating in the air, and then I was sucked away." "Yes, we are also ghosts, we are not afraid of him." Seeing Xiao Xiao was fine, Wu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Then he continued, "Hide, go outside and see what's happening, then report back to me." "Oh, okay." Xiao Xiao invisibly left through the wall. Wu Heng then walked over to the corpse, his gaze fell on its hand. There was a ring on its right hand. Space ring. Description: a tool engraved with space magic, with an internal space of 3 cubic meters. What a good thing! Those props that were fetched out before must have come from this space ring. Wu Heng didn't reach for it, instead, he cast Communicate with the Dead. The already laid down Yuzd immediately sat up and looked towards Wu Heng's location. Chapter 90, Is there a backup plan? Yuzd stared blankly with hollow eyes. Wu Heng directly asked, "What other arrangements have you made to deal with me?" "No more," replied Yuzd, "you're just a newcomer, not worth it." "Damn, why do I feel insulted? If you really did succeed, what were your plans?" "1. I've already filed a transfer request in your name, and I was going to disappear to some unfamiliar place. After a few years, nobody would remember you." Damn, he did have more plans. Moreover, considering his own current merits, being transferred to the outside should have also allowed him to attain the rank of captain. "What assets do you have?" Wu Heng continued asking. "I have a residence in Blackstone Town. Part of my assets is with Snake Badge Consortium and the rest is in this space ring." "How do you use this spatial ring?" "Trying to communicate with it using spiritual power." There was one last question left. After pondering for a moment, Wu Heng continued to ask, "Do you have any influential backers or a special status?" "The Professional Association, Sky Eye Cultivation Association." After finishing speaking, Yuzd fell to the ground with a bang. Other than the Professional Association, Yuzd was also a member of a secret cultivation hall. Another weird organization. I've never heard, but it actually doesn't matter either. I just hope not to be involved in anything with me. Wu Heng bent down and took off the spatial ring from his finger. The ring looked ordinary, made of silver, and had a diamond-shaped white fragment on the top. He rubbed it with his clothes and put it on his finger. He tried to use his spiritual power to connect with the space ring and immediately sensed an independent space inside. There were no complicated procedures like blood drop acknowledgement, it was even simpler than imagined. There were many things inside it. Other than clothes and daily items, Wu Heng's eyes fell on a chest. He imagined it in his mind, and the chest appeared in front of him, hitting the ground with a bang. He opened it immediately. On top were Snake Badge Consortium storage receipts, and below neatly stacked silver coins. Considering Yuzd's status in the association, it wasn't surprising that he managed to get so much money. He put the chest away again. His gaze fell on the staff on the ground. Sacrificial staff, special item. Description: the evil god can satisfy your desires but will also take what he is interested in. This staff was also a special item. Wu Heng wanted to pick it up, but stopped his hand halfway. But this staff was different from the ring. Yuzd was used to wearing white gloves, if he didn't take the gloves off, Wu Heng wouldn't see the ring. But this staff, he carried with him, and everyone had seen it. It was hard to explain his death here, and if he took the most noticeable staff, it would easily lead to further investigation. And using a tool to make a deal with the evil god was also a hot potato. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to take it. At this moment, Xiao Xiao flew in from outside. "Uncle," she said, hovering in the air, "I flew around the hall, there's an uncle guarding the door." "There's someone at the door?" "From the outside, I couldn't hear our conversation, could I?" Wu Heng pulled Xiao Xiao back into his body, immediately able to see the image of the person at the door. A silver-armored man, holding a long sword, stood not far from the door, looking left and right as if standing guard. "Anil, captain of Team 1. Wu Heng frowned deeper. Yuzd said he had no fallback plan, so why was Anil still guarding the door? This made Wu Heng start to suspect that something went wrong somewhere. Or, maybe, the answer wasn't accurate. After thinking for a moment, he decided to step out first to test the other party. He opened the holster, turned off the safety, and held the short spear hanging on the side of his bag in his hand. He opened the door and went out. Enel outside the door looked back at him. Neither of them said a word as they locked eyes. But when Enel saw Basin coming out from the side, his face changed abruptly, and the long sword in his hand was drawn from its sheath, slashing towards Wu Heng. Ding! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The short spear steadily blocked the downward slash. Enel appeared surprised once again when he saw a mage steadily blocking his attack. Wu Heng swiftly kicked at his opponent's chest. With a thud, Enel staggered back 3 to 4 steps. His expression was one of pure disbelief. Meanwhile, Basin unsheathed his sword and charged instantly, and Wu Heng also pulled out his pistol, intending to kill him on the spot. Enel moved even quicker, reaching out for a scroll and ripping it open immediately. Boom! Thick smoke quickly filled the air, obstructing their line of sight. Then, the sound of hurried footsteps escaping could be heard. Basin quickly followed behind, disappearing into the smoke, and Wu Heng, holding his pistol, hesitated for a while before also chasing after Basin's vague figure. Coming to the side of the staircase, they saw Enel leap out through the window and down. Wu Heng and Basin also jumped down. Only one thought crossed Wu Heng's mind now. He was a necromancer. If he didn't kill Enel and got bitten by him instead, things would only get more complicated. When he rushed out of the association's territory and saw the crowded streets outside, Wu Heng abruptly stopped in his tracks. Blindly pursuing like this might not be a wise choice. Moreover, Enel moved quickly and had already vanished into the crowd. Damn it! Wu Heng stood still, thinking about how to handle this situation. After considering for a while, he decided to return to the association first to assess the situation. If things started to develop unfavorably, he could try testing the attitude of Vice Executive Slither, or even escape overnight. Cautiously, Wu Heng returned to the association. Standing at the entrance, he noticed quite a number of people suddenly gathered in the usually desolate association building. His heart dropped. Had somebody already discovered Yuzt's dead body so quickly? Moving a little closer in, Yuli quickly came forward and asked, Wu Heng, where did you go? What happened? Yuzt is dead. Yuli replied in a hushed voice. At that moment, a body was seen being carried from afar and covered with a white cloth. The sleeve sticking out from the edge of the cloth revealed it to be Yuzt's body. How did he die? Wu Heng asked. Just died, a suicide note was found on his desk. My aunt read it, he knew he was going to die probably, and did some last instructions. Yuli explained as she continued looking around. A suicide note? It seemed that the enemy's plan was even more comprehensive. If they successfully took over his body and left a handwritten suicide note on the table, it would be a good way to absolve them of any crime. They were also afraid of drawing unnecessary trouble after replacing him. Yuzd indeed taught him a lesson. No matter how low profile you are, once you display wealth that is not in line with your strength, you will be targeted. What's wrong? Yuli glanced up at him and continued, by the way, the executive was looking for you, right? Did he say anything to you? Just mentioned about this mission of merit, didn't expect that he would die so suddenly. Wu Heng replied. Since things had progressed to this point, Wu Heng didn't plan on disclosing any more about it. Yuzd was dead, but he was still alive. This was a good outcome. Talking too much would only bring him trouble. As for the fleeing Enel, it didn't really matter. Yuzd's handwritten suicide note, even if he came back to accuse Wu Heng of killing Yuzd, would hardly be credible. Moreover, his plan was hardly feasible and revealing it was unlikely. He still needed to be prepared for some underhanded tactics, though. Soon, officials from the city hall also arrived, inspecting the body and the study. From the actions and conversations of the crowd, it seemed nothing suspicious had been detected. Next was coordinating Yuzd's funeral arrangements. As he had no descendants, it was up to the association to arrange his burial. Inside the vice executive's office, the whole association's affairs were now being handled by the vice executive. Slither finally had control over the association. Did you see Yuzd earlier? Chapter 91, Ask about exchanging food for guns. Slither put down the documents in her hand, her eyes locked onto him seriously. The cheetah beside her stood up too, also looking at their direction. Wu Heng didn't sense the danger emanating from them, but their stares were nonetheless somewhat uncomfortable. He said, "Well, he talked to me about some issues." "What did he say?" Slither continued to ask. "A woman's intuition? Or did she have some ability?" It was certain that she didn't know what Yuzd had done to him, but she clearly felt something. Wu Heng didn't think too much about it and just casually said, "He asked me about my future plans, said that I was the one he recruited and that I was his confidant. He then told me not to easily trust others." Bang! Slither suddenly slapped the table, her cold voice saying, "Hey! He's already dead and still babbling nonsense." Wu Heng was also startled and nearly pulled out his gun. Listening to the meaning in Slither's words, it seemed like she had misunderstood Yuzd's words as referring to her. It seemed like although they appeared to be on good terms on the surface, their relationship was worse than he had imagined behind closed doors. Slither took a deep breath, causing her full bosom to heave upward before falling back down. Then she said, "The city hall said that Yuzd has left instructions that after his death, all his properties in Blackstone Town and other assets should be transferred to you. They'll notify you in a few days." Slither stared at him seriously and said, "Regardless of his character, it seems he really liked you. Him inheriting the estate actually wasn't that weird. Or to put it another way, he had expected this sort of arrangement." Wu Heng nodded, not intending to say more about this matter, and continued to ask, "Should I address you as housekeeper now?" Slither didn't bother to be modest and nodded, "I'm temporarily in charge here, and when the appointment letter from the headquarters comes, who knows if a new housekeeper will be sent here to retire. If that happens, I'm calling it quits." The mood seemed to lighten considerably at the use of the term old lady. "You should be the one appointed as the housekeeper." Wu Heng flattered her a little. Slither rolled her eyes at him, her gaze returning to the documents in her hand. Thump thump thump. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yuli peeked into the room and asked, "Aunt, have you finished talking?" "What's up?" "Ayo, I'm looking for Wu Heng." Slither looked at the two of them, wondering when they'd become so close. "Still," she said, "Okay, you two go ahead." "All right, housekeeper Slither. The appointment letter hasn't come yet, don't talk nonsense." After leaving the study, Wu Heng felt somehow relieved. The exit strategy that Yuzd had prepared had perfectly solved his worries. He just felt rather relaxed. "What were you and my aunt discussing for so long?" Yuli asked. Wu Heng said, "Yuzd transferred his house to me." "Ah? Are you really his illegitimate child?" Yuli was somewhat surprised. "You're his illegitimate child, he probably trusts me, he brought me here after all." Wu Heng casually found an excuse. Considering everyone now thought Yuzd cared for him, he needed to play along. "That's nice, you have your own place now. I'm still living with my aunt who's always bossing me around and making me read books. It's so annoying." Yuli complained in a low voice. Seeing Wu Heng owning a house, she felt somewhat envious. But unlike adults who envy the value, she was envious of having her own place and not being bossed around by others. "Wait until you get married, then you can move out on your own." "Humph! Stop with your nonsense." Yuli's cheeks turned red as she punched him. The property hadn't been transferred to his name yet, so Wu Heng didn't dare to move in immediately, fearing there may be more trouble. He returned to the crowded area with Yuli. After preparing and eating instant noodles, Yuli finally left satisfied. Wu Heng closed the door and began to look at the skill books he had received that day. There were 3 in total, and he began to read through each one. Unlock skill, corpse manipulation skill. Unlock skill, evil explosion skill. Unlock skill, fireball technique. He quickly unlocked all 3 skills. No wonder Yuzd considered him a magic prodigy with this speed of unlocking skills. The night outside was dark and heavy. Wu Heng tidied up a bit and decided to take a rest. So much had happened today. "I am truly a little tired. I told Basin to guard the gate carefully to avoid Anil attacking sneakily. I went to bed for rest. As soon as I lay down, another prompt appeared. Summoning Object Skeleton Warrior, unlock specialty machinery expertise, beginner, dot. Summoning Object Skeleton Warrior, unlock specialty spear expertise, beginner, dot. Summoning Object Skeleton Warrior, unlock specialty spear expertise, beginner, dot. In an instant, Wu Heng became somewhat spirited. Unexpectedly, they unlocked so many specialties at this time. It seems that the training of the skeleton warriors was very effective. Following this, Wu Heng was attracted by machinery expertise. Among the skeleton soldiers who were arranged for training and study, except for spear training, the rest was a skeleton warrior who was learning to use generators and some tools with Li Yaheng and the others. This must be why the corresponding specialty for this area was unlocked. The situation seems excellent, confirming that the skeleton can also learn how to use various appliances. This is a good thing. Wu Heng had no plans to go see the zombie world. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. The next day, Wu Heng came to the zombie world, looking at the pile of corpses between the two buildings. He was not there, but Big Head Skeleton was always cleaning the surrounding zombies with ordinary skeletons. The number of them reached almost 400. Standing in front of the pile of bodies, he directly released Dead Bones Battlefield. A grey-white halo spread out, flesh and blood began to fall off in large chunks, and one skeleton directly stood up. Within the skill, he could also turn bodies into carrion. But carrion harbors bacteria and endemic diseases, and once they start a war with zombies, it's hard to distinguish who is who. Skeletons are better. The skeleton slowly walked into the skeleton team. At this time, Xiao Xiao flew back. He said, "Uncle, Auntie Li Yaheng is here." Okay. Wu Heng walked out with several skeletons, and saw Li Yaheng outside the community who had brought the iron spears. There are 378 iron spears in total, Li Yaheng said. Wu Heng nodded to Big Head Skeleton next to him and said, "Have the skeletons take the iron spears and distribute them to the skeletons." A team of skeletons walked out of the community, picked up the iron spears, and returned to the community. Wu Heng continued to look at Li Yaheng and asked, "Let's go see what kind of food you want to exchange this time." Li Yaheng broke away from the gaze of Big Head Skeleton. "Oh, okay." Both of them entered the community and chose the food they wanted to exchange from the storage room. He commanded the skeletons to move the selected food downstairs and load it onto the handcart. Wu Heng continued, "Bring 10 level 5 skeletons." Soon, 10 level 5 skeletons carrying iron spears walked over. Wu Heng directly said, "These 10 skeletons will follow you, teach 6 of them to drive and repair cars, and 4 of them to use generators and tools." "Ah? Teach them to drive? These cars?" Li Yaheng pointed to the car beside her. Wu Heng nodded, "Yes, the vicinity is safe, find an empty spot and teach them twice, then let them practice by themselves." There were plenty of cars anyway, so they could practice as they pleased. And since Li Yaheng and her crew knew how to fix cars, they could fully meet the conditions for practice. "Is there a problem?" "Not at all, I will arrange it when I get back." Li Yaheng quickly replied. Wu Heng nodded. Then he thought about it and asked, "Are you still in touch with City South Prison? We often hear them taking in survivors, asking everyone to gather there." The places where prisons were built were always far from the city, and there were fewer zombies there. Indeed, it was safer. However, food was always a problem. Wu Heng continued to ask, "Are they still exchanging food?" "Yes, they are. I asked yesterday, and they seem to be running low on supplies." Contact them and ascertain the quantity of firearms and ammo they can offer in exchange for food." Li Yaheng was taken aback. "So we're really going to get guns?" Chapter 92, Are we really going to swap? Upon hearing Wu Heng's plan to trade food for guns, Li Yaheng was still taken aback. The value of food at this time is no less than that of the guns, and moreover, the journey to the prison isn't an easy one. Prisons are typically built far away from populated areas. Getting there by foot would take days, and if they drive, they would have to consider the congested roads and the zombies they would attract along the way. Li Yaheng had a thought and suggested subtly, "We have the food right now, we can trade it anytime. The journey is long, we can take our time with the gun trade." The radio had said that bullets had a certain level of damage, but these zombies had lost their sense of pain and life, and bullets hitting them would just keep attacking. Not that they were useless, but it was hard for guns to have the same level of lethality on them as they had on humans. Moreover, currently, the skeleton army can completely ensure the safety of their surroundings, and it's unlikely you'll see zombies nearby. There's no need to exchange food for guns. Wu Heng said directly, "You just handle the exchange as I tell you, make sure the ratio is fair, and that we don't lose out." Li Yaheng wanted to continue persuading, but she held back. Although she thought her consideration was more closely aligned with the current situation. But the food was provided by the other party. How to exchange it, or what to exchange it for, is not her decision. Speaking too much might even annoy the other party. So she could only agree, all right, I'll attempt to contact the other party after I return. After discussing the important matters, the two chatted about the recent radio situation. The main station was still spreading survival knowledge every day, as well as some don't give up and unite together encouraging words. They had also disclosed some cases of changes in survivors' bodies. There were enhancements to hearing and vision, and also physical improvements. In Wu Heng's view, these were essentially the enhancements brought upon by the corpse core. Enhancements in hearing, vision, and other senses would be enhancements in perception, and physical quality would be strength and constitution. Wu Heng had an attribute panel, which allowed him to perceive changes in himself more clearly. Others would have a vaguer measure. Sharing these things on the radio was also a form of encouragement. It informed the rest of the survivors that humans were also getting stronger and that they weren't at a dead end yet. After chatting for a while, Li Yaheng left with the food, heading towards the direction of the auto repair shop. Accompanied by 10 bone skeletons. Just arriving near the auto repair shop, people came out from inside. When they saw the 10 skeletons following Li Yaheng, they all stopped. Sister Heng, these guys, are they here to escort you? Qiangzi asked, looking at the skeleton. Li Yaheng glanced at the skeletons beside her and said, they were arranged to come over from there. From today onwards, in addition to teaching them how to use the generator and several tools, we also need to teach them how to drive and fix cars. What the hell? The other's eyes widened. What does this mean? Last time two were arranged to come over to learn about generators and welding, and this time they're learning how to drive and repair cars. Are they treating this place like a vocational school? Can they learn? Skeletal fingers, won't they slip on the steering wheel? If they get on the road, they won't scare a few people to death, right? That person really has some ideas. The people gathered in a circle and whispered to each other, avoiding the skeletons. Li Yaheng's thoughts were similar to theirs. She felt it was strange to have a bunch of skeletons learning these things. But since they were requested from the other side, there was no reason to refuse on her part. All right, teach them whatever they want us to teach them. Lend a helping hand occasionally and whether they can learn is up to them, said Li Yaheng straightforwardly. The others also nodded in agreement, they understood. The more they interacted with the skeletons, the less afraid they were. At most it was a sense of oddness. Everyone pushing the cart inside, discussing whether or not they should improve the food for dinner. Qiangzi followed on the side, thought for a moment, and said, Sister Heng. Li Yaheng looked at him. Do you think, once these skeletons have learned everything, there will be no need for us? I mean, the skeletons can replace us at work. Once his words were said, everyone froze. Damn it, that can't be right. After seeing off Li Yaheng, Wu Heng returned to the community. The number of spear-wielding skeletons was not small. Looking at them, with spears standing like a forest, they had a bit of the look of an army. But an even larger number of the remaining skeletons were armed with kitchen knives. Apart from the disadvantage of the kitchen knife's length, its effectiveness in killing enemies was not bad. At least among the weapons that could be scavenged, it was much better than fruit knives or hammers. Close the doors on this side, block off all the holes here. Wu Heng, accompanied by Big Head Skeleton, took a tour around the residential area, issuing orders for reinforcement. There were now quite a few skeletons. There were at least too many to pile onto the rooftop. Moreover, with many skeletons reaching the 5th level, they require a training ground. Hence, the plan was for all the skeletons in the residential area to either stand by or train. That being said, Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to find some iron wire mesh, iron poles, and raise the fences of the residential area. The 4 gates were to be kept closed during normal times and only opened when needed. Under Wu Heng's order, a swarm of skeletons sprang into action. The sky began to darken. Little East Auto Repair. The wooden boards blocking the windows had all been taken down, allowing the room to not be so stuffy. Li Yaheng and Wang Ke were sitting around the radio, chatting while listening to the news filtering through the device. After waiting for a while, the radio conveyed that City South Prison had announced it could provide shelter for survivors. Li Yaheng picked up the microphone and spoke directly, "This is the auto repair shop. Are there people from City South Prison there?" After a brief silence, a voice came back from the other end. "This is City South Prison, are you planning to come over?" said a man with a deep voice. Recalling the task Wu Heng had given her, Li Yaheng asked directly, "Can guns be exchanged for food over there? What's the exchange rate?" The prison didn't respond immediately. The numerous people listening to this frequency seemed to have heard something astonishing. The auto repair shop was planning to exchange guns for food, which means they had abundant food supplies. 1,000 jin of rice for a pistol, 5,000 for a submachine gun, said the man on the other side. A large bag from the supermarket contains about 100 jin of rice. This means a pistol will cost 10 large bags of rice. A submachine gun, on the other hand, would cost 100 bags. Given the present circumstances, a person can survive on 100 bags for quite some time. Li Yaheng continued, "Guns are of not much use against zombies, rather, food is the current essential. I feel this exchange rate is unfair. Let's not waste time. How much do you want to exchange?" the man on the other end continued. Li Yaheng thought for a while, then said, 300 jin of rice per submachine gun, that's our final offer. If you feel it's not worth it, we can't give any more. She set the price very low. But she thought it was the fair price. What's the use of having a gun? Even if you go out to scavenge supplies, who dares to shoot? A single gunshot will draw a herd of zombies, leading to a faster death. Food is way more crucial. After a while, they responded, "Okay, how many would you like to exchange? How about the bullets?" Li Yaheng replied, "We need to discuss, and we'll contact you in advance." "Okay, you can also come directly. We have defensive walls here to provide a safe life." "Thanks, we haven't considered it yet." Ending the call, Li Yaheng heaved a sigh of relief. 3 bags of rice in exchange for a submachine gun, that should satisfy King Yama's side. After all, even the iron spears produced from their side could be exchanged for a bag of rice, not to mention cans, beer and the likes. No matter how you think of it, exchanging 3 bags of rice for a submachine gun seems a better deal. It seemed like she'd managed to complete an arduous task. As for the proposition to live in the prison, Li Yaheng had not given that a single thought for now. They assumed she had ample food, but the fact is, that food isn't hers. If she went, she wouldn't be able to provide food and would have to endure starvation herself. She definitely won't go. The two stopped communicating, and more voices came over the radio. "This is the train station. There are mutated zombies wandering outside. Can anyone rescue us?" On the other hand, City South Prison. The stuffy room was filled with an unpleasant stench. A few burly men, topless revealing a large swath of tattoos, were gathered playing cards. Is Brother Long really planning to trade the submachine guns? One man tossed his card down and asked. The man, called Brother Long, sitting in front of the radio with a crew cut and a robust physique, turned around and said, "I'm just luring her over. Once she gets here, we'll keep her and the food. Won't it all be ours?" "Haha. We all heard Brother Long deceive her, you're the only one who didn't get it. Right, your IQ, man, it's not even as good as a zombie's." "CAO, I heard it, of course, I was just asking." "Haha." The man known as Brother Long glanced at everyone and continued to say, "Tomorrow Lao-san will lead a team out, same old method. Locate a few unlucky folks to draw the zombies away, and then scavenge for food. Understood, Brother Long." Chapter 93, Train Station. Early the next morning, Li Yaheng sought out Wu Heng once more, and went over the details of the previous night's trade. 3 bags of rice for a submachine gun, Wu Heng thought, was an acceptable deal. But it struck him as odd that the other party agreed to the trade terms so readily. Although guns were not that effective against zombies, they were a publicly recognized refuge for survivors. Despite the arduous journey, there should be many people going there. Guns are the most effective weapons for maintaining order and power, so why would they agree so easily to trade them away? It felt a bit strange. But at this moment, food was indeed a necessity, even more important than guns. "Let's see if we can find a truck that can transport food and skeletons. We can modify it a bit, then we can head over there to trade for guns," Wu Heng suggested. "Oh, okay." With the business about gun trading handled, Li Yaheng continued, "Last night, we received a distress signal. There are some survivors at the old train station. They discovered a mutated zombie there and called for support via radio." Old train station? Indeed, there was an old train station nearby, which had been refurbished a few years ago. But people still called it the old train station. What level is the mutated zombie? Wu Heng asked. I'm not sure. The message was cut short and we've lost contact with them. They may have already perished, Li Yaheng explained. Okay, let's prepare and head to the train station. They didn't have any specific plans for the day, so it seemed like a good idea to go there and collect some corpse cores. Alright. After making some simple preparations, Wu Heng led the team of skeletons out of the community, in grand fashion. They entered the main road from the south side and headed towards the train station. Normally, it would take about 20 minutes to walk there or even less if they took a car. But with the zombie interference and the skeleton army on the move, their speed had significantly slowed down. Wu Heng and Li Yaheng were walking, but Big Head Skeleton 1 was slow, so the big guy skeleton carried it on his shoulder. The sight of two skeletons combined into one, like a giant with two heads, was quite a spectacle. Along the way, the marching skeletons made quite a noise. Zombies kept sprouting from the shops along the roadside, gnashing their teeth and clawing toward the skeleton team. To avoid further casualties, they had to stop and fend off the zombies' attacks. After about an hour, the train station is right up ahead, Li Yaheng pointed out, seeing the distant buildings. From afar, one could make out the words ticket office and waiting room. Zombies were seen roaming around. Standing still, Wu Heng told Big Head Skeleton 1, have the spear-wielding skeletons advance. Rattle rattle. The spear-wielding skeletons thrust their spears forward and began to slowly advance. The zombies inside the train station all looked at the skeletons and roared madly, charging at them. Thud thud thud. A large group of zombies rushed headlong into the spear formation. The first batch of zombies was directly skewered by the layers of spears, becoming a sieve. The zombies behind them fell one after another amid the onslaught of spears. The sound of spears piercing bodies was non-stop. Have the kitchen knife skeletons go up and kill all that remain, Wu Heng continued. The kitchen knife skeletons quickly circled around the spear soldiers, surrounding the zombie horde in the middle. It turned into a scene of skeletons attacking zombies. The sound of chopping and howling reverberated throughout the area. Zombies fell in patches. Li Yaheng watched the scene unfold in front of her, wide-eyed. These skeletons were completely different from before. Wu Heng could command them standing in one place, and the skeletons completed the battle more efficiently. This was completely different from the last time when each skeleton had to be positioned and corrected one by one during combat. It was as if the skeletons had become a true army, working in perfect harmony. Soon after, the zombies outside the building were completely cleared. There were bodies scattered all over the stone-paved floor. The blood pooled and flowed towards the drain. Let's go, said Wu Heng. Okay, got it. Li Yaheng carefully avoided the bodies and followed behind Wu Heng. The battle had ended quicker than their journey here. Upon reaching the entrance of the waiting room, the first floor was deserted. The sounds of the recent fight had attracted the zombies inside there. Did those people mention where the mutated zombies might be? Asked Wu Heng. The station was not small, and if the zombies were nearby, they should have been attracted to come out. No. Wu Heng glanced around and with a shift of his thoughts, he released Xiao Xiao. What's up, uncle? Xiao Xiao floated midair and asked. Float around nearby and check if there are any survivors or mutated zombies. Wu Heng simply replied. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed and floated away. Da da da. At that moment, a horde of zombies rumble-tumble rolled down the stairs from the second floor, launching an attack this way. Spear soldier, go ahead. Wu Heng commanded. Whoosh. The spear soldier thrust the spear forward, meeting the charging zombies. Just as the zombies coming from the second floor were almost killed, Xiao Xiao flew back. He pointed towards the direction upstairs and said, Uncle, there are survivors and two big dogs over there. Big dogs? Level 1 mutated dogs. How many survivors? Xiao Xiao counted his fingers, then opened one hand. 5. Good, take the skeleton dogs and kill those two bad dogs upstairs. Make sure the dogs do not escape and the mutated dogs do not kill the survivors. Wu Heng said. Understood. Xiao Xiao beckoned, Teddy, little grey, come with me. After saying this, he took the lead and flew upwards. The skeleton dog and skeleton cat also broke out from the skeleton troops and rushed upstairs. In the administrative office area, inside the passengers' rest area, 2 men and 3 women were holding iron rods and wooden chairs, their faces filled with terror as they stared at the 2 mutated hunting dogs in front of them. They were large, with dark fur, and their bodies were draped with police dog vests that had been torn open. "Black Tiger, I've fed you before, you can't repay kindness with enmity," one of the young men said to one of the mutated dogs. But the mutated dog, with its cold eyes, was still glaring at him. Its mouth corner secreting a sticky, dark red saliva. "What should we do? Should we jump out of the window? We might still survive," the other man said in a low voice. "This is the 3rd floor, jumping down and breaking a leg, we still die," the man in front answered while keeping his eyes on the mutated dogs. This was the 3rd floor of the station. The 1st floor hall was already 3 to 4 times the height, so this was equivalent to about 5 floors. Unless one could fly, jumping would certainly result in death. "Then let's fight with these dogs." The radio said that leukoencephalopathy could enhance human physique, maybe we can survive, the short-haired woman suggested. "Right, let's fight them." Everyone agreed in unison. The sudden burst of energy made the mutated dogs back off a few steps. Then, their attention turned back to them, stepping forward again. The survivors changed colors and pointed their weapons towards the mutated dogs. The next second, the mutated dogs attacked. Their mouths full of blood and a rancid smell, one of them grabbed a man's wooden stick. In a frenzy, the stick slipped out of hand and was thrown aside. The look in the eyes of the mutated dogs became more fierce. With a push off the ground, the 2 mutated dogs charged at them again. Crack crack. Suddenly, the sound of skeletons colliding echoed from behind. Coupled with this was the youthful voice yelling out, "Charge, kill these 2 bad dogs." Rustle. A number of skeletal animals rushed over. The mutated dogs turned and ran. And the survivors inside the room had their mouths wide open, looking at the hollering ghost floating in the air and the skeletons chasing the zombie dogs. Chapter 94, Military Truck. The incessant sounds of thunderous roars and bites echoed as the skeleton dogs and the mutated dogs tumbled into a brawl. The ferocious mutated dog, thrashed and bitten, shed large chunks of rotting flesh, with foul blood splattering everywhere. Escape was impossible, its flesh and blood shared amongst several bony figures. The passenger lounge. A few survivors once again began to eye the drifting ghosts with caution, "Don't you dare come any closer, or don't blame us for getting hostile." Xiao Xiao floated a bit closer and retorted, "Hey, I just saved you guys. Are you human or ghost?" Hard to say, but you guys are safe now. Just wait for my uncles to come up." Seeing that they weren't too fond of him, Xiao Xiao didn't feel like chatting anymore, and after leaving a statement, he flew out. He floated over to where the skeleton dogs were fighting, cheering them on mid-air. Li Yaheng slowly climbed up the stairs and arrived. She paused at the entrance and asked, "Were you the ones calling for help over the radio?" With the arrival of a living person, a sense of relief swept across the survivors' faces. "Are you part of the rescue team?" "We are not the rescue team." Li Yaheng evaluated their condition, they seemed to be without any serious injuries, and said, "The zombies outside have been cleared out, you don't need to worry anymore." "Thank you for saving us," said the man leading the group. Li Yaheng waved her hand dismissively and continued, "I won't beat around the bush, now I give you 2 choices. 1. Come with me, but everything you do will be under my command, whether you are rich brats, flight attendants, or stewards, you must change if you want to survive in this new world." There was no response from the survivors. Li Yaheng went on to state the second choice, "The second is not to follow us. The zombies outside have been cleaned up. You can continue to shelter here or go somewhere else, but whether you can survive in the future depends on yourselves, and we will not come to save you a second time." This was the decision she arrived at in consultation with Wu Heng. It was different from the rescue of Wang Ke from the hospital. Wang Ke was weak and thin and had been the only one left. To leave her there was to leave her to die. But there were 5 people here, forming a small group. Having a larger team could actually be more troublesome. The choice was ultimately up to them. If they were willing to come, she could accommodate them, they could use the additional manpower. If they were unwilling, she would not force them, whether they could survive or not was now up to them. "Could we discuss it?" asked the man. Li Yaheng nodded, "Sure, but make it quick, we don't have much time." The 5 gathered together, whispering among themselves while occasionally glancing at Li Yaheng not far from them. From their complexion alone, one could infer their state of life. The 5 of them were emaciated, not just from hunger, but also from the constant worry and heightened tension during this period. Yet Li Yaheng at the doorway was much healthier even though she was dressed like a laborer and wearing protective gloves, she clearly wasn't starved. At least it was proof that she had enough to eat. They discussed briefly. The young man in the lead finally stood up and asked, "Could we ask, what will we need to do?" Leaning against the door frame, Li Yaheng said, "Carrying things, cutting, welding, and other physical labor, none of it is particularly difficult, just a bit strenuous." "What about females?" a female crew member asked from behind. "If you have any special skills, you can mention them. If not, you will also have to do the work. Even I work every day." Li Yaheng continued. The survivors were somewhat baffled. Welding, cutting? Who were they going to be working for? Or was it that they had a permanent refuge they were constructing on a large scale? "Would it be safe to go with you?" "It should be safer than you all being alone," Li Yaheng responded. The 5 survivors looked at each other. "Then we will go with you, we are willing to follow your command." If they were indeed building some kind of refuge, it would be good for them. At least they'd be safe and could have a good night's sleep. If it went on like this, they feared they might all go mad. Li Yaheng nodded, "All right, follow me down, remember to remain calm no matter what you see." "Okay." Downstairs, Wu Heng was strolling around on the first floor. He collected well-preserved snacks and instant noodles from the station store into his space ring. Since it was an old station, there was only one sort of newsstand-like shop, so the choice was limited. He picked through the items and left the rest behind. On the side, the skeleton dogs dragged down 2 bodies of the mutated dogs from upstairs. Dull red blood stains were left behind along the way. Wu Heng released the bone manipulation skill. The 2 skeleton dogs got up, wagged their tail bones, and ran to one side. They joined the rest of the skeleton dogs and started milling in a circle. Wu Heng took his short spear and rummaged briefly through the shattered flesh, extracting 2 corpse cores. He bagged them in a plastic bag and stored them in his space. The space ring, with its mere 3 cubic meter capacity, actually couldn't hold much. "We're back!" Li Yaheng shouted from a distance. Wu Heng looked over and saw a few survivors following behind her, 2 men and 3 women, all relatively young. "Send them over." Wu Heng directed the big head skeleton. Whoosh! The skeleton opened a path, and Li Yaheng led several people in. As they passed through the group of skeletons, everyone's legs were trembling, their eyes displaying utter disbelief. "Did you explain everything to them?" "I did. They're willing to follow us. Everyone struggled a lot just to survive, so we can help each other on the way," Li Yaheng replied. Wu Heng didn't say much. As long as nothing unpredictable happened after taking them in, it was all right. "All right, let's go back." The skeletal squad left the hall. Outside were even more skeletons, standing so densely it was as if they filled the entire open space. The survivors began to tremble even more severely. Where on earth did all these bones come from, and how could they even act like living beings? Some were beginning to regret their decision. Knowing it would be like this, they wouldn't have chosen to follow them. This group of skeletons didn't seem like a place where humans could live, no matter how they looked at it. The team set off to return. The skeleton armies were vast and imposing. As they walked, Wu Heng said, "After returning, let's mainly prepare for the trade. Figure out where we can get some trucks or vans and consider the travel routes in advance." "Yes. Regarding the vehicles, I remember there were usually a few trucks parked near the dam. We could check there when the time comes," Li Yaheng replied. Trading with the prison wasn't just about transporting food. They also needed to bring some skeleton soldiers. So they needed a few trucks. "All right, if that doesn't work out, we'll just find some smaller vans." The 5 survivors following closely behind also heard their conversation. The braver young man among the survivors stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, do you need trucks for transportation?" Wu Heng nodded, "Yes, do you have any suggestions?" The man continued, "There's a vehicle parking lot opposite the station. I saw an army truck being driven in there a few days ago. It's brand new, with green canvas at the back. It should still be there." "Opposite the station?" "Yes, just right opposite. All kinds of special vehicles were parked there for transfer," the man said. "How many trucks?" "I only saw 3, I'm not sure about the exact number." Wu Heng didn't know much about vehicles. Though he had a driver's license, he had never owned a car before. But at least he knew that army vehicles would usually be of good quality. And 3 was indeed enough. Halt, Wu Heng ordered directly, and the entire skeleton army came to a stop. The whole street suddenly became silent. Let's go, lead us there. Okay. We'll need to go back a bit. The army turned around, and the rear became the front as they marched back. The place mentioned by the man was deeper in. It was a large courtyard with high walls, and Special Vehicle Transfer Center was written on the entrance. The gate was an electric retractable door and was fully open. There were no zombies in the yard. One could see 6 vehicles parked inside, including 3 army trucks, 1 passenger bus, and 2 forklifts. After confirming there were no zombies, the team walked straight in. After a brief check, Li Yaheng said, "There's gas, but no keys." Wu Heng took a look around. He commanded directly, "Search the building, see if we can find the keys." These sorts of things were usually kept in a fixed place, ready to be taken when needed. Wu Heng had a bronze key, which was useful for opening doors, but he had never tried it on a vehicle. And he didn't plan on using it in front of others. There was a 3-story building in the yard. Though not tall, it had many offices and rooms inside. Wu Heng, Li Yaheng, and several skeletons went into the building. The newly joined survivors, along with more skeletons, were left outside. Wu Heng said directly, "Everyone, spread out and search." "I'll go to the second floor," Li Yaheng volunteered. "Wait, Jianyi and Jian'er, you two go with her." Li Yaheng nodded and led Jianyi and Jian'er to the second floor. Xiao Xiao also raised his small hand, "Then I'll go to the third floor." "Good, our Xiao Xiao knows how to take initiative," Wu Heng complimented. Xiao Xiao, elated, disappeared by penetrating through the roof. As Wu Heng was searching through each office. After searching through about half the rooms. "Ah!" A startled cry suddenly came from the second floor. It was Li Yaheng's voice. Wu Heng's brow furrowed, and he looked in the direction of the second floor. "Let's go, upstairs." Chapter 95, Alchemy Dwarves. Hearing Li Yaheng's scream, Wu Heng and his skeleton hurried up to the second floor. They could hear the sounds of battle from afar. Wu Heng gestured to the back, and Basin and Bahu Dong hurriedly rushed in. Inside the room, Jianyi and Jian'er were locked in combat with 2 zombies. The zombies, 1 male and 1 female, were both dressed in tops, but wore nothing underneath. Seeing that they were just common zombies, Wu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Jianyi and Jian'er, being higher in level, had left their sword marks on the zombies. With swift slashes, they swiftly took down the zombies. "I didn't mean to scream, but they just lunged at me as soon as I opened the door, it really gave me a scare." Li Yaheng explained. "It's okay, did you find the key?" "No." Wu Heng glanced at the zombies on the ground. After thinking about it, he cast the spell Communicate with the Dead on the middle-aged male zombie. The lying corpse suddenly sat upright. Its head turned to look at the 2 of them, its eyes grey-white. "Thup thup thup 1. Li Yaheng, scared witless, retreated several steps, her face turning pale. Wu Heng waved his hand at her, signaling her not to be afraid, then looked at the sitting zombie, asking, "Where's the key for the vehicle downstairs?" It was his first time attempting to converse with a zombie. Whether the false consciousness created by the necromancy magic would work on a zombie, he wasn't quite sure. His mind was somewhat uneasy. After waiting for a moment, the zombie answered, "In the management mobilization room on the innermost part of the 3rd floor." Wu Heng nodded. The zombie could still speak. He continued to ask, "Are all the vehicles parked downstairs?" "Yes." "You guys?" Boom. As it answered the second question, the male zombie's body fell back down, becoming motionless once again. That halted Wu Heng's third question midway. "Well, great, it seems a zombie can only answer 2 questions. That was pretty quick." Uncle, I found it, on the 3rd floor." Xiao Xiao floated in. Wu Heng didn't mention the zombie matter, replying, "Oh, really? That's impressive." He of course. "Show the way, we'll go get the key." "This way." Xiao Xiao floated in front leading the way, as Wu Heng trailed behind her up the stairs with the skeleton. The entire building, only the 2nd floor had 2 zombies, which were unexpectedly encountered by Li Yaheng. They found the key in a room on the inner side, and then headed back down. Seeing Wu Heng and Li Yaheng emerge, several survivors came to greet them. Wu Heng asked, "Can all of you drive?" They nodded. Can anybody drive a forklift? The others shook their heads. Li Yaheng said, I can, but I'm not very skilled. Okay, you few drive the trucks and bus, Li Yaheng, you drive a forklift, the remaining forklift should be loaded up on a truck and brought back. Wu Heng handed out keys to them all. The forklift was loaded up onto the back of a truck. Everyone else also got their keys. They tried to start the vehicles, then carefully got them moving. Wu Heng, leading the skeleton, followed by Foot. The driving skills of the few were rather limited, and despite being careful, they still bumped into things occasionally. This attracted some zombies, which were dispatched by the skeleton squad. Li Yaheng drove the forklift, moving all the abandoned vehicles blocking the road out of their way. The vehicles behind her carefully passed, moving slowly along the road. The journey back took even longer because of the addition of these vehicles. They returned to the auto repair shop. Wu Heng said, I'll leave the vehicles to you. Modify them and make contact with the prison. All right. Li Yaheng nodded. And then she had the vehicles driven to the gate of the auto repair shop. She also introduced the new members to the team. Wu Heng returned to the housing complex and had the skeletons pile up the corpses to one side. He then started using Dead Bones Battlefield to convert the corpses. A large number of skeletons rose and joined the ranks. While outdoors, he barely used the Dead Bones Battlefield spell, which consumed a large amount of mental energy all at once. Given the unpredictable circumstances outside, it could affect his judgment and response. After everything was almost done, he returned to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town, Black Market. Accompanied by Basin, Wu Heng paid the entrance fee and entered the black market. The death of the Necromancer and Yuzd, the administrator, had no impact on the place. The place still contained a chain of stalls and people hooded in black. Not bothering to wander, they went straight up to the second floor. After showing their emblem, they were led into a separate room. The friendly staff with the forked beard asked with a smile, Dear guest, how may I assist you? Could you check to see if the request I posted has been fulfilled? Sure, just a moment. Not long after, the man known as Bapi Hu came back. Behind him, two brawny men were carrying a half-human high coffin. Sir, your request has been completed. Though he merely inquired, he didn't expect it to be really done. It seemed that after the death of the Necromancer, Blackstone Town was less strict about transporting corpses from surrounding areas. Abut Rost, of the dwarves race, died of old age, was an LLTH-level alchemist specializing in potion making. The middle-aged Bapi Hu quietly introduced the information of the person inside the coffin. After he finished speaking, he lightly clapped his hands, and the strong men standing beside him opened the coffin lid. Wu Heng stepped forward for a look. Inside was a body wrapped in linen cloth, extremely skinny. It seemed like a child lying there. But the cause of death was old age, it couldn't be a child. Sir, does this meet your requirements? The man Bapi Hu continued to ask. Wu Heng nodded, yes, it's quite good, I'm very satisfied. When he was posting the request, he didn't specify any conditions like race or age, the only requirement was a high-level alchemist. Nothing else mattered. Very well, sir, you need to pay the balance of 1,200 silver coins. The man continued. Wu Heng nodded, took out a 30-gram gold bar, and a bag of silver coins. The middle-aged man tested the gold bar, confirmed that it was gold of sufficient weight, and then smiled and said, The request is completed, sir. Wu Heng nodded. He then took out a receipt with a snakehead stamp on it and handed it to the man. He said, Check what's stored in here. Sure, just a moment, please. The man took the receipt and went out. This receipt was left by Yuzd. This was a good opportunity to see what he had stored. Soon, the middle-aged man returned, holding a black wooden box in his hand. He placed the wooden box on the table, the other people left the room, and Wu Heng opened the box to look inside. On top was a deed to a house, and a badge that looked like an eye. Below were silver coins, quite a substantial amount. The house was not in Blackstone Town, but in a city called Lundham, a piece of real estate that had been notarized. It seemed that it was Yuzd's house in another place. Now it was all his. He looked at the badge. He didn't know what power it represented. But he remembered that Yuzd had said that he was a member of some kind of eye-centered church, so it should be related to that. There was nothing else. After all, the things Yuzd did involved some risk. The money stored here was probably a safeguard just in case. In case something went wrong, he could take the money and run at any time. After confirming that there was nothing else, Wu Heng put the coffin and the money box into the space ring, and left directly down the stairs. After the middle-aged man Bapi who reminded him not to forget his things, he also waved goodbye. Wu Heng descended the stairs, took a turn around the black market stalls, then left the black market, and got into a carriage to return to Blackstone Town. Back in the crowded area. Entering the alley, he saw that Yuli was walking out. Wu Heng, where have you been? Yuli asked, her hands on her hips. I went to the business street. Did you come to find me? Wu Heng entered the alley, stood at the door, and opened it. I came to see you, I'm the only one who cares about you in Blackstone Town. Yuli went into the house quite naturally, and sat down at the dining table. Yuli and Wu Heng are quite similar. Both are outsiders, and neither has any friends. Of course, another important reason is coming here to eat. Wu Heng glanced at her and asked, are you still eating instant noodles? And that sour noodle? Wu Heng nodded, started boiling water in preparation, and asked casually, anything new at the guild these days? Yuli thought for a moment and said, a team leader left. His team members found a letter at his residence. Wu Heng was startled, Enel left? It seemed that in their competition, Enel felt that he had no chance of winning and chose to leave. What was in the letter? Yuli leaned on her chin and said, from what I heard, Yust Steward died, and he no longer wanted to be the team leader of Team 1. Something like that, I haven't seen the actual content. So now Team 1 has no leader. The guild is a mess right now, my aunt is so busy. For the Professional Association of Blackstone Town, this was not a small matter. The steward died, and the leader of Team 1 left without a word. The guild's organization was the only thing holding things together. If this were a mercenary group or gang, there would already be infighting or a divide in the property. Wu Heng brought the hot and sour noodles over, along with some other snacks, and asked, where did Enel go? I don't know. Is he a local? Where is his hometown? She took a slurping bite of her noodles, how would I know? Are you interested in him? Idiot! What do you mean? Are you insulting me? After dinner, Yuli patted her round belly, which was almost as big as her chest. Nothing like her aunt at all. After chatting for a bit, Yuli got up to go home. Wu Heng stood at the alley entrance and waved goodbye to her. After Yuli left, Wu Heng quickly cleaned up the dining table. He locked the door, opened a boundary door, and returned to the zombie world. He took the coffin out of the space ring. Chapter 96, Deacon Appointment and Transfer Orders. Huge clusters of skeletons stood, waiting in the open. On the sides, level 5 skeletons armed with spears were practicing against dummies and cloth packages. The entire space echoed with the sound of spear-piercing targets. Big Head Skeleton was missing, probably out patrolling and killing zombies with the other skeletons. Wu Heng instructed someone nearby, open the lid. 2 skeletons approached and opened the coffin lid, revealing the body wrapped in linen inside. Upon seeing, Wu Heng swiftly applied the bone manipulation skill. Necromancy slowly enveloped the body in the coffin. Summoned creatures' abilities are significantly beyond the summoners, increased instability. The system notification appeared. The linen wrapping the body collapsed as if the support underneath it was suddenly taken away. Then a small, dwarfish skeleton sat up slowly. Its bony hand reached out, tearing the linen wrapped around it. Skeleton Alchemist, Level 11. Level 11. Attributes, Constitution 13, Strength 11, Agility 14, Intelligence 18, Perception 16, Charm 5. Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul. Specialization, Cloth Armor Expertise, Intermediate, Pharmaceutics, Proficient. Abilities, Alchemy Scholar, Potion Investigation, Formula Book. Alchemy Scholar, can quickly identify alchemical items. Potion Investigation, can analyze special materials and prepare corresponding alchemy potions as required. Formula Book, records potion formulas for easy inheritance and documentation. The attributes don't contain any combat abilities. Despite its high intelligence and perception, it doesn't possess any spell-related abilities. The specialties are all alchemy-related. Of course, Wu Heng didn't buy it for combat purposes. The dwarfish skeleton walked out of the coffin slowly and stood aside. Despite trying to recall, Wu Heng couldn't remember the name that Baho had mentioned when introducing it. Something like St. something, or was it something st? He got straight to the point, from now on, your name is Alchemist Skeleton number 1. Upon hearing Wu Heng's words, the dwarfish skeleton gave a small, courteous bow. It carried itself like a gentleman. The last one to give him this kind of feeling was the butler used. Wu Heng wanted to hand the 2 types of corpse core detoxifying potions over to him. But then he thought better of it, since he had recipes but not the necessary materials from the other world. He gave an order, find a room for now. Tomorrow, I'll tell you what to do. The dwarfish skeleton headed straight into one of the rooms in the hallway. He didn't linger outside to practice like the other skeletons. The next morning, as Wu Heng stepped out of his residence, an employee from the consortium was already waiting outside the door. Mr. Wu Heng, Vice Executive Slither requests your presence, they said. All right, I will head there immediately. Wu Heng replied and left his residence after making some quick arrangements. In the consortium, members of all the teams had gathered. Scanning the first team, he indeed did not see Anil. As expected, he was not in the team. The members of the first team also appeared much more low-key now. They used to be the most ostentatious amongst the lot. Wu Heng went to his team area, the other 3 members were also standing there. Another mission? Wu Heng asked. Team leader Atruk shook his head, seems like there is a message from HQ, they should have chosen someone for the executive position. Oh. Turned out it was such a matter. It didn't have much to do with him then. It doesn't matter who becomes the executive. Personally, I think Slither would make a good executive. He has connections in Blackstone Town and often leads teams to apprehend the wanted criminals. But some people are very good at hiding their true colors, making it difficult to judge their true nature. Yust is a prime example. He appears like a gentleman every day, dressed up and wearing white gloves, but he has been planning something in the vicinity of Blackstone Town for many years. He has caused so many deaths. People can be so unpredictable. They chatted in hushed tones, and soon Slither emerged from the crowd. He glanced at everyone and announced directly, I called you all here this morning to announce the new appointments at the headquarters. Everyone quieted down. He continued, Slither is appointed as the residing executive of Blackstone Town's Association of Professionals. The vice executive will arrive in Blackstone Town within 3 days. As this is an organization made up of professionals, the appointment ceremony wasn't too ceremonious. A simple verbal announcement and a glimpse of the appointment letter was all it took to make it official. The members of each small team and some staff looked at each other, not saying much. It's no surprise to see Slither appointed as an executive after all those years. Congratulations, Executive Slither. Everyone congratulated. Okay. That's all for now. Everyone, please go back to your own work. Slither waved his hand. The crowd dispersed, chatting quietly as they left the meeting hall. Yuli was pretty pleased to hear the news, almost shouting in joy. She excitedly patted Wu Heng on the back for a couple of times. After all, Slither was her aunt. With her as the executive, Yuli felt like she was a legacy here. Where are you going? Yuli asked as they walked out. Going to buy some materials. Wu Heng replied. What kind of materials? Are you studying necromancy? Necromancy? No, alchemy materials. Oh, you're researching alchemy now. Yuli exclaimed in surprise. Just a little bit. They chatted as they walked out. A staff member followed behind and announced, Mr. Wu Heng, the executive asks for you. Wu Heng paused for a moment. He immediately realized that Slither wanted to see him. Hearing that the executive wanted to see him alone made him feel a bit tense. He wondered if she wanted to harm him. But Slither had been fair to him, she was still young, didn't appear to have any terminal illnesses and didn't lack money. She probably wouldn't harm him. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. Yuli said, I'll wait for you in the rest area, then we can go buy the materials. Okay. Wu Heng went to Slither's study. He gently knocked on the door, entered the room upon receiving a response. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, the same one that was present when he shared the carriage ride with her before. Wu Heng smiled and said, Congratulations, Executive Slither. Slither motioned him to sit and said directly, in addition to my appointment, headquarters also sent some orders about you. Due to your sufficient merits, you will be transferred to Lundham to serve as captain. Upon hearing this, Wu Heng slightly frowned. He knew he would be transferred. This was all part of Yust's plan. When Yust took over his body, he would move to a secluded place and lay low for a few years, then no one would know about this. What surprised Wu Heng was the name of the city, Lundham. Yesterday, when he retrieved Yust's belongings from Snake Badge Consortium, he found a deed labeled Lundham. This meant that Yust had prearranged this or applied to go to this city in his name. Lundham is outside the Yeko Kingdom. It's a rather chaotic place. I'm not sure why the headquarters suddenly decided to transfer you there. Slither looked at him and then said, if you don't want to go, I can communicate with the headquarters and let you take the position of team captain. Hey? A city outside the Yeko Kingdom? Chapter 97, Wait for 2 years. Wu Heng understood what Slither meant. He hadn't been in the guild for long, and was quite young. Being transferred to a place outside the kingdom, he might face many uncertainties, and to put it bluntly, might even lose his life. If he chose to stay, Slither could let Wu Heng take Annel's position, as the captain of a team. His status and conditions would remain the same, and he would be in a peaceful environment. This was a kind intention. Actually, Slither still seemed to care for him. If this had been when he first came to Blackstone Town, or even just half a month ago, Wu Heng would have accepted Slither's kindness, choosing to stay and slowly develop in a safe environment. But now things were different. The Yeko Kingdom's restrictions on necromancers had already hindered his progress. To continue to improve, he needed to make some changes. If he stayed in Blackstone Town, even if he took the position of trustee, he could not change the kingdom's view of necromancers. Going out to a new environment, a city that had limited restrictions on necromancers was the best choice. Yust should have considered this when arranging things. He quickly thought it through in his mind. He then said flatly, "Thank you for your kindness, Executor. I think I will respect the main office's arrangement for now, and when I get a chance, I can apply to come back." Slither glanced at him with beautiful eyes. She still sighed and said, "All right, then you will go there for 2 years first, and then I will apply to bring you back." It looked like, having just taken the position of trustee, it would be a bit difficult to keep Wu Heng here. In Blackstone Town, she might have some say, but compared to the behemoth of the Adventurers Guild, she seemed insignificant. Wait 2 more years until her position is secure, then bring Wu Heng back. Sure. Wu Heng nodded with a smile. Slither continued, "Yust's body has already been cremated. I had someone notify you, but you weren't home at the time. There really wasn't much to see actually, it would just add to the sadness. The road ahead you have to walk yourself." During the daytime, Wu Heng was in the zombie world and didn't actually know about Yust's body being cremated. But it didn't matter. He didn't have any emotional attachment to him, and going to the site would actually require him to put on a show. More importantly, using communicate with the dead on the corpse would have meant it couldn't be converted into an undead soldier. As long as everything goes well, I don't think Executor Yust would want to see us sad for him. Slither nodded, and then she took out several other items, and said, "This is your train ticket to Lundham. The train departs the day after tomorrow morning. Now that you've chosen to go, don't be late." Then she pointed to a few other items. "These are the items Yust left behind and they're now yours." Wu Heng put the ticket away and turned his attention to the other items. There were the deeds to the house in Blackstone Town and the wooden staff. The other things were in the space ring, which Wu Heng had already taken away. When there were many people around, he would put the ring away, other times he would wear it on his hand. "Thanks. About this deed. I'm leaving here soon, and it doesn't really serve me much purpose. Trustee, can you find a buyer for me and just sell it?" Wu Heng said directly. Slither's eyes widened. "Didn't you agree that you'd come back after 2 years? You might need it." This was Yust's residence. Whether he would actually be back was still up in the air. Wu Heng's thinking was that he could better use the money now. 2 years is not a short time, it's not good for the house to be vacant for so long. Slither thought for a moment, then said, "I'll keep an eye on it for you and arrange for someone to clean it up from time to time, let's keep the house for now." "That's fine." Wu Heng didn't argue over this. "Don't forget the departure time of the train, go back and prepare early." "Oh, okay. Then I'll get going." Wu Heng stood up. "Yes, call Kavina here, I have her transfer papers here too." "Okay." So Kavina was also being transferred. The members of the 4th team were being split up. After leaving the office, Wu Heng came to the team's lounge. Pushing the door open, he saw Yuli and Kavana sitting on the side chatting. "Captain isn't here yet?" Wu Heng asked. Both of them have already left," Kavana answered. Yuli added, "She might have gone shopping with Captain Tulisa." Kavana also revealed a smile. Wu Heng continued, "Kavana, the steward wants to speak with you." "Ah? Did he say what it's about?" Kavana asked. The tasks completed by the fourth team were quite satisfactory, so she may be directly transferred to lead a team. "He didn't say, it probably has something to do with the upcoming reassignment, you should go and see," Wu Heng said directly. "Oh, okay." Kavana then left the room. Wu Heng and Yuli also departed from the guild. They headed towards the commercial street. Yuli asked, "What did my aunt tell you?" "I've been reassigned to a city called Lundham, to serve as a team leader," Wu Heng said directly. "Ah? You're going to be a team leader? And you're going to Lundham?" Yuli was somewhat surprised. "Have you heard of this place?" "No, but my aunt asked me to read books and learn about it," Yuli replied. "Tell me about it." Yuli organized her thoughts and spoke, "Lundham cannot be considered a city, it's a relay station established at the border between two countries." "A relay for what?" "That means, this place belongs to no particular power. Initially, it was established to provide a transit point for merchant caravans. Gradually, it evolved into a sort of city. I heard it's quite chaotic. It lacks defined rules, and it has even attracted some fugitives and criminals. Yust sure knows how to pick a place. A no man's land at the intersection of cities." After Yuli finished speaking, she looked up at him, "You're really going to leave? You'll miss me, hey?" Wu Heng looked down at her. The young girl pouted but finally admitted, "Without you around, I won't have friends anymore." Wu Heng tousled her curly hair, "Your aunt told me, she would transfer me back here after 2 years. Yuli swatted his hand away, "What if you don't make it through the 2 years? What are you talking about? How about transferring your legacy to me in advance? That place is quite dangerous. Don't overdo it." The two entered the deer antler shop. The shopkeeper greeted them, "What do you need today?" Wu Heng handed over the formula for level 1 and level 2 corpse cores, "I need the materials listed here, can you collect them all?" The shopkeeper took it and looked it over, then nodded, "We have all the materials listed here, just depends on how much you need." Wu Heng thought about it and proposed a conservative number, 50 sets then. We don't have that many for some types, I can prepare 20 sets for you," the shopkeeper said with a smiling face. Yuli interrupted their conversation, "Why are you buying so much? Start by getting a few sets for practice." Once the shopkeeper heard that it was for practice, he also advised, "You could try making some mini healing potions for practice." Wu Heng thought that was a sensible suggestion, and he could always buy more later, 5 sets of the listed items then, and materials for healing potions and spirit potions, 5 sets each. "Okay." The shopkeeper agreed, turned around and began to prepare the order. Meanwhile, Yuli commented, "Not the sharpest tool in the shed, and here you are learning alchemy." After paying for their purchase, Wu Heng had Basin carry the materials and left the congested area with Yuli. Maybe, it's because Wu Heng is going to leave soon. Yuli was less talkative than usual and seemed quite downcast. She just kept on saying things like, "What if he gets bullied there, what if he dies," and more such ominous words. It was not very auspicious. After dinner, Yuli went home, still in a gloomy mood. Wu Heng closed his door and sent the materials to the zombie world. He asked the dwarf skeleton to start preparing potions. The next day, in the morning. In the zombie world. Outside the residential area. Li Yaheng said, "We've already agreed with the prison side. They are ready to receive the food at any time, they will meet us halfway." Chapter 98, Leaving Blackstone Town. Communicating with the other side was easy via radio, but the tricky part was how to get there. "How's the refurbishment of the truck?" "It's being reinforced. It should be done in a couple of days. It's not really a modification, just reinforcing important parts of the car. So if they encounter a horde of zombies, the car won't be scrapped first. It's all done with an electric welder, no difficulty there, no need to modify internal components. Military-grade equipment, how can it be anything but top-notch?" Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "Okay, finish the modification first. I'll let you know when we go. We're headed for a new city from Blackstone Town tomorrow." It's not within the Yeko Kingdom's territories, so it's definitely a long way off. We'll go there first, settle down, then go to the prison. We'll have to stagger our schedules a bit. Okay. Li Yaheng nodded. How are the new people we took in yesterday? Wu Heng continued to inquire. They're all fine, willing to work. It's just that they're starving, they eat in a horrifying manner, said Li Yaheng. Okay, don't delay the production of the iron spears. All right. After the conversation, Li Yaheng returned to the auto repair shop. Wu Heng gave the skeleton some simple assignments. Enforce the fortifications in the residential area, the patrol range of the big head skeleton was also confined to the residential area and the auto repair shop nearby. No problems should occur during his travel time. In the afternoon, he returned to Blackstone Town. He went to the Professionals Association and walked straight into the team lounge. All the members of the team were present. Truck looked up and asked, "When do we leave?" "We leave tomorrow." Wu Heng sat down nearby. Truck nodded, "Once we're stable over that side, we can apply to be reassigned back here. Shouldn't be too hard." "Understood, Captain. You'll be a captain in the future too, then you'll experience the headache of not seeing your team members every day." Truck joked. "If I'm the captain, I wouldn't go to the association, let alone the team members," Wu Heng said with a smile. Truck also smiled. He continued, "Kavana's position is within the kingdom. There shouldn't be a big issue if you're careful. Come back and visit when you have time." Kavana was relocated. Kavana nodded, "Yes, I was moved to another small town, it's not far. I can occasionally return and see everyone." Initially when Slither found her, it was suspected that she would also be relocated. It seemed, Yust intended to break up the entire 4th squad. Kavana is 1 or 2 years older than Wu Heng, becoming a captain at this age was rather fast. Being a captain is a good thing. Don't feel too much pressure. And, our 4th squad is really amazing, established the latest but has produced 2 captains. Truck said with a smile. Then there's only the 2 of us left in the 4th squad. Yuli said. There will be new members in the future. Oh, I hope I'll become a captain quickly too. Yuli muttered. You shouldn't have any difficulties. Wu Heng said after listening. Slither is her aunt, it's just a matter of time before she becomes a captain. After chatting for a while, Wu Heng took out a few items from his bag and placed them on the table. He introduced them saying, I'll be leaving now, I'm leaving these behind for you guys. They might come in handy during a fight. Everyone looked over. Wu Heng introduced, this is a gas mask, it can protect against most toxins and doesn't have side effects, this is for lighting, it can emit light beams, useful at night. One was a gas mask, another a flashlight. The flashlight has battery requirements, but it can be used for a while. This is too valuable. Truck said immediately. Both of these, the effectiveness could absolutely reach the standard of magical artifacts, and there were 2 for each person. I also don't need so many, you guys use them first. If this thing doesn't light up anymore, don't throw it away. I'll replace the power source when there's a chance. Thank you. Thank you then. Kavana thanked him. Yuli said, oh, so you decided to take it out now. I even got poisoned. If you don't want it, give it back. Who said I don't want it? Yuli quickly hid it behind her back. He chatted with the team members for a while. Then Wu Heng went to the Red Face Mermaid Tavern again. Seeing Wu Heng come in, Bella, carrying a tray, walked directly over to him. Her attitude was much warmer than the last time. She nestled close to him on the couch, draping one arm over his. You haven't been here for a while. I'm leaving, I came to bring you the payment from last time. Wu Heng put a small bag of silver coins into her hand. Bella didn't refuse, although her brow furrowed. Leaving, where to? I've been transferred to another place. Will you be back? In the meantime, people in the pub were still discussing the rescue of the children from the crowded area. Such things were usually left unattended in the past. The guards would do a cursory inquiry, then just let it be. That's why the rescue of the children from the crowded area by the professional team became a topic of discussion. Bella, who had provided the clue, felt she had done something meaningful. Unexpectedly, he was transferred so quickly. Maybe, I can't really tell. Bella looked at him and said, can't you just not leave? Transfer orders are already here, not leaving is not an option. Ah. Well then. If I come back, I'll come to see you. Good, you've made a promise, don't forget. Bella said seriously. Leaving the pub, he also bid farewell to the landlord. He didn't know many people in Blackstone Town, and in one day, he had said goodbye to them all. The next day, in the morning. West City area, train station. The whole professional team showed up, and so did many people from the crowded area, including the landlord, Bucamila, who had found her child, and Bella. Quite a few people came. There were also some onlookers who didn't understand whether this was about picking or dropping someone off. They formed several circles around them. Wu Heng had no idea so many people would come to see him off. Slither, with his arms crossed, looked at him and said, I didn't expect you, a necromancer, to be this popular. I guess so. Keep a low profile over there, I'll have you transferred back here within 2 years. Slither said. Okay, I understand, please take care of the crowded area for me. Slither nodded. The train pulled into the station, Wu Heng waved goodbye to everyone and boarded the train. Rumble. The train left Blackstone Town amidst the thunderous noise, driving away into the distance. Traveling by train was much faster than by carriage. After 2 days of continuous travel, the train stopped at the border of the Yeko Kingdom. Someone said, the 2 envoys, you need to get off here, continue northward and you will reach Lundham City. Damn, I need to switch transportation. Wu Heng got off the train and immediately bought a carriage, and then continued heading north. Even though it was daytime, the surroundings were gradually desolate. Wu Heng had an uneasy feeling. If a beast or a robber appeared, it would be dangerous. He should summon some more skeletons to ensure his safety. Standing on the carriage, he looked around. To one side, he could vaguely see a building and a wall. Wu Heng instructed Basin to drive the carriage towards the building. If there's no danger, he will summon more skeletons from the door. As the carriage approached, they found it was an enclosed yard with a temple in the middle. The walls were mottled, showing signs of age. The carriage stopped in front of the yard. Without even asking if there were any people inside, they headed towards the storeroom. Before they even got close. Creak. The temple doors opened and a nun dressed in black and white came out. The nun's attire was thin, hinting at the curvaceous figure underneath. Even her headscarf was made of a very thin fabric, revealing her golden hair. The slit of her robe was very high, revealing her smooth and shapely thighs. Are you gentlemen here to pray? The nun's hips swayed as she walked 2 steps forward. She was voluptuously appealing and looked seductive. This nun outfit paired with her sway was enough to make one's heart flutter. Chapter 99, Old Woman. Wu Heng glanced at the nun's attire and asked, I just passed by this place, which great deity does this temple serve? He himself could travel between 2 worlds, and had a profession related to the gods. He couldn't deny the existence of deities anymore. Whether he feared them or not, he had to show some respect at the entrance of a temple. It serves the great fertility goddess. Oh, so it's the great fertility goddess, Wu Heng repeated. Sir, are you here to pray? A nun asked curiously. I'm just passing by, I need to use the woodshed. The nun wore a sweet smile, made a praying gesture at her chest, took a slight step forward with her left leg, revealing a large swath of her white thigh under the split of her skirt. Let me arrange a room for you gentlemen, there's no need to use the woodshed. The nun fully opened the door, we have other guests here, don't worry. A tall and muscular man walked out from inside the temple, his upper body bare, with a petite and curvaceous nun in his right arm. The petite nun was scantily dressed. The most covered part of her body was her headscarf. The man stepped forward, his legs slightly trembling. You 2 are from Yeko Kingdom, right? We're from a merchant caravan of the kingdom, it won't hurt to relax a little before hitting the road again. A caravan? Relaxing here? Are you here alone? Wu Heng looked at him. The man chuckled and continued, the others are being attended by other nuns. You should also come in and rest. We can leave together later. Saying this, the man went back inside, arm in arm with the nun next to him. The nun clung tightly to the man, her sash swaying behind her. Sir, please, come in. We can continue our journey once we're well rested. The nun who had been guiding Wu Heng twisted her waist and approached him. Wu Heng's gaze fell on her again. He opened the holster, pulled out his pistol and said, all right, let me show you my baby. The nun took a coquettish step forward, Sir, let's continue inside the temple, I get nervous out here. This is it, don't move. Wu Heng leveled his pistol at her face, and under her puzzled gaze, he pressed it against her cheek. Just as she was about to stick out her tongue to lick the gun, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet instantly pierced through her head. A look of surprise and disbelief crossed the nun's eyes. Her body jolted backward and fell to the ground. The next second, changes began to occur rapidly on the nun's corpse. Her skin and face shrunk and wrinkled, her sparse and broken hair scattered, black moles and flesh tumors appeared on her skin covered with age spots. If she was a full-bodied and enchanting nun just now, she had now turned into an ugly and bizarre old woman. The gunshot had attracted the attention of others in the temple. 4 nuns, including the petite one from before, ran to the door quickly. Upon seeing the body on the ground, they let out shrill screams. They bellowed, "Damned human brat, how dare you cause trouble here, let's kill you." The nuns' voices became harsh, and under Wu Heng's gaze, their figures all transitioned into hunched old women. Their skin looked like tree bark, their sparse hair flew wildly in all directions, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The old women extended their long-nailed fingers. They fired magic missiles and decay rays. Wu Heng and Basin quickly moved behind the carriage. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, the carriage was blasted into pieces. Wooden debris flew like bullets, the horses neighed in fright and took off with the wrecked carriage. Wu Heng threw a fireball technique at them. Bang! The fireball exploded instantly, spreading large flames and lighting the ground on fire. Although it didn't hit the target, it scattered the 4 old women. Fierce flames burned all around them. Taking advantage of this, Wu Heng dashed towards the woodshed on one side. He's a mage, kill him first, but don't kill him, capture him alive. His skin is so white, I want to peel it off and wear it on my body. No, it should be on my body. Several old women were chattering their sharp voices incessantly. Next, they sprinted towards him from different directions. Wu Heng slightly narrowed his eyes. Aiming accurately at their location, he triggered the evil explosion skill. Bang! The body that died first suddenly exploded, a thick yellow smoke covering the entire area. Charge in, kill him quickly. The old women continued to shout. Wu Heng glanced up and said, Basin, hold them off. After shooting another 2 rounds, Basin charged directly into the smoke. Then followed the sound of sharp curses and screaming. Don't get tangled up with it, kill the one inside. Stupid mage, actually sent his attendant by itself, don't let him escape, charge. Don't damage his skin. The old women kept talking. Then, 2 figures with sharp claws on their arms, like apes with arched backs, charged in, swinging their arms. However, before they charged out of the smoke, a few figures charged directly towards them. The old women were knocked to the ground, and attacks from swords, punches and kicks came raining down. Bang bang bang! The sounds of intense fighting accompanied by the screams of the old women echoed through the smoke. Gained experience plus 22. Summoned creature skeleton boxer, gained experience plus 2. Gaining experience. The prompt sound rang out, and the whole area gradually quieted down. The skeletons walked back. Wu Heng left Bahudong, Jianyi, Jian'er and the rest of the skeletons dragged the other 4 bodies back through the boundary door. Jianyi, Jian'er and Bahudong had all dressed up, clothed in sturdy clothes and wearing helmets on their heads. They may not encounter anything in the wild, but being prepared could save a lot of trouble. The smoke gradually dispersed. Only the corpse of the old woman who died in the evil explosion was left on the ground. The strong man who had been clutching the nun earlier stumbled out of the doorway, clutching his head. What happened? He frowned first at Wu Heng and the 4 figures tightly wrapped behind him. Then, he saw the corpse on the ground. His face instantly turned ugly. Ghost hag. Wu Heng looked at him and asked, do you recognize this thing? Ghost hag, an ugly creature with a malicious heart. So you like such a thing? The man's face got even uglier, then as if he remembered something, he quickly dashed into the temple. Wu Heng didn't follow but stood at the entrance watching. The temple was empty, and there were no statues. On the dilapidated chairs lay several men, naked with shriveled skin, as if all their blood and vitality had been drained. The originally robust man was now slumped to one side with a regretful look on his face. How is it? They're all dead. Chapter 100, Captain of the 12th Team. Are they all your companions? Wu Heng asked. Yes. Wu Heng continued, where are you headed? Lundham City. You say you're a trade caravan, you should have wagons, right? They're in the back. Wu Heng nodded, let's bury them, then we'll head to Lundham together. The man took a deep breath and began the strenuous task of moving the bodies. Jianyi, Jian'er, help him move the bodies, Wu Heng instructed. Considering his state, moving these bodies might require some effort. His help could speed up the process, while also serving as some form of supervision. He might not be associated with the elderly women, but one can never be too cautious out here. Thank you. The man got up, put on his clothes, and began moving the bodies along with Jianyi and Jian'er. Wu Heng went back outside, making his way to the backyard for a look. There were 3 wagons parked in the back. He lifted the cover to find fabrics and some pottery underneath. They were indeed a merchant convoy. Too naive. How could such a good thing happen in a place like this? You wouldn't even get freebies in the brothels of the slums, let alone play with nuns here? Play with your life, more like it. Soon, the man came back with Jianyi and Jian'er. As he unhitched the horses, he said, apologies for the spectacle. The ghost. Hag's illusory abilities are too strong, most people can't detect it. We were just about to make our delivery, alas. Wu Heng didn't say much else. The ghost hag's illusions are just superficial, coupled with verbal manipulation. Targeting some primal instincts of men. The charm of a seductive nun can be overwhelming. However, with the increasing of Wu Heng's abilities and the unlocking of enhanced will, his perception and ability to resist abnormal states have also been strengthened. Although his eyes saw a voluptuous and charming nun, his perception saw a stooped figure. If you didn't know, that's one thing. But if you knew the other party was an ugly old woman, could you still make a move? No way. So he wanted to leave, without stepping into this murky water. But the nun was clearly unwilling to let him go, sticking to him like glue. So, he had no choice but to strike first. The convoy began moving. The man was in front, and Wu Heng sat in the back wagon. Keeping a distance between each other, he was indirectly escorting him. They made steady progress. As dusk loomed, the caravan finally arrived at Lundham City. From afar, one could see clusters of dense buildings. Unlike previous cities, the structure of Lundham City consisted of dense buildings, followed by walls and watchtowers. Silver armored guards could be seen patrolling the walls. These are the outer city districts, they weren't part of the original city plan. The people who couldn't find a place to live inside the city put up temporary dwellings outside, and as the population grew, it turned into what it is now. The man from the trade caravan explained from the front. The people inside the city don't care. Why should they? The outer city also pays taxes. If a large area of land is allowed to expand, nobody will care. The man continued. Your own build houses outside the city, you have to pay taxes too. Seems like no one would really care. As they approached, the city walls magnified in their view. The city gate was spacious, it could accommodate 3 wagons side by side. This was much wider than the gate at Blackstone Town. Many people had gathered at the city gates, aside from humans, there were some tall and robust races too. With arms as thick as thighs, height exceeding 2 meters, green or grey skin, opened mouths revealing tusks, they were a stark contrast to the human race. Are those beastmen? Beastmen, yes. Humans and beastmen cohabit here, don't pick a fight with them. They are capable fighters and tend to move in groups. The caravan directly entered the city. The man said, I still need to deliver these goods to a store in another direction. All right then, let's part ways here. Friend, where are you staying? Once I'm done, I'd like to show my gratitude. No need for such formalities. I'm also from the Yeko Kingdom, we should look out for each other when overseas. Then at least tell me your name. Wu Heng. Thanks, Mr. Wu Heng, for saving my life. When I have the chance, I will certainly repay you. No need to be so polite. Wu Heng waved his hand and they both bid each other goodbye. After parting ways with the caravan, he inquired about the location of the association and headed straight there. Inside the city, it was exceptionally bustling and lively. Wu Heng and several skeletons walked towards the association together. Upon reaching the city center, Wu Heng was somewhat amazed by the architecture in front of him. It seems that the more remote the area, the more extravagant the buildings. This place is far more luxurious than Blackstone Town's consortium of professionals. And across the street, there's an even more flamboyant building with a snake head emblem, the Snake Badge Consortium. Well, the Snake Badge Consortium is out in the open. Upon entering the consortium hall, the floor is bright and clean, and there are a lot of professionals gathered. There are humans, as well as muscular beastmen wielding battle axes and nail hammers. Wu Heng directed a few skeletons to wait on the side as he went directly to the front desk. "Sir, how can I assist you?" The staff member was a female beastman. Green skin, with two prominent tusks jutting from the corners of her mouth. Her muscles were more noticeable than her bust. Wu Heng said, "I'm the new team leader assigned by the consortium, here is my appointment letter." The staff member took a close look, continued to smile, and said, "Please wait, I'll go and inform the steward." "All right." Soon, the staff member came back. She said, "Please follow me, the steward is waiting for you over here." Wu Heng nodded and followed her up to the third floor, stopping in front of a room. He knocked lightly on the door and entered after receiving a response. In the room, a burly middle-aged man was seated with a thick, bushy beard, but it was very neatly trimmed. It was evident that it had been groomed carefully. The middle-aged man was scrutinizing Wu Heng's letter of appointment, then looked up at Wu Heng. He said quietly, "Wu Heng, a necromancer, from the Yeko Kingdom." "Yes." Wu Heng answered, standing before him. "Becoming an external special envoy for less than a month, you earned 2 level 3 merits, and was recommended by the steward to be promoted to captain." The man looked him up and down again. He then said directly, "All right, since you're here, you're now the captain of the 12th team of Lundham City. I'm Gomez, the local steward. You can come to me if you have any problems." "Yes, Steward Gomez." "All right, give yourself 2 days to get your living arrangements sorted out." Having said that, he lightly pulled a bell cord nearby. The bell rang, and the staff member from earlier came in. The steward said, "This is the new captain of the 12th team. Please register him." "Yes, steward." Wu Heng was led out, filled in a form, and then received a local captain's ID card. This signified that he was officially employed and possessed a legitimate identity. Wu Heng learned about the process and procedure of housing from the female beastman staffer. He then went directly to the City Hall of Lundham City. The procedure for handling the house deed was simpler than he expected. With the consortium's guarantee, they just checked the deed, asked for his name for registration. And with that, the whole process was completed. Following the location on the deed, Wu Heng went directly to his new residence. This was a mansion located on the edge of the inner district, a 3-story building, but not a very large plot of land. Each floor was about 60 square meters with small yards in front and back. The living conditions were pretty good. Wu Heng took out his keys to open the door. The house was empty, with no furniture. The floor was covered in dust, footprints were visible. It looked like other people had visited in the past. He looked around the upstairs and downstairs. He instructed Jianyi and Jian'er to clean the rooms. Wu Heng went out and had some food at a nearby bar. After filling his stomach, he returned home. He opened the boundary door to the zombie world. Zombie world. Wu Heng checked the situation in the small area. He took out the walkie-talkie and directly contacted Li Yaheng. Waiting at the crossroads for a while, Li Yaheng came running over quickly. She looked at him, wanted to say something, but stopped herself. It had been 3 days since the last time they spoke. The truck had been modified, and quite a few spears had been made. But she had been unable to contact him. If it weren't for the remaining skeletons, Li Yaheng would have thought that he had run away and left them. "Has the truck been fixed?" Wu Heng asked. Li Yaheng nodded. 3 trucks and 1 bus have been reinforced. There shouldn't be any problems. You can contact the prison. We will go there together tomorrow." "Okay."